welcome, dear friends. As the gentle whispers of spring enfold you, we hope you've enjoyed the beauty of this blossoming day. Now it's time to cozy up and let the soft narration guide you into a world of dreams. Relaxation is the key to sweet dreams, so let your imagination drift into whimsical worlds as we embark on tonight's bedtime story. May this moment of peace be the perfect prelude to a wonderful day ahead. Story 1. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the moonlight dripped like liquid silver through the canopy of leaves, there existed a world that only revealed itself when the sun had long since tucked itself away beneath the horizon. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the stories of centuries, and the air hummed with a quiet, ancient magic that whispered of cycles and seasons, of rest and renewal. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy in the velvet sky, a small, wide-eyed mouse named Thistle found herself unable to sleep. She had always been a creature of the dusk, but lately, a restlessness had settled in her tiny bones. So she ventured out from her cozy burrow at the base of an old oak, drawn by the soft, rhythmic patter of a gentle rain beginning to fall. The rain was not a storm, but a whisper, a soothing murmur that kissed the leaves, each droplet landing with a sound like tiny bells. Thistle scurried beneath the shelter of a giant fern, its fronds glistening with moisture, and watched as the forest came alive around her. Fireflies drifted like floating embers, their golden light mingling with the silver of the moonbeams, casting dancing shadows upon the moss-covered stones that lined the winding path. It was then that she heard it, a melody, faint but unmistakable, carried upon the breeze. It was the song of the stream, a babbling brook that wove through the forest like a liquid thread of starlight. Thistle knew that the water spoke in a language all its own, one of ripples and reflections, telling tales of far-off mountains and hidden springs. Curiosity piqued, she followed the sound, her tiny paws barely making a sound on the damp earth. The further she went, the more the forest seemed to embrace her. The trees leaned in, their leaves rustling in a language only they understood, a soft, sighing whisper that spoke of patience and growth. The stones, smooth and ancient, seemed to hum with a deep, resonant energy, as if remembering the touch of glaciers long melted away. In a clearing ahead, bathed in the ethereal glow of bioluminescent fungi that clung to fallen logs like clusters of tiny lanterns, Thistle saw a sight that made her catch her breath. There, perched upon a gnarled branch of the eldest oak in the forest, was Orin, the great horned owl. His feathers were the color of twilight, and his eyes held the depth of the night sky itself. He was known throughout the woodland as a keeper of wisdom, a gentle guide who never lectured, but instead allowed truths to unfold like petals in the sun. "You are far from your nest, little one," Orin said, his voice a low, soothing rumble like distant thunder or the deep resonance of a cello string. "What brings you out on such a damp night?" Thistle shuffled her paws, suddenly feeling very small. "I couldn't sleep," she admitted. "I feel out of sync, as if my heart is beating to a rhythm I don't quite understand." Orin blinked slowly, his golden eyes kind. "Ah," he said softly. "You are hearing the turning of the season. The forest is preparing to rest. The trees are whispering of surrender, the stream sings of slowing down, and the stones remember the quiet of winter." He spread one wing, gesturing for Thistle to join him on a nearby mossy log. As she settled, the rain began to fall a little harder, but here beneath the oak's generous branches, they remained dry. The sound of the rainfall was a natural lullaby, a steady, gentle percussion that mingled with the whisper of the wind through the leaves overhead. "Watch," Orin murmured, nodding toward a cluster of glowworms nestled in the roots of a nearby birch. Their light pulsed softly, in time with the rhythm of the rain, as if they too were part of the symphony. "Everything in this forest speaks, if you know how to listen. The trees share wisdom through the creak of their boughs and the rustle of their leaves. They tell of bending in the wind so as not to break, of shedding what is no longer needed to make room for new growth. Thistle listened, and indeed she began to hear it, the language of the forest unfolding around her. The stream's babble became words of encouragement, urging her to go with the flow, to trust the current. The stones, cool and steadfast beneath her paws, hummed of patience, of standing firm through seasons of change. "But why do I feel so uneasy?" Thistle asked, her voice small. Orin tilted his head. "Because, little one, you are fighting the natural cycle. Just as the forest must rest in winter to bloom again in spring, so too must we all honor times of quiet and reflection. You have been busy gathering and storing, but now the world is asking you to be still, to listen, to dream." As if on cue, a soft breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a fragrance rich with the promise of renewal. The wind chimes of ivy vines, tangled in the branches above, played a gentle, random melody that seemed to ease the worries in Thistle's heart. "Come," Orin said, lifting into the air with a whisper-soft beat of his wings. "Let me show you something." Thistle followed as the owl led her deeper into the forest, to a place where the trees grew so close together their branches intertwined like clasped hands. Here the moonlight filtered down in slivers, illuminating a small hidden grove where the forest floor was carpeted in velvety moss and tiny star-shaped flowers that glowed with a soft blue light. In the center of the grove stood an ancient willow, its branches trailing like silver tears in the night. Beneath it, a pool of crystal-clear water reflected the sky above, creating the illusion that the stars had fallen to earth to swim among the lily pads. "This is the Heartwood Grove," Orin explained, alighting on a low-hanging branch. "It is a place of deep peace. Here, the magic of the forest is strongest. The trees remember every season that has passed, and the water holds the memories of every rain." Thistle approached the pool and saw her reflection shimmering on the surface, surrounded by a halo of starlight. As she gazed into the water, she felt a profound calm settle over her. The gentle lapping of the water against the shore was a soothing rhythm, and the distant hoot of another owl echoed like a benediction. "The forest does not fear the coming winter," Orin said softly. "It embraces it, for in rest there is strength, in silence there is understanding, and in darkness there is the opportunity to see the light within." Thistle understood then. Her restlessness was not something to fight, but something to welcome, a sign that she too was part of this great, turning wheel of life. She sat there for a long time, listening to the symphony of the night, the patter of rain on leaves, the whisper of the wind, the hum of the earth beneath her. Eventually the rain ceased, and the clouds parted to reveal a sky dusted with countless stars. The bioluminescent fungi glowed brighter in the newfound clarity, casting a soft, magical light over the grove. Orin ruffled his feathers. "It is time for you to rest, little one, but remember what you have learned here. The forest will always guide you if you listen. Its language is one of patience, kindness, and cycles. There is a time for bustling activity and a time for quiet reflection. Both are beautiful, both are necessary." With a grateful heart, Thistle made her way back to her burrow, her steps light and sure. As she curled up in her nest of dried grass and thyme, she felt a deep sense of peace. The sounds of the forest drifted in, the gentle drip of rainwater from the leaves, the distant babble of the stream, the rustle of the trees sharing their nightly stories. And as she drifted into a deep and dreamless sleep, she knew that she was part of something vast and wonderful, a world where magic thrummed in every leaf, every stone, every drop of dew, and where wisdom was whispered on the wind for those willing to listen. Outside, the moon continued its slow journey across the sky, painting the ancient forest in shades of silver and shadow, while the creatures of the night carried on with their gentle, timeless rhythms, each one a note in the eternal lullaby of the wild. Story 2. In the velvet expanse where stars bloomed like silver flowers, two small ships drifted toward one another, one shaped like a gently spiraling seashell, the other like a softly glowing seed pod. Inside the seashell ship, a being from the world of Lyria watched with wide, luminous eyes that shifted color with every emotion. Her name was Kaelin, and when she was curious, her eyes shimmered like morning dew on violet petals. In the seed pod vessel was Finn, from the forest planet of Veridia. Where Kaelin had delicate, silver-veined skin that responded to starlight, Finn had bark-like patterns along his arms that hummed softly when he was content. He communicated not with words, but with gentle harmonic tones that rippled through the air like wind chimes in a summer breeze. Their meeting was no accident. Both were seekers drawn by the same faint signal, a whisper of light from a forgotten corner of the cosmos. They found it together, a derelict space station, shaped like a great crystalline lotus, floating silently near a nebula that pulsed with soft pastel hues. It was here they decided to build their sanctuary. At first, misunderstandings bloomed like strange flowers. Kaelin, in a gesture of Lyrian welcome, offered Finn a cup of liquid starlight she had collected in a vial. To her, it was the highest honor. But when Finn drank it, his bark-patterned skin flared with discomfort, and he emitted a series of discordant, worried chimes. He had misunderstood. On Veridia, sharing food without first harmonizing one's energy was considered rushed, almost rude. Kaelin's eyes clouded with gray confusion. Had she offended him? She retreated slightly, her silvery skin dimming. But Finn, sensing her distress, began to glow softly in return. He produced a small, flute-like instrument from his ship and played a calming sequence of notes, the Veridian way of saying, "All is well, let us learn." They laughed about it later, once they'd established their own way of communicating. Kaelin would glow in certain colors to convey feelings, soft blue for curiosity, warm gold for joy, gentle pink for affection. Finn would answer with melodies, his entire being resonating with sound. They didn't need a common language, they had something better, a desire to understand. Together, they began restoring the crystalline station. Kaelin used her knowledge of light refraction to channel starlight into the central chamber, while Finn used his natural connection to growth to cultivate a garden in what had once been a barren observatory dome. He planted seeds from Veridia that unfurled into luminous, bell-shaped flowers that chimed in the breeze, and Kaelin brought glowing moss from Lyria that spread across the floors like a soft, living carpet. They called their shared sanctuary the Starlight Conservatory. It was a place where two different universes gently overlapped. In the garden, Finn's singing plants and Kaelin's light-sensitive crystals grew side by side, each enhancing the other's beauty. Sometimes, just for fun, Kaelin would make her skin pulse in rhythm with Finn's humming, and they would create spontaneous light and sound performances that danced across the walls. But not every moment was filled with activity. Some of their most cherished times were the quiet ones, when they sat together in the observatory, watching distant suns wheel slowly through the cosmic dark. Finn would play soft, wandering tunes on his flute, and Kaelin would let her skin mirror the colors of the far-off nebulae, swirls of lavender and rose and faint silver. In those wordless hours, they didn't need to explain their homes or their pasts. They simply were together, two friends wrapped in the same blanket of stars. One evening, as they watched a meteor shower paint fleeting lines across the darkness, Kaelin glowed a hesitant, questioning shade of green. Finn tilted his head, responding with a gentle, rising chord. She gestured toward a particular star, bright and blue, much like the color now shining in her eyes. It was the star that shone over Lyria. Understanding flowed between them without a single shared word. Finn began to play a melody that was wistful and sweet, and Kaelin knew he was thinking of Veridia, where 3 moons hung like pearls in a forever twilight sky. They were both far from home, yet here, in this crystalline haven they had built together, they had found something just as precious. As the seasons turned, or what passed for seasons in that quiet corner of space, their bond deepened. They learned to read each other's slightest shifts in color or tone. When Finn was thoughtful, his humming took on a deeper, slower resonance. When Kaelin was excited, she sparkled like sunlight on water. They had created a language all their own, stitched together from empathy and patience. One day a small crisis arose. An energy surge from a passing comet disrupted the delicate systems of the conservatory. The lights flickered and the garden's gentle chimes fell silent. For a moment, uncertainty hung in the air. Kaelin's skin paled with worry, and Finn's usual melody stuttered into anxious fragments. But then they looked at each other, really looked, and remembered all they had already overcome. Kaelin focused her inner light, directing it toward the central crystal that powered the station. Finn joined her, humming a steady, strengthening tone that seemed to resonate with the very structure around them. Together their energies merged, light and sound weaving into a single, harmonious force. Slowly, the system stabilized. The garden chimed again, softer than before, as if grateful. That night, as they rested beneath the stars, Kaelin glowed the rich, warm gold of pride and affection. Finn answered with a melody so full of contentment it seemed to hug the air. They had faced the challenge not as two separate beings, but as one team. And in doing so, they had learned that kindness isn't a language that needs translation. It's a light that shines the same in every heart, on every world. Years later, the Starlight Conservatory became known among star travelers as a place of peace and friendship. Sometimes other wanderers would visit, beings from distant systems who spoke in scents or danced in patterns of shadow. And always Kaelin and Finn were there to welcome them, teaching without words that differences need not divide. They can delight, they can inspire, they can make the universe richer and more beautiful. But on most evenings, when the stars were particularly bright and the nebula outside glowed like a dream, the two friends could still be found side by side in their observatory. Kaelin would gleam with the soft radiance of a contented soul, and Finn would hum the gentlest of melodies, a tune that spoke of home, not the kind made of soil or starlight, but the kind built from trust, from friendship, from the quiet understanding that in all the vast and wondrous cosmos, there is no distance too great for kindness to cross. Story 3. In a quiet little house at the edge of a drowsy village, where the roof tiles wore moss like velvet cloaks and the windows winked with golden lamplight, there lived a young girl who often felt the world was just a little too big for her. Her name was Clara, and though she loved her home dearly, she sometimes wished for a friend who understood the secret songs her heart sang when no one was listening. One rainy afternoon, when the world outside dripped and whispered with falling rain, Clara found herself exploring the attic, a place of shadows and memories that smelled of cedar and forgotten summers. The rain pattered softly on the roof above, a gentle drumming that seemed to promise secrets. Dust motes danced in the slanted light from the round window, and somewhere nearby, a quiet tick-tock-tick echoed from an old grandfather clock that stood sentinel in the corner. As Clara brushed her fingers along an old trunk, its leather worn soft with time, she noticed something glinting beneath a fold of yellowed lace. It was a small music box, no larger than her palm, carved from dark wood with silver inlay that shimmered like starlight. On its lid was etched a winding path through a forest, and when she lifted it, the hinges gave a soft, reluctant sigh. She wound the tiny key at its side, and as it turned with a faint whir-whir-whir, a melody began to play, a tune so sweet and sorrowful it made her heart ache in a way she couldn't name. But halfway through, the music faltered, stumbling over a missed note before falling silent. No matter how many times she wound it, the song remained broken, like a story missing its ending. Just then, a soft thump sounded from a nearby stack of quilts, and a plump ginger cat emerged, blinking sleepily. This was Marmalade, the attic's resident guardian, whose purr was as steady as a little engine, and whose whiskers twitched with knowing. "That," murmured Marmalade in a voice like rustling silk, "is no ordinary music box. It holds a memory that has lost its way." Clara, though surprised to hear the cat speak, felt a warmth spread through her chest. "How can we help it?" she asked. "The melody is trapped," explained Marmalade, padding closer. "It needs courage to find its way home, not the loud, flashy kind, but the quiet kind that listens." From the corner, the grandfather clock cleared its throat with a soft ahem of chiming gears. "I have watched many years pass," it said in a deep, resonant voice that seemed to hold all the time in the world. "To mend the song, you must follow the path on the lid, but the journey happens here." It tapped its pendulum gently against its case. Tick, tock, tick. And so, holding the music box carefully, Clara closed her eyes as Marmalade instructed. At once the attic seemed to grow larger, the shadows deepening into an enchanted forest where the trunks of old wardrobes became trees and hanging shawls turned into drifting moss. The path from the music box lid gleamed silver beneath her feet, and the air hummed with the same half-finished melody. Her first challenge came almost immediately, a little bridge made from a bent knitting needle, spanning a stream of tangled blue yarn. But the bridge wobbled terribly, and Clara's stomach fluttered with uncertainty. "Step lightly," whispered Marmalade, who had appeared beside her, tail held high. "And remember to breathe." So Clara took a slow, deep breath and stepped onto the bridge, not rushing, not fearing, but moving with patience. And the bridge held firm. Deeper into the attic forest they went, the melody growing slightly louder, though still broken. They came upon a wall of stacked books, too tall to climb, with no way around. Clara's shoulders slumped, but then she noticed the titles. "Songs of the Heart," read one. "The Language of Kindness," said another. "Perhaps," mused the grandfather clock from somewhere nearby, its voice echoing like distant bells, "the way through is not over, but through understanding." So Clara sat before the wall and read the titles aloud, one by one, in a gentle, respectful voice. And as she did, the books shimmered and rearranged themselves, forming a low archway just her size. She walked through, her heart feeling lighter. At last they reached a small clearing where a music stand stood, shaped like an elegant silver lily. On it rested a single, shimmering note, the very one that was missing from the melody. But the note was caged in a faint, shimmering barrier that buzzed with sadness. Clara reached for it, but the barrier held firm. She pushed, nothing. She frowned, still nothing. Marmalade rubbed against her leg. "Some locks," the cat purred, "do not respond to force, but to empathy." So Clara sat before the caged note and simply listened. She heard the loneliness in its hum, the longing to be part of something whole. Softly she began to hum along with the music box's broken tune, pouring into it all the hope and friendship she felt. She hummed of rainy afternoons and attic adventures, of purring cats and wise old clocks, and of how even broken things could be made beautiful again. The barrier began to glow warmer, brighter, until it dissolved like honey in tea. The note floated free, glowing with a soft, golden light, and settled into place above the music box. At once the melody swelled, whole and complete, a lullaby of courage and kindness that wrapped around Clara like a warm blanket. She opened her eyes. She was back in the attic, the rain still pattering softly outside. The music box played its tune perfectly now, each note clear and true, and as it played, Clara realized she no longer felt so small. She had faced uncertainty with patience, solved problems with kindness, and befriended the hidden magic of her own home. Marmalade purred contentedly, and the grandfather clock gave a satisfied talk. Clara carried the music box downstairs, where she placed it on her windowsill. From then on, whenever she felt the world was too large, she would wind the key and listen to the melody. A reminder that the greatest adventures are measured not in miles, but in the courage to be kind, to be patient, and to listen with the heart. And outside, the rain continued to fall, each drop a soft note in the lullaby of the night, singing her gently to sleep. Story 4. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between silver-barked trees and meadows of moon-petal flowers, lay the village of Glimmerbrook. Here the air always smelled of cinnamon and damp earth, and the gentle chime of the old clock tower echoed through the cobblestone streets every hour. Wind chimes made of seashells and copper tinkled from every porch, and soft rain often pattered against stained glass windows, each drop sounding like a tiny bell. The people of Glimmerbrook were a gentle folk, bakers whose bread rose with the dawn, weavers who spun thread from dandelion fluff, and stargazers who mapped the constellations on their ceilings. But lately, something peculiar had begun to happen. Each night, one star would vanish from the sky. It started with a tiny, shy star near the tip of the fox's tail constellation. Then another from the weaver's loom. No one felt afraid, for Glimmerbrook was not a place for fear, but a soft unease settled over the village like morning mist. Whispers rustled through the maple leaves. Had the stars grown tired of shining? Were they hiding? In a cottage draped with ivy and morning glories lived a young girl named Lyra, whose greatest joy was reading old maps and tracing the stories woven into the star patterns above. She noticed the missing stars before anyone else, for she knew the night sky like the lines on her own palm. One evening, as Lyra sat by her window, sipping chamomile tea and listening to the distant hum of the clock tower, her grandmother hummed an old nursery rhyme. When the clock runs still and the rain falls up, seek the path where moonbeams sup, where silver glimmers and shadows play. The lost shall find the light of day. Lyra's ears perked up. She had heard that rhyme before, but never paid it much mind. Now it seemed to shimmer with meaning. The next morning she decided to investigate. With a basket of honey cakes and a lantern shaped like a firefly, she set off into the whispering woods. The forest greeted her with the scent of pine and the soft chatter of creek water over smooth stones. She soon came upon her friend Oliver, a badger with spectacles perched on his nose, who was studying an ancient map drawn on birch bark. "The stars can't just disappear," Oliver muttered, tapping the map with a claw. "They must be misplaced." Together they followed a trail of color-changing flowers, blossoms that shifted from blue to violet to silver as the sun moved. According to village tales, these flowers only grew where magic was strong. Their first clue led them to the sunken garden, where time was said to flow a little slower. Butterflies with stained glass wings fluttered above pools of liquid starlight, and the air hummed with the music of hidden crickets. There they found something curious, a pocket watch hanging from a low branch, its hands turning counterclockwise. "Aha!" Oliver exclaimed. "Backwards flowing time, just like in the rhyme." But as they watched, the watch suddenly stilled, and then began ticking normally again. It was a red herring, a delightful one, but not the answer they sought. Disappointed but not discouraged, they continued deeper into the woods. They passed the meadow of murmurs, where the tall grass whispered secrets if you listened closely, and the grove of glimmers, where will-o'-the-wisps danced in the dusk. It was there that Lyra noticed something odd. The wind chimes in the grove weren't chiming, they were humming, a low, soft melody that sounded almost like a lullaby. And the notes matched the rhythm of her grandmother's rhyme. When the clock runs still and the rain falls up. She looked closer. Tiny dewdrops on the spiderweb seemed to be drifting upward, defying gravity. And high above, through the canopy, she saw it, not a missing star, but something even more astonishing. A new constellation was forming. It was faint at first, a delicate pattern of light that looked like a cradle holding something small and glowing. Lyra's heart beat a little faster. She remembered another verse from a different nursery rhyme, one often sung to children at bedtime. "Hush now, dear one, close your eyes, for in the sky a new star lies. Born of dreams and gentle grace, it finds its own special place. She turned to Oliver, her eyes wide. "The stars aren't disappearing," she breathed. "They're moving, they're making room. Making room for a new star." They hurried back to the village, their footsteps light with excitement. Lyra gathered everyone in the town square, beneath the old clock tower whose chimes now sounded softer, sweeter. She explained what she had seen, the backward-sticking clock, the rising dewdrops, the humming wind chimes, and the new constellation slowly taking shape. The villagers listened, their faces glowing in the lantern light. No one had been afraid, but now they were filled with wonder. That night they all stayed up together, wrapped in quilts and sharing mugs of spiced cider. They watched as, one by one, the stars gently shifted across the sky, making space in the center of the heavens for a bright, new star, brighter than any they had seen before. It pulsed with a soft, golden light, and as it settled into place, the other stars gleamed a little brighter, as if welcoming it. The next morning, the color-changing flowers in the village bloomed in shades no one had ever seen, a brilliant, shimmering gold, the exact color of the new star. And the wind chimes now played a new melody, one that sounded like a greeting. Lyra realized then that the peculiar happenings had not been a mystery to solve, but a miracle to witness. The backwards flowing time, the rising rain, the humming chimes, all were part of the sky's gentle way of preparing for something new and beautiful. The village of Glimmerbrook felt closer than ever. They began a new tradition. Every year on the night the new star appeared, they would gather to tell stories, sing rhymes, and remember that even the heavens make room for new light. And as Lyra drifted to sleep that night, she heard the clock tower chime midnight, the wind chimes whisper their gentle song, and the soft rain begin to fall, right way up this time, each drop a lullaby against her window pane. All was well in Glimmerbrook, beneath a sky now fuller and brighter than before. Story 5. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its flames dancing like amber spirits against the darkening room. Shadows stretched and curled along the walls, and the scent of burning cedar filled the air with a sweetness that promised comfort and dreams. Outside, the first stars began to prick the velvet sky, and the world settled into that hushed, expectant quiet that comes just before true nightfall. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a great, whispering forest, a young boy named Kalen sat curled in a worn armchair, his knees drawn to his chin. He was a quiet child, with thoughtful eyes the color of moss after rain, and a habit of listening more than he spoke. His grandmother had often told him that stillness held its own kind of magic, and tonight he felt the truth of it humming in the air. His gaze was fixed not on the fire, but on a small, smooth stone he held in his palm. It was an unremarkable thing at first glance, a river stone gray and cool to the touch. But as the last light of day faded completely, and the fire became the room's only illumination, a change came over it. A soft, pulsing warmth began to emanate from its core, and from within its depths a gentle, golden light began to glow, like a tiny ember waking from a long sleep. This was Kalen's secret. He had found the stone weeks ago by the gurgling stream that bordered the forest, its faint warmth a surprise against the cold water. It had called to him, a silent song only he seemed to hear. Every night since, as darkness fell, it would awaken, its light a private, comforting companion. But tonight the light was different. It did not simply glow, it flickered with a new, insistent rhythm. It pulsed once, twice, then seemed to stretch, a tendril of luminescence pointing like a silent finger toward the dark line of trees beyond his window. A feeling, not quite a sound, brushed against the edges of his mind, a whisper of longing and invitation. Kalen's heart beat a little faster. The forest at night was a place of stories and warnings, of owls and unseen things. Yet the stone in his hand felt not frightening, but hopeful. Its warmth was a gentle persuasion. Slipping from his chair, he pulled on his softest woolen sweater, its familiar scent of lavender and wood smoke a small armor against the unknown. With the glowing stone held securely in his hand, its light seeping through his fingers, he stepped out into the cool night air. The world was painted in shades of blue and silver. The moon, a polished pearl, cast a soft sheen over the garden. The crickets had begun their nightly chorus, a rhythmic chirping that seemed to beat in time with the pulse of the stone. He followed its guiding light, which grew brighter with every step he took toward the forest's edge. The usual apprehension he felt about the woods at night melted away, replaced by a thrilling curiosity. At the ancient, gnarled oak that marked the entrance to the deeper woods, the stone flared suddenly, its light washing over the bark. And there, where no path had ever been, a new way seemed to open. It was not a path of trampled earth, but one of light. Fallen leaves, touched by the stone's radiance, began to glow with a soft, gold and silver phosphorescence, creating a winding trail that led into the heart of the darkness. Taking a deep breath, Kalen stepped onto the luminous path. The moment his foot touched the first glowing leaf, a sense of profound peace settled over him. The air within the forest was different. It was warmer, and it carried the rich, damp smell of earth and the sweet perfume of night-blooming flowers he could not see. The sounds of the night were magnified yet softer. The rustle of a creature in the undergrowth was a gentle shuffle, the hoot of an owl a melancholy song, not a warning. He walked for what felt like both minutes and hours, time itself seeming to bend and stretch in this enchanted space. The glowing path led him under arches of weeping willow that shimmered with dewdrop diamonds, past clearings where mushrooms formed perfect, glowing fairy rings, and over a small stone bridge that arched above a stream running not with water, but with liquid starlight. And then he saw it. In a great clearing stood the most magnificent tree he had ever imagined. It was ancient, its trunk wide enough that 5 children holding hands could not have encircled it. Its branches spread out like a great canopy, and hanging from every twig were thousands of tiny, glowing lanterns. They were not made of glass and candle, but of woven vines and leaves, and within each one pulsed a soft, living light in hues of gold, soft blue, and gentle green. The entire tree was a symphony of silent, shimmering light, a beacon of warmth and safety in the vast, dark woods. At the base of the great tree, something moved. A small figure no taller than Kalen's knee was struggling with a bundle of vines much larger than itself. It was a creature of bark and moss, with kind old eyes that shone like polished river stones, and twig-like fingers that were currently tangled in the fibers it was trying to weave. It hummed a frustrated little tune, a sound like the wind sighing through pine needles. Kalen approached slowly, not wanting to startle it. The glowing stone in his hand pulsed in unison with the lanterns above. The small creature looked up, its eyes widening not in fear, but in wonder. It pointed a twiggy finger at the stone. "You have the heartstone," it said, its voice a soft rustle. "It has been sleeping for a long, long time." "I found it by the stream," Kalen whispered, kneeling down so he was not so tall. It brought me here." The creature nodded, its head tilting. "It remembers the way. It is a piece of the great tree, you see, a fragment of its oldest light. It must have fallen during the last great storm." It gestured to the magnificent tree above them. "I am Thistle. I am the weaver of the moon lanterns." Thistle explained that the lanterns were not just for light. They captured the gentle magic of the moon and the whispers of the stars, and their glow nurtured the forest, helping the flowers bloom and the saplings grow strong. But the art of weaving them was difficult, and Thistle was the last of his kind who knew how. His fingers, once nimble, were becoming stiff with age, and he was falling behind. Without enough lanterns, the deepest parts of the forest were growing cold and dark, and the magic was fading. "I can't help," Kalen said without even thinking. The words were out of his mouth before he could doubt them. He was always careful, always hesitant, but the warmth of the stone and the genuine worry in Thistle's eyes made him bold. Thistle looked at him, a glimmer of hope in his ancient eyes. "Your hands are young and clever," he rustled. "But the weaving, it is not just about fingers. It is about patience. It is about listening to the vine, understanding its song. It is about weaving a little of your own quiet joy into the pattern." So, under the magnificent glow of the lantern tree, Kalen sat beside the mossy little Thistle and learned. Thistle's twig-like hands guided his smaller, warmer ones. He showed Kalen how to select the right moon-touched vines, how to soften them in the dew of starflowers, and how to begin the complex, looping knot that formed the base of the lantern. At first, Kalen's attempts were clumsy. The vines slipped, the knots unraveled, and frustration bubbled in his chest. But Thistle was endlessly patient. He did not chastise, he simply hummed his wind song and started again. "Listen," he would whisper. "The vine will tell you how it wishes to bend. Feel its life. There is no hurry. The night is long, and kindness is a slower, better magic than haste." Kalen closed his eyes. He pushed his frustration away, focusing on the feel of the vine in his hands. It was surprisingly warm and pliant. He listened, not with his ears, but with his heart. He thought of the quiet joy he felt listening to the rain on the roof, of the smell of his grandmother's honey cakes, of the comforting weight of a book in his lap. As these warm, quiet thoughts filled him, his fingers began to move with a new sureness. The vine seemed to respond, bending and looping almost of its own accord. When he opened his eyes, a small, lopsided, but perfectly complete lantern sat in his palms. It was humble compared to Thistle's masterpieces, but from its center, a soft, buttery yellow light began to glow. It was a gentle, steadfast light, full of a quiet happiness. Thistle clapped his twiggy hands together softly. "You see, you have the gift. Your light is different from mine. Mine is old and wise, like deep roots. Yours is young and hopeful, like the first spring shoot. The forest needs both." Together, they worked through the night. Kalen's fingers grew sore but skilled. He and Thistle spoke little, but a deep understanding grew between them, a friendship woven not from words, but from shared purpose and the soft, rhythmic work of their hands. They were an unlikely pair, a boy from a cottage and a creature of bark and moss, but in the glow of the lanterns they fit together perfectly. Kalen learned Thistle stories, of the dancing foxfire in the autumn, of the shy tree spirits who loved riddles, of the long, silent winters spent sleeping beneath a blanket of snow. In return, Kalen shared his own small world, his books, his drawings, the way the sunlight fell in a patch on the kitchen floor in the afternoon. As the first hint of pale lilac touched the eastern sky, signaling the approach of dawn, they hung the last of their newly woven lanterns on the lower branches of the great tree. A wave of new light spread out from the tree, washing through the clearing and into the shadowy paths of the forest. From the darkness they heard answering sounds, a contented sigh from the trees, a cheerful chirp from a waking bird, the rustle of unseen creatures moving toward the warmth. The forest was waking, and it was warmer, brighter, happier. Thistle placed a gentle, bark-textured hand on Kalen's. "The night's work is done, little weaver, and the heartstone must return to its rest." Kalen looked down at the stone in his hand. Its light was fading, its warmth receding like a tide. He felt a pang of sadness. The magical night was ending. "Will I remember this?" he asked, his voice small. Thistle's eyes twinkled. "The memory might feel like a dream, but the knowing will remain in your hands and in your heart. You are always welcome here. The path will find you when you need it, and when the forest needs you. Friendship, once kindled, does not go out." He led Kalen back to the edge of the forest, to the great gnarled oak. The luminous path of leaves had faded, leaving only the ordinary forest floor. The world outside the woods was turning gray with dawn. "Thank you, Thistle," Kalen whispered. Thistle simply smiled, a cracking, kindly sound, and melted back into the shadows of the trees, becoming one with the bark and the moss once more. Kalen walked back to his cottage, the now cool gray stone clutched in his hand. He slipped inside just as the first ray of sun broke over the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of rose and gold. The fire in the hearth was now just embers, but the room was still warm. He climbed back into his armchair, pulling a soft blanket over himself. His body was tired, but his soul was brimming with a peaceful, profound joy. He looked at his hands, remembering the feel of the vines, the emergence of the light. It hadn't felt like learning a chore. It had felt like remembering something he had always known. As he drifted to sleep, the line between dream and memory blurred perfectly. He could still smell the night-blooming flowers, hear Thistle's rustling voice, see the shimmer of the lanterns. He had journeyed into the darkness and found not fear, but friendship. He had faced the challenge not with force, but with patience and a quiet heart. He had been cold and uncertain, and had helped create warmth and light. And he knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that the magic was not just in the forest or in the stone. It was in the willingness to listen, to be still, to help, and to connect. It was a gentle glow that could be kindled anywhere, so long as one carried a little quiet joy within them. Outside, the sun finished rising, bathing the world in a new day's light. But deep in the ancient forest, in a clearing where a great tree stood, thousands of lanterns continued to glow with a soft, persistent light, a mix of ancient wisdom and brand new hope, burning steady and true, a promise kept in the heart of the woods. And back in a cozy cottage, a boy slept a deep and dreamless sleep, a small, smooth stone resting on the table beside him, waiting for the next fall of night. Story 6. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering pines, there lived a young boy named Leo, who often felt as though he didn't quite belong. While other children chased fireflies or built forts in the meadows, Leo preferred to wander alone, his thoughts as tangled as the roots of the ancient oak trees. He carried with him a quiet longing, though for what he could not say, a hollow space inside him that the laughter of others never quite filled. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Leo found himself at the edge of the woods, where the trees stood tall and silent, guardians of secrets untold. A soft breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and distant rain. And there, half buried beneath a carpet of moss and fallen twigs, something caught his eye, a faint, pulsing glow like a heartbeat made of light. Curious, Leo knelt and brushed away the debris. What he uncovered was a smooth, oval stone, no larger than his palm, warm to the touch and humming with a gentle energy. Its surface shimmered with a soft, amber light, shifting and swirling like embers in a dying fire. He picked it up, and as he did, the glow brightened, casting a warm circle of light around him, pushing back the creeping shadows of dusk. That night, Leo placed the stone on his windowsill, where it glowed steadily, filling his small room with a comforting radiance. As he drifted to sleep, he dreamed not of darkness, but of pathways lined with silver ferns and trees that hummed with ancient songs. The next morning, Leo awoke with a strange certainty. The stone was meant to be more than a nightlight. It felt like an invitation. So, with the stone tucked safely in his pocket, its warmth seeping through the fabric, he ventured deeper into the woods than he had ever dared before. The forest welcomed him with open arms. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, and the air was alive with the chirping of crickets and the distant murmur of a stream. Leo walked for what felt like hours, following no path but the one his heart seemed to guide him along. And all the while the stone glowed a little brighter, pulsing softly as if in recognition of some unseen landmark. It was when he paused to rest by a gnarled willow tree that he heard it, a soft, melodic humming, so faint it was almost carried away by the breeze. Leo turned toward the sound, and there, sitting on a low-hanging branch, was a girl no older than him, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the depth of the forest itself. She was weaving strands of ivy into a delicate crown, her fingers moving with practiced ease. "You found the emberstone," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. She did not seem surprised to see him. Leo clutched the stone in his pocket. "How did you know?" She smiled, a small knowing curve of her lips. "It calls to those who need it. My name is Sylvie. I've been waiting for you." Sylvie explained that the stone was no ordinary rock. It was a fragment of the heart of the forest, a sliver of magic that had been lost long ago. It glowed for those who carried a quiet emptiness, a longing for connection not just with others, but with the world itself. "The emberstone guides those who are ready to see the hidden world," she said, her gaze thoughtful. "But it is only the beginning. To truly understand, you must journey to the glimmering grove." And so, with Sylvie as his guide, Leo ventured further into the woods, the emberstone glowing steadily in his hand. They walked along mossy trails where fireflies danced like living stars, and through clearings where wildflowers nodded in the gentle wind. Sylvie showed him things he had never noticed before, the way certain mushrooms glowed with a soft blue light at dusk, how the oldest trees seemed to whisper secrets to those who listened closely. As they traveled, Leo felt the hollow space inside him begin to fill, not all at once, but slowly, like a vessel catching rainwater drop by drop. He laughed more freely, his steps lighter, his heart warmer. Sylvie, too, seemed to bloom in his company, her quiet wisdom balancing his thoughtful curiosity. But the journey was not without its challenges. One afternoon, as the sky darkened with impending rain, they found themselves at the edge of a wide, rushing river. The bridge that once crossed it had long since collapsed, leaving only crumbling stone pillars. "We must cross," Sylvie said, her brow furrowed. "The grove lies on the other side." Leo stared at the churning water, doubt creeping into his mind. But as he stood there, the emberstone in his palm pulsed warmly, and an idea sparked within him. He remembered a story his grandmother had once told him, about patience and trust and the kindness of nature. "Maybe we don't need a bridge," he said softly. "Maybe we just need to ask for help." Sylvie looked at him, intrigued. Together they gathered fallen branches and sturdy vines, weaving them into a small raft. It was rough and simple, but as they pushed it into the water, holding tightly to one another, the current seemed too gentle, guiding them safely to the opposite bank. When they stepped onto solid ground once more, the emberstone glowed brighter than ever, its light dancing across their grateful faces. That night, as they sat by a small campfire, Sylvie shared stories of the hidden world, of tree spirits who sang the seasons into being, of rivers that carried dreams downstream, of stones that remembered the footsteps of those who came before. Leo listened, mesmerized, and for the first time he felt not like an outsider looking in, but like part of something vast and beautiful. The next morning they arrived at the glimmering grove. It was a place unlike any Leo had ever seen. The trees here were woven with strands of silver and gold, their leaves shimmering with dew that caught the light like countless tiny prisms. Flowers of every color carpeted the forest floor, and the air hummed with a soft, resonant energy. At the center of the grove stood an ancient tree, its bark etched with patterns that told stories older than time. Sylvie placed a hand on Leo's shoulder. "This is where the emberstone belongs," she said gently. "It must return to the heart of the forest to keep the magic alive." Leo's fingers closed around the stone. For a moment he hesitated. It had become a comfort, a friend. But then he thought of the journey, of the river they had crossed, of the stories shared under the starlit sky. He realized that the stone had not been meant to stay with him forever. Its purpose was to guide him here, to this moment, to this understanding. With a deep breath, he stepped forward and placed the emberstone into a small hollow at the base of the ancient tree. As soon as it settled into place, a warm, golden light spread through the grove, flowing up the trunk and out through the branches, setting every leaf aglow. The air filled with a soft, chiming music, and Leo felt a profound sense of peace settle over him. He turned to Sylvie, and she smiled, her eyes bright. "You see," she said, "the emptiness you carried was not a lack. It was a space waiting to be filled with wonder." Leo knew then that he had not just found a hidden world. He had found a part of himself he never knew was missing. And though he would return to his village, he would carry the memory of the grove with him always, like a warm ember in his heart. As they made their way back, the forest seemed to sigh contentedly around them, the path home feeling shorter and lighter than before. When they reached the edge of the woods, where the village lights twinkled in the distance, Sylvie placed a small, woven crown of ivy and wildflowers on Leo's head. "So you never forget," she whispered, and Leo knew he never would. That night, as he lay in his bed, the room dark but no longer lonely, he closed his eyes and pictured the glimmering grove, the shimmering leaves, the ancient tree, the light that lived within everything. And he understood that some journeys do not end. They become part of you, glowing softly in the quiet places of your soul, reminding you that you are never truly alone. Outside, the fireflies danced their gentle dance, and the world settled into a deep, peaceful silence, carrying with it the promise of restful dreams. Story 7. Story 8. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the moonbeams wove silver threads through the canopy and the air hummed with quiet magic, there lived a world that only awakened when the sun dipped below the horizon. Here the trees whispered secrets in a language older than time, their leaves rustling like pages turning in a sacred book. The streams murmured stories of distant mountains, and the stones, moss-covered and patient, remembered every footfall that had ever graced their surfaces. On this particular night, when the air carried the crisp hint of approaching autumn, a young fox named Kalen sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His fur, the color of autumn leaves, shimmered under the moonlight, and his eyes, wide with curiosity, reflected the constellations above. He had been restless lately, feeling a strange pull in his heart, a longing to understand the deeper rhythms of the forest, the unseen threads that connected all living things. As he watched, tiny points of light began to blink into existence around him. Glowworms adorned the ferns like living jewels, and luminous mushrooms pulsed with a soft, blue-green radiance, casting an ethereal glow upon the forest floor. The air itself seemed to shimmer with magic, carrying the gentle scent of damp earth and night-blooming flowers. It was then that Kalen heard it, a soft, melodic hooting that seemed to resonate through the very trees. He turned to see old Thuron, the great horned owl, perched on a gnarled branch of the ancient oak that stood sentinel at the clearing's heart. Thuron's feathers were the color of twilight, and his eyes held the wisdom of countless seasons. He did not speak, but simply nodded, inviting Kalen closer. "I feel out of rhythm," Kalen confessed, his voice barely a whisper against the gentle babble of a nearby stream. "The forest is preparing to sleep, but my heart is restless." Thuron blinked slowly, his golden eyes kind. "Come," he said in a voice that rustled like autumn leaves. "Walk with me and listen." They moved through the forest, their footsteps muffled by a carpet of moss and fallen leaves. The night air was filled with natural music, the soft patter of dew beginning to form, the whisper of the wind through pine needles, the distant hush of a waterfall speaking to the stones below. Fireflies danced around them, leaving trails of golden light in their wake. As they walked, Thuron began to share the forest's wisdom, not through lectures, but through gentle observations. He showed Kalen how the silver birch trees leaned toward one another, their branches intertwining as they shared nourishment and support. "They speak through their roots," Thuron explained. "A language of giving and receiving, of strength and unity." They paused by a stream that chuckled over smooth, water-worn stones. "Listen," Thuron murmured. "The water tells stories of where it has been, of high mountain snows and sun-drenched meadows. It reminds us that all things flow toward their purpose in time." Kalen watched as a leaf detached from a maple tree and spiraled slowly downward, landing without a sound on the forest floor. "Why must things end?" he asked, his voice tinged with sadness. Thuron's response was gentle. "Nothing ends, little one, it transforms. That leaf will nourish the soil, which will feed the tree, which will grow new leaves. The forest understands cycles, of waking and sleeping, of giving and receiving, of activity and rest. Each season has its magic, its purpose." As if to emphasize his words, a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that kissed the leaves with a sound like 1,000 tiny whispers. The raindrops collected on spiderwebs, turning them into necklaces of diamonds, and pattered rhythmically on the broad leaves of water lilies in a nearby pond. Kalen closed his eyes, letting the soothing sounds wash over him. They came to a place where the trees formed a natural cathedral, their branches arching overhead to frame the starry sky. In the center stood the oldest tree in the forest, a mighty yew whose trunk was wide enough that 3 foxes could have stood paw to paw around it. Its bark was deeply furrowed, holding stories of centuries, and in its presence the very air seemed to hum with ancient energy. "This is the heartwood," Thuron said reverently. "It remembers everything. Touch it and listen." Hesitantly, Kalen placed his paw against the rough bark. At first, he felt only the steady thrum of life within the tree. Then images began to form in his mind, not with words, but with feelings and impressions. He felt the joyful expansion of spring, the abundant energy of summer, the grateful releasing of autumn, and the deep, sacred rest of winter. He understood that each phase was necessary, beautiful in its own way. "My restlessness," Kalen began, understanding dawning in his eyes. "Is part of your own cycle," Thuron finished gently. "Even the forest has moments of unease before transformation. The trees shed their leaves not because they are tired of them, but because they are making space for what will come." As they stood there, the bioluminescent fungi around the heartwood began to pulse in rhythm with Kalen's slowing heartbeat. The fireflies synchronized their flashing, creating patterns that told stories of constellations and cosmic dances. The stream's babble seemed to harmonize with the rainfall, creating a natural lullaby that eased the remaining tension from Kalen's shoulders. "Thank you," Kalen whispered to Thuron, his heart now filled with a peaceful certainty. The old owl simply nodded, his wisdom conveyed without need for more words. As Kalen made his way back to his den, the forest seemed to embrace him with newfound understanding. He noticed how the moonlight filtered through the rain, creating silver streaks in the air. He heard the contented sigh of the earth as it drank the life-giving water. He felt the gentle encouragement of the wind, which rustled the leaves in a language that now felt familiar. When he reached his den beneath the roots of a friendly oak, Kalen curled up on his bed of soft moss and dried ferns. Through the entrance he could see the celestial dance continue, the moon sailing serenely across the sky, the stars twinkling their ancient stories, the fireflies continuing their luminous ballad. The last thing he heard before drifting into peaceful sleep was the distant, comforting hoot of Thuron, followed by the soft patter of rain on leaves, a natural lullaby that promised renewal with the coming dawn. And in his dreams, Kalen danced with the seasons, flowed with the streams, and whispered with the trees, knowing he was forever part of the forest's eternal, magical rhythm. Story 9. In a little village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Anya. Her cottage stood at the very edge of the wood, where the lamplight from her window was the last to be swallowed by the deep velvet of night. Anya was a quiet child, with a heart full of wondering and hands that were always slightly smudged with soil from her small garden. She loved the earth the way it held secrets just beneath its surface, and she often felt that if she listened very carefully, she could almost hear it breathing. One evening, as the autumn chill began to lace the air with the scent of wood smoke and decaying leaves, Anya sat by her window, tracing patterns on the cool glass. The fire in the hearth crackled companionably, casting dancing shadows that flickered like shy spirits across the room. It was on this night that she first noticed it, a soft, pulsing glow deep within the forest, a light that seemed to breathe in time with the rustle of the trees. Curiosity, that quiet and persistent friend, nestled itself in her heart. Night after night she watched the gentle light, noticing how it waxed and waned like a slow heartbeat. It never ventured beyond the tree line, yet it called to her in a language older than words, a silent song of earth and ember. One crisp afternoon, as golden leaves spiraled down like forgotten secrets, Anya decided she would follow the light. She wrapped herself in a woolen shawl the color of moss, pulled on her sturdiest boots, and slipped into the forest just as the sun began to dip below the horizon. The woods were a tapestry of sound and shadow. Twigs snapped softly underfoot, and the air grew cooler, carrying the rich, damp scent of peat and pine. Fireflies blinked lazily in the gathering dusk, and somewhere in the distance, an owl asked its solitary question of the night. Anya walked with careful steps, her breath forming little clouds that vanished into the twilight. She felt neither fear nor hurry, only a steady, patient pull toward the glow that now seemed to guide her like a gentle hand. After a time, the trees began to change. The familiar oaks and birches gave way to ancient, silver-barked trees with leaves that shimmered like liquid moonlight. And there, nestled between the roots of the grandest tree, a magnificent willow with branches that swept the forest floor, Anya found the source of the light. It was a stone smooth and warm to the touch, no larger than her palm. It glowed with a soft, amber light, as if it held a captive ember within its heart. As she reached out, her fingers trembling slightly, the stone pulsed brighter, as though recognizing her. She cupped it in her hands, and a wave of warmth spread through her, not just of heat, but of comfort, of belonging. "It likes you," said a voice, soft and rustling like leaves in a gentle breeze. Anya started, clutching the stone to her chest. From behind the curtain of willow branches emerged a creature, unlike any she had ever seen. It stood about as tall as her knee, with fur the color of twilight moss and eyes that held the deep, knowing gleam of ancient forests. Its ears were large and delicately pointed, and it moved with a grace that suggested it was more breeze than being. "I am Kale," the creature said, its voice a melody of hidden streams and shifting shadows. "And that is a heartstone. It has been waiting for you." Anya, her initial surprise melting into wonder, knelt down. "Waiting for me, but why?" Kale's eyes crinkled in what might have been a smile. "The heartstone chooses who it warms to. It senses a kindred spirit, one who listens to the earth, who understands growth and quietness. You have been tending your garden, whispering to the seeds. The stone heard you." And so began an unexpected friendship. Night after night, Anya would return to the willow tree, the heartstone glowing softly in her pocket, a beacon that guided her path. Kale taught her the secrets of the forest, how to read the patterns in the bark that told of seasons past, how to understand the language of the wind as it swept through the canopy. In return, Anya shared stories of her village, of the simple joys of baking bread, and the way the rain sounded on her cottage roof. The heartstone, she learned, was no ordinary rock. It was a fragment of the first dawn, a piece of the world's original warmth. It could heal wilted plants, encourage shy buds to open, and its light grew brighter in the presence of kindness. But it was also fragile. Its light dimmed if held with greed or doubt, and it needed to be returned to the earth regularly to regain its strength. One evening, as the first snow began to dust the forest like powdered sugar, Kale seemed troubled. The usual playful glint in his eyes was clouded. "The heartstone is growing weaker," he confessed, his voice barely a whisper. "The balance is shifting, the world outside is forgetting how to listen. The stone feeds on connection, on gratitude, on wonder. Without it, its light will fade, and with it, the deep magic of this place." Anya felt a cold knot form in her stomach. "What can we do?" We must take it to the summit of sighs, Kale said. It is the highest place in these woods where the starlight is purest. There, under the full moon, it can drink in the silence and remember its purpose. But the journey is long, and the path is not without its challenges. And so they set out the very next dusk. Anya carried the heartstone wrapped in a soft cloth inside her coat, where it rested against her heart, its warmth a constant reassurance. Kale led the way, his small form moving with sure-footed grace over roots and stones. The forest grew deeper, the trees taller and closer together. The air thinned, carrying the crisp, clean scent of altitude. They walked for what felt like hours, the world reduced to the sound of their breathing and the soft crunch of snow underfoot. The heartstone's glow was their lantern, pushing back the darkness just enough to reveal the path. They spoke little, saving their breath for the climb, but their silence was a comfortable one, filled with the understanding of shared purpose. The first challenge came in the form of the Whispering Gorge. A deep crack in the earth, spanned by a single ancient bridge made of woven vines and petrified wood. The bridge swayed gently in the wind, and from the depths of the gorge came a soft, murmuring sound, a chorus of doubts and fears echoing up from the shadows. It feeds on uncertainty, Kale warned, his large ears twitching. You must hold fast to your intention. Think of why you are doing this. Think of the light. Anya took a deep breath, feeling the heartstone pulse warmly against her chest. She thought of her garden, of the first green shoot pushing through the dark soil. She thought of Kale's laughter, like the tinkling of icicles. She thought of the village, sleeping peacefully, unaware of the fragile magic that hummed in their world. Step by step she crossed, the whispers fading into meaningless noise behind her. Kale followed, his faith in her a tangible force. Higher they climbed, the path growing steeper. The second challenge was the Forest of Mirrors. Here the trees were sheathed in ice, their frozen surfaces reflecting 1,000 Anyas and 1,000 Kales, each reflection slightly different, each showing a possible doubt, a possible failure. One Anya looked lonely. Another looked lost. One Kale looked away, indifferent. Which path is real? Anya whispered, her voice swallowed by the glittering silence. The one you choose, Kale replied softly. Look not with your eyes, but with your heart. The stone will guide you. Anya closed her eyes, her hand over the heartstone. She felt its steady, warm rhythm, a constant in the maze of cold reflections. She took a step, then another, trusting the warmth to lead her. When she opened her eyes, they were through, the mirror trees behind them, their true path clear ahead. They were both weary now, their breaths coming in white puffs in the starlit air. The summit was close, they could see the peak outlined against the starry sky, a dark silhouette against a tapestry of silver. But the final challenge was the simplest and the hardest, a vast, open slope of untouched snow leading to the top. It was beautiful but utterly exposed. The wind here was sharper, carrying a loneliness that chilled deeper than the cold. This is the field of solitude, Kale said, his small voice almost carried away by the wind. Many turn back here, the heart feels too small, the task too great. Anya looked out over the expanse. It would be so easy to feel insignificant, to believe that one small stone and one small girl could not possibly matter in the face of such vast, silent beauty. The doubt crept in, a cold trickle. The heartstone's light flickered. But then she looked at Kale, who was watching her not with expectation, but with quiet companionship. She thought of the journey, of the bridges crossed and the reflections passed. She thought not of the vastness, but of the warmth in her coat, the friend by her side, the reason they had come. She took his small, furry hand in hers. We'll cross it together, she said. And they did. Step by slow step, they made their way across the field, their joined hands a tiny point of courage in the immense white silence. The wind sang around them, but now it sounded less lonely, more like a song of encouragement. The full moon rose, huge and silver, bathing the world in a light so pure it seemed to wash away all fear. At the summit they found a flat stone altar, waiting as if it had been expecting them. Anya carefully unwrapped the heartstone and placed it in the center. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a beam of moonlight, clear and direct, fell upon the stone. The heartstone began to glow, not its usual amber, but a brilliant, silvery white. The light spread, pulsing out in waves, washing over the summit, spilling down the mountainside, touching the frozen trees and the silent snow with a gentle, living warmth. Anya felt the light pass through her, too, filling her with a profound peace. It was the peace of deep connection, of knowing that she was a part of something vast and beautiful, and that her small acts of kindness were notes in a grand, eternal song. They sat there for a long time, watching the stone drink in the starlight, its light growing steady and strong once more. The balance was restored. The journey back was easier, lighter. The path seemed to welcome them, the forest feeling more like a home than ever. When they finally reached the great willow, the first hints of dawn were painting the sky with watercolor hues of pink and gold. Cale turned to Anya. The stone is healed, and so, I think, are we. He placed a small, gentle paw on her hand. You will always be welcome here. You have a protector's heart. Anya knew then that she didn't need to take the heartstone with her. Its place was here in the heart of the woods, its light a secret she would carry inside her instead. She knelt and placed it back between the roots of the willow, where it glowed with a contented, steady light. She returned to her cottage as the sun fully rose, setting the world ablaze with ordinary, glorious light. Nothing in the village had changed. The smoke still curled from chimneys, and the morning bird song was the same as always. But everything had changed for Anya. She saw the magic not as a separate thing, but woven into the fabric of her everyday life, in the steam from her morning tea, in the patience of the rising bread dough, in the smile she offered to a neighbor. That night and every night after, she would sometimes glance toward the forest. She didn't always see the glow, but she knew it was there. And sometimes, on nights when the breeze was just right, she would hear a familiar, rustling laughter carried on the wind, a reminder that the world is full of gentle mysteries and warm friendships, waiting for those who know how to listen. And as she drifted off to sleep, the memory of the summit of sighs cradled her, a lullaby of starlight and silence, telling her that all was well, and that her own heart, steady and true, was a light that could never be extinguished. The fire in her hearth crackled its agreement, and she slept, wrapped in the deep, quiet peace of a story complete. Story 10. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where the stardust gathered like powdered sugar on a cosmic confection, there drifted a small, forgotten space station. It had been abandoned for cycles beyond counting, its corridors silent and its viewports dark. But tonight a soft, golden light glowed from within its central observatory, and if one listened very closely, one might hear the gentle hum of an unlikely friendship. This is where we find Kalen, a being from the crystalline world of Veridia. His form was like living quartz, catching and refracting light in soft rainbows across the walls. When he moved, he chimed gently, a sound like wind chimes dancing on a spring breeze. And then there was Finn, who hailed from the cloud-covered planet of Nimbus. Finn was covered in soft, silver fur that shifted colors with his emotions, a living mood ring of a creature who communicated through a symphony of harmonious hums. They had both arrived at the derelict station seeking shelter, Kalen from a solar flare that had scattered his people's migratory path, and Finn after his tiny scout pod malfunctioned during a mapping mission. At first, they had been wary of one another. Kalen had never seen a being made of something as soft as fur, and Finn had never encountered anyone who sang when they walked. Their first meeting was a comedy of missteps. Kalen, trying to be friendly, had extended a crystalline hand in greeting. Finn, mistaking the gesture for an attempt at a high-frequency handshake, a Nimbian sign of challenge, had puffed up in alarm, his fur flashing brilliant crimson. Kalen, in turn, had chimed in surprise, shattering the tense silence with a sound like breaking glass, which only made Finn think he was being scolded. It took 3 full rotations before they realized they were both simply lonely. The breakthrough came when Kalen noticed Finn shivering in the cool air of the station. Without a word, Kalen positioned himself near Finn, allowing the natural warmth of his crystalline form to radiate gently. Finn's fur slowly shifted from anxious orange to a grateful, soft blue, and he responded by humming a low, comforting melody that made Kalen's facets glow a little brighter. They began to learn one another's ways. Kalen discovered that Finn's hums had meaning. A rising pitch meant curiosity, a deep resonant tone signaled contentment. Finn learned that the colors Kalen cast were his emotions: gold for happiness, soft violet for contemplation, silver for excitement. Together, they decided to restore the station's old observatory. It became their shared sanctuary, a safe space woven from cooperation and care. Kalen used his natural light to help seeds from Finn's homeworld grow in hydroponic trays, their leaves unfurling like shy green hands. Finn hummed to the plants, and they seemed to grow a little straighter, a little stronger, under the influence of his nurturing songs. They filled the observatory with things that reminded them of home. Finn hung dream catchers woven from metallic threads that caught starlight, while Kalen arranged luminous crystals in patterns that told stories of Viridian constellations. In the center, they placed a large, comfortable cushion made from salvaged insulation fabrics, and this became their favorite place to sit and watch the cosmos unfold. One evening, as they were reorganizing the garden, another misunderstanding arose, this one born of cultural difference. Kalen had carefully arranged the glowing crystals in a spiral pattern, a sacred Viridian symbol for growth and harmony. Finn, thinking it was simply a beautiful decoration, absent-mindedly moved one of the crystals to make room for a new plant. Kalen fell silent, his light dimming to a sorrowful gray. Finn immediately noticed the change, and his fur flushed with worry. He hummed a question, but Kalen just turned away, chiming softly in a discordant tone. It was Finn who first extended the gesture of repair. He slowly approached Kalen and began to hum the melody that Kalen had once told him meant, "I'm sorry," in the language of light, a series of rising and falling notes that mimicked the pattern of a Viridian apology pulse. Then, with great care, Finn moved the crystal back to its original position. Kalen's form began to glow again, first a tentative pink, then a warm gold. He chimed a forgiveness tone, one that sounded like rain gently tapping on crystal. Then he did something wonderful. He took Finn's furry paw in his crystalline hand, and together they moved the plant to a new spot where it could thrive without disturbing the sacred pattern. They had discovered that sometimes harmony meant making space for both the spiral and the seedling. As the cycles passed, their communication deepened beyond colors and harmonies. They developed an empathic connection, a silent understanding that flowed between them like a quiet stream. Finn could sense when Kalen was feeling nostalgic for the singing caves of Viridia, and he would hum the deep, resonant tones that echoed those caverns. Kalen could tell when Finn missed the soft rains of Nimbus, and he would create gentle prismatic showers of light that danced like liquid rainbows around the observatory. Their favorite time was always the evening watch, when the station rotated to face the glowing heart of the nebula. They would settle on their cushion, Finn's fur dimmed to a contented twilight blue, Kalen's light soft and golden. Together they would watch stars being born in clouds of pink and violet gas, or trace the paths of comets as they streaked like diamonds across the velvet darkness. During one such quiet moment, as a particularly brilliant star flickered in the distance, Finn began to hum a question. It was a melody he often used when he was curious about something. Kalen understood immediately. Finn was asking about the star's story. So Kalen began to pulse with light, weaving a tale in colors and patterns across the dome of the observatory. He told of how that star had been lonely once, drifting far from its constellation family, until it found a companion asteroid that orbited it faithfully. Now they danced together through the cosmos, never alone again. Finn listened, his fur shimmering with understanding. Then he hummed a response, a story of his own about how on Nimbus, they believed that stars were the homes of ancestors who watched over them, their light a constant reminder that no one was ever truly alone in the universe. They sat in comfortable silence after that, watching the star continue to glow millions of light years away. In that moment they needed no translation, no colors or harmonies to bridge the gap between their species. The simple act of sharing stories under the same sky was language enough. The station, once cold and empty, had become a home warmer than any hearth. In their crystalline cave filled with growing things and starlight, two beings from different worlds had discovered that friendship wasn't about speaking the same words or sharing the same biology. It was about the patience to learn another's heart song, the courage to extend kindness across the void, and the wisdom to create a space where both spirals and seedlings could grow together. And as the nebula outside swirled in endless, beautiful patterns, Kalen and Finn knew that no matter how far they were from their birth planets, they had found something universal. A connection that transcended worlds, spoken in the silent language of shared shelter, gentle misunderstandings overcome, and quiet moments watching the stars together. For in the endless cosmos, sometimes the smallest light, whether from a crystal being or a furry friend, could make even the darkest space feel like home. Story 12. In the quiet corners of an old house, where dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light, there stood a forgotten trunk in the attic. It was here that young Leo often retreated when the world felt too large and his own heart too small. The attic smelled of cedar and memories, and the floorboards whispered beneath his feet with a soft creak-creak-creak as he made his way to his favorite hiding spot. One rainy afternoon, while tracing the patterns of water droplets on the attic window, Leo noticed something he had never seen before, a small, tarnished key tucked beneath the trunk's rusted clasp. It was no ordinary key. Its bow was shaped like an owl with wide, knowing eyes, and it felt strangely warm to the touch. With a gentle click, the trunk opened, revealing not yellowed letters or moth-eaten sweaters, but a single, beautifully carved wooden compass. Its needle didn't point north, however. It spun slowly, aimlessly, as if searching for something it could not name. Carved along its edge were the words, "Seek what is hidden within." Leo's grandmother, who often sat knitting in the rocking chair by the attic door, smiled when he showed it to her. Her needles click-clacked a soft rhythm as she spoke. "Some journeys," she said, "aren't measured in miles, my dear. That compass doesn't guide you to places, it guides you to understanding." That night, as rain pattered gently against the roof and the house settled into its familiar nightly sighs, Leo held the compass in his hands. Its needle had finally stopped spinning. It pointed directly toward his own heart. He wasn't sure what to do next, but then he heard a soft purr from the windowsill. It was Mr. Whiskers, the old ginger cat who napped in sunbeams and knew all the house's secrets. With eyes half closed in contentment, Mr. Whiskers said in a voice like rustling silk, "The compass knows what you need, little one, but it cannot work alone. You must lend it your courage." So began Leo's journey, not out the door and into the world, but inward, through the landscape of his own fears and wonders. His first helper appeared as the compass needle shifted, pointing toward the hallway. There, perched on the banister, was a little clockwork finch named Pip. Pip spoke in whirs and ticks, his voice a cheerful wort-chirp whir. "Directions are my specialty," he announced. "But remember, the greatest distances are often between what we feel and what we say." Together they followed the compass to the library, where books lined the walls like silent guardians. The needle now pointed to a particular shelf, and there, nestled between a book of constellations and one on botany, was a tiny, silver-throated bell that rang with a sound like distant wind chimes. This was Belle who spoke in melodies. "Every heart has its own music," she sang softly. "Listen closely, and you will hear yours." With Pip whirring encouragingly and Belle ringing a gentle, steady tune, Leo felt a little braver. But the compass needle began to tremble, pointing downward, toward the basement, a place of shadows and echoes. Leo had always been afraid of the basement. The stairs groaned in a different way than the attics, and the air there was cool and still. But Mr. Whiskers rubbed against his leg, purring, "Where you fear to go, there your courage waits." So, step by step, they descended. The basement was not as frightening as Leo had imagined. Moonlight filtered through a high window, painting silver puddles on the stone floor. Cobwebs glittered like lace, and the faint scent of lavender from drying bundles hung in the air. In the farthest corner, the compass glowed brightly. There, sitting atop an old wooden crate, was a small, locked box made of dark wood. It was carved with the same owl design as the key, and it seemed to hum with a quiet energy. Pip whirred nervously. "It's locked. How do we open it?" Belle rang a questioning note. "Perhaps it requires a key." But Leo remembered the warmth of the key he had found, the one now resting safely in his pocket. With hands that only shook a little, he fitted into the lock. It turned smoothly, and the box lid lifted on silent hinges. Inside was not gold or jewels, but a small, smooth river stone. And etched into its surface were the words, "Your courage is the light no shadow can diminish." As Leo picked up the stone, the compass needle settled, pointing steadily at him. And in that moment he understood. The journey had not been about finding something hidden in the basement. It had been about believing he could face the dark corners, both in his house and in himself. He wasn't alone in this realization. Mr. Whiskers purred louder, a rumble of approval. Pip whirred a happy little dance in the air, and Belle rang out a clear, sweet note that seemed to brighten the very shadows. Together they made their way back upstairs, where Grandma was waiting with cups of chamomile tea that steamed in the cool air. She smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "You see," she said softly, "the most important adventures happen right here." She tapped her chest gently. "And the bravest explorers are those who befriend their own hearts." That night, as Leo lay in bed, the compass and the stone resting on his bedside table, he listened to the comfortable sounds of the house, the tick-tock of the hallway clock, the soft sigh of the wind outside, the distant chime of bell ringing good night from the library. He realized that the magical item was not just the compass or the stone, but the kindness that had guided him, the purring cat, the whirring finch, the singing bell, and the loving grandmother. They had not solved the challenge for him. They had simply reminded him that he carried the answer all along. And so, wrapped in the warmth of his blankets and the certainty of his own courage, Leo drifted into sleep, knowing that some treasures are not found in far-off lands, but in the quiet, cozy corners of our own hearts. Story 13. In the quiet village of Starlight Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there existed a peculiar sort of magic, the kind that made sunbeams dance in patterns on the forest floor and caused the evening dew to sparkle like scattered diamonds. Each night as the great clock tower chimed 7 times, the villagers would gather in the town square to watch the stars emerge, one by one, like shy friends arriving late to a party. But one evening, as the familiar chime echoed through the cobblestone streets, something was amiss. The sky remained a deep, unbroken indigo, empty of its usual glittering companions. No Big Dipper poured its silver light, no North Star guided dreamers home. The villagers murmured in confusion, their faces turned upward like pale flowers seeking moonlight that did not come. Among them was a young girl named Cora, who noticed things others often overlooked. The way moss grew thicker on the north side of trees, how the tea kettle's whistle sometimes harmonized with the wind chimes hanging outside her window, and that the fireflies in the meadow always blinked in a pattern that matched the rhythm of her own heartbeat. She wore a cloak the color of autumn leaves and carried with her a small, well-loved notebook filled with sketches of clouds, pressed flowers, and fragments of old rhymes. That night, as the villagers dispersed with uneasy whispers, Cora remained in the square, listening. The usual night sounds, the gentle rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the soft gurgle of the fountain, seemed muted, as if holding their breath. Then from the direction of the old library she heard a faint, melodic humming. It was Mrs. Ivy, the librarian, sweeping the steps with a broom made of willow branches. "The stars have tucked themselves away tonight, Mrs." Ivy said without looking up, her voice as soft as turning pages. "Perhaps they're shy, or perhaps they've forgotten the way." Cora approached, her footsteps silent on the cool stones. "Do you think they'll come back?" Mrs. Ivy paused her sweeping and smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "There's an old rhyme my grandmother used to sing. When stars do hide and moonlight fades, seek the map the night has made. Follow where the fireflies gleam. To wake the heavens from their dream, no one remembers what it means anymore." She resumed her sweeping, the bristles whispering against the stone. The next morning, Cora decided to investigate. She began in the meadow where the fireflies danced, hoping their blinking lights might offer a clue. But the fireflies, too, seemed out of sorts. Their usual golden gleam had shifted to a soft, silvery blue, and they hovered near the ground as if searching for something they had lost. As she walked, Cora noticed another oddity. The flowers along the path, usually vibrant shades of violet and gold, had faded to pale gray, as if all color had been gently siphoned away. Even the brook seemed to flow just a touch slower, its cheerful babble now a thoughtful murmur. Her first clue came from little Leo, the miller's son, who was sitting by the water's edge, skipping stones. "The stars fell into the brook," he announced cheerfully. "I saw them, they looked like shiny pebbles, so I tried to collect them, but they melted in my hands." He held up his damp palms as proof. Cora knelt beside him. What did they feel like? "Like cool honey and moonlight," Leo said, his eyes wide. "But when I opened my hands, they were just water." Though it seemed like a fantastical tale, Cora wrote it down in her notebook. A red herring, perhaps, but even red herrings could lead to interesting places. Next, she visited the town baker, Mr. Bramble, whose cinnamon buns were said to be so delicious they could make grumpy badgers smile. Today, however, his ovens were cold, and he stood frowning at a recipe book covered in flowery fingerprints. "My rising breads have been sinking," he lamented. "And the clock tower chime, it's been ringing backwards. I could swear I heard 8 chimes at 7 o'clock last evening." Time itself is feeling poorly. Cora gently placed a hand on his flower-dusted arm. "Maybe the stars and the clock are friends," she mused. "And when one is unwell, the other feels it too." Mr. Bramble's frown softened. "You've a kind heart, Cora, always looking for connections." She spent the afternoon wandering, observing, listening. She noticed that the wind chimes outside the pottery studio were silent, though a gentle breeze stirred the air. She saw that the sundial in the garden cast no shadow, even at noon. And she felt more than heard a quiet sadness hanging over the village, a sense of waiting, of something precious misplaced. That evening, as the clock tower chimed, this time correctly 7 times, Cora sat on her windowsill looking out at the starless sky. She opened her notebook and read the rhyme Mrs. Ivy had shared. "Follow where the fireflies gleam." The fireflies had been glowing silver blue, not gold. And they had hovered low, near the base of the old oak tree at the meadow's edge. With a sudden spark of understanding, Cora slipped on her cloak and hurried outside. The air was cool and carried the scent of rain-soaked earth, and night-blooming jasmine. In the distance, the gentle patter of a light rain began to fall, kissing the leaves and rooftops with a soothing rhythm. She made her way to the meadow, where the silver-blue fireflies had gathered in a swirling cloud around the ancient oak. As she drew closer, she saw that their light illuminated something carved into the bark, not words, but a pattern of dots and lines that mirrored the constellations usually visible overhead. It was a map, etched long ago by some forgotten hand. Cora reached out and traced the patterns with her fingertips. The carvings felt warm, as if holding a memory of starlight. Then she noticed something else. At the base of the tree, half hidden by roots and moss, was a small, hollow space. Inside rested a bundle of cloth, tied with a silver thread. She carefully unwrapped it and found a delicate, crystalline orb no larger than her palm. Inside the orb, tiny lights swirled like captured stars. And wrapped around it was a faded piece of parchment with a verse written in elegant script. "Weep not for the darkened sky, nor let your hopeful spirits die. The stars have not gone far away. They wait for kindness to light the way. Place this heart where shadows part, and let compassion play its part." Cora understood. The stars hadn't vanished. They had retreated into this crystal orb, waiting for someone to notice, to care, to act with selfless intent. But where did shadows part? She thought of the sundial with no shadow, the wind chimes that made no sound, the backward-ringing clock. They were all clues pointing not to a place, but to a state of heart. Quietly, she carried the orb back to the village square. The rain had ceased, leaving the cobblestones gleaming under the faint light of a shy crescent moon that had just peeked through the clouds. One by one, villagers emerged from their homes, drawn by some unspoken sense that something was about to change. Cora placed the crystal orb in the center of the fountain, where the water caught the moon's glow and set it shimmering. Then she did something simple and profound. She began to sing. It was a wordless melody, one her mother used to hum when tucking her in at night, a tune of comfort and love. As she sang, others joined in, a soft harmony of voices rising into the night. Mr. Bramble hummed along, Mrs. Ivy added a gentle alto, and even little Leo whistled like a happy bird. They stood together, a community united not by fear, but by hope. The crystal orb began to glow brighter, pulsing in time with their song. Then, with a soft sighing sound, it dissolved into 1,000 points of light that rose into the sky, each one taking its place among the constellations. The stars had returned, brighter and more joyful than before, their light weaving patterns of silver and gold across the heavens. And as the last note of their song faded, the flowers along the path regained their color, the brook resumed its cheerful flow, and the wind chimes stirred into a gentle, ringing melody. The clock tower chimed once, clear and true, and everyone knew that all was well again. From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow understood that the magic in their world was nurtured by kindness and attention. They took turns gathering in the square to sing to the stars, and Cora's notebook became a village treasure, filled with shared observations and wonders. And so, under a sky once again filled with friendly, winking stars, the villagers returned to their homes, their hearts light and connected, leaving the gentle sounds of the night, the whisper of the pines, the chime of the clock, the soft rain beginning anew, to sing them all to sleep. Story 14. In the quiet village of Starlight Hollow, where the cobblestone streets wound like ribbons between cottages with thatched roofs, there existed a peculiar mystery. Every evening, just as the great clock tower chimed 7 times, one of the silver stars that perpetually twinkled above the village would vanish from the sky. Not with a pop or a flash, but softly, as if someone had gently plucked it from the heavens like a ripe berry from a bush. The villagers had grown accustomed to this strange occurrence, though it filled them with a gentle curiosity rather than fear. They would sit on their porches, sipping chamomile tea, and watch as another star winked out of existence. The night sky, once dense with shimmering lights, was growing noticeably sparser. Among the villagers lived a young woman named Lyra, who possessed a rare gift for observation and a heart that listened more than it spoke. While others merely wondered about the missing stars, Lyra would sit by her window each night, a leather-bound journal in her lap, recording the patterns of disappearance. She noticed that the stars vanished not randomly, but in a specific sequence, one that traced the shape of the constellation known as the Weaver's Spindle. One rainy evening, as gentle droplets pattered against her window pane and the wind chimes hanging from her eaves played a soft, random melody, Lyra was studying an old nursery rhyme book she'd borrowed from the village library. The pages were yellowed with age, and the ink had faded to a soft brown. One rhyme in particular caught her attention. When the clock strikes 7, clear and true, a silver star bids the sky adieu. Follow the path where the spiders weave. What was lost, the heart may retrieve. Lyra's eyes widened. Could this be a clue? The next morning, she decided to investigate. The rain had ceased, leaving the air fresh and clean, and the cobblestones glistened in the morning sun. She began by visiting the oldest parts of Starlight Hollow, where stone walls were draped with ivy and gossamer spiderwebs glistened with dew. Her first stop was the home of Elder Bramble, a kindly old man who whittled wooden toys and was said to know every story ever told in the village. He welcomed her with a cup of mint tea and a plate of shortbread cookies. Ah, the missing stars, he mused, stroking his long white beard. I've often thought it might be the work of the night spinners. They're shy creatures who weave moonlight into lace. Perhaps they need the starlight to complete their patterns. This seemed a promising lead, and Lyra spent the next 2 days searching for signs of the elusive night spinners. She followed trails of iridescent thread that shimmered in the moonlight and discovered delicate, star-shaped patterns woven into dewy grass. But each trail led her not to a star, but to something equally wonderful, a patch of flowers that changed color with the time of day, or a hidden glen where time seemed to flow backwards, allowing dropped leaves to float back to their branches. Though these discoveries filled her with delight, they were red herrings, beautiful distractions from the true mystery. One evening, as Lyra walked home past the clock tower, its deep chimes echoing through the streets, she noticed something odd. The shadow cast by the tower's spire didn't point in the direction it should have. Curious, she consulted an old map of Starlight Hollow she'd found tucked inside the nursery rhyme book. The map, drawn centuries ago, showed the village aligned differently, with the clock tower at the center of a spiral of streets. That night, instead of watching the sky, Lyra watched the clock tower. As the 7th chime faded, she saw a faint silver light descend from the sky and disappear behind the tower. Heart pounding with excitement, she hurried to the spot where the light had vanished. There, hidden behind a curtain of weeping willow branches, was a small door she had never noticed before. It was carved with constellations, and at its center was a depression in the shape of the weaver's spindle. Remembering the nursery rhyme, Lyra reached into her pocket and pulled out a silver pendant she always wore, a gift from her grandmother, shaped like a spinning star. Holding her breath, she pressed the pendant into the depression. The door swung inward without a sound, revealing a narrow staircase winding downward. The air in the staircase was cool and carried the scent of old paper and damp earth. Lyra descended slowly, her footsteps echoing softly. At the bottom, she found herself in a circular room lined with bookshelves. In the center of the room sat a small, anxious-looking creature with large, luminous eyes and fingers that moved like quicksilver. It was surrounded by piles of books and scrolls, and above its head floated the missing stars, arranged in intricate patterns that shifted and swirled. The creature looked up, startled. "Oh, you found me," it whispered, its voice like the rustling of pages. "Who are you?" Lyra asked gently, her voice soft so as not to frighten the being. I am the keeper of stories, it said. I collect tales from the stars, each one holds a story from long ago, but I've been falling behind. The stories are being forgotten, and without them, the stars fade. I've been borrowing them to preserve their tales before they disappear forever. Lyra's heart swelled with understanding. But the villagers miss the stars, she said. They're worried. The keeper's shoulders slumped. I didn't mean to cause concern, I don't want these stories to be lost. Listen. It waved a hand, and one of the stars drifted toward Lyra. As it neared, she heard a faint, melodic voice recounting a tale of friendship between a young girl and a fox, a story she realized had been told to her by her own grandmother. This is my grandmother's story, Lyra breathed. The keeper nodded. Many of these stories belong to your village, but as elders pass and children grow, the tales are fading. I've been trying to write them all down, but there are so many. Lyra smiled. You don't have to do this alone. Our village is full of storytellers. If you return the stars, we can help you preserve the stories together. And so it was that Lyra and the keeper emerged from the hidden room, the stars floating behind them like a trail of silver dust. They went first to Elder Bramble, then to the school teacher, then to the baker who always had a tale to tell with every loaf of bread sold. Word spread through Starlight Hollow, and soon the entire village had gathered in the square, sharing stories under the returning stars. They decided to create a new tradition. Each night after the clock struck 7, villagers would gather to share stories, old and new, under the starry sky. The keeper of stories became their honored guest, no longer needing to hide or work alone. The stars shone brighter than ever, each one twinkling with the joy of being remembered and shared. And Lyra, with her keen observation and empathetic heart, had not only solved the mystery, but had woven the community closer together, ensuring that no story would ever be lost again. As the villagers drifted off to their homes that night, the gentle sound of wind chimes and the distant chime of the clock tower lulled them into peaceful dreams, each heart full of tales and the warmth of shared wonder. Story 15. Story 15. In a quiet valley nestled between the shoulders of 2 sleepy mountains, there lived a young boy named Kalen. His cottage stood at the edge of a whispering pine forest, where the trees murmured secrets to one another in the wind. Each evening, as the sun dipped behind the peaks and painted the sky in hues of violet and gold, Kalen would sit by the hearth and watch the flames dance. But unlike other children, he felt a peculiar emptiness, a cold spot in his heart that the fire's warmth could not quite reach. You see, Kalen had always felt as if he were waiting for something, though he could not say what. His hands, though clever and kind, often felt still and useless. His thoughts, though bright, often scattered like dandelion seeds in the breeze. He would watch the embers glow and fade, and wonder why his own light felt so dim. One crisp autumn evening, as a chill crept through the cracks in the window frame, an unusual thing happened. A soft, pulsing light, like a captured star, drifted down the chimney and settled among the logs in the fireplace. It was no ordinary ember. It glowed with a gentle, golden warmth, and it hummed softly, a sound like distant bells or bees in a clover field. Kalen leaned closer, his breath still. The ember pulsed brighter, as if greeting him. Cautiously he reached out, and though it should have burned, it only radiated a soothing heat against his palm. When he lifted it, the light did not scorch his skin but seeped into it, filling him with a strange and sudden courage. That night as he slept, Kalen dreamed of a path lined with silver moss and fireflies, leading deep into the heart of the forest. And in his dream a voice, soft as thistledown, whispered, "Follow the light you carry." When he awoke, the first rays of dawn were spilling through his window. And there, resting on his bedside table, was the glowing ember. It pulsed gently, as if breathing in time with his own heart. So, with a sense of purpose he had never known, Kalen wrapped the ember in a soft cloth, tucked it into his pocket, and stepped out into the morning. The world was washed in dew and possibility. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, and somewhere high above, a lark began to sing. He walked without knowing the way, yet his feet seemed to find a path only they could see. Deeper and deeper into the woods he wandered, where the sunlight fell in dappled patterns on the forest floor, and the trees grew so tall they seemed to hold up the sky. After some time he came upon a small, clear stream, its water chuckling softly over smooth stones. And there, on the opposite bank, something moved. It was a creature unlike any Kalen had ever seen, small and furred, with ears like velvet leaves and eyes the color of twilight. It was shivering, hunched over as if nursing some private sorrow. When it looked up and saw Kalen, it did not flee, but regarded him with a gaze full of gentle curiosity. "Hello," Kalen said softly, not wanting to startle it. The creature blinked. "You carry a warm light," it replied, its voice like the rustle of fallen leaves. "I have not felt warmth like that in a long time." Kalen knelt by the stream. "What's your name?" "I am called Pip," the creature said. "And you are the boy with the ember. How did you know?" Pip smiled, a small, sad smile. "The forest knows. It has been waiting for you." Without another word, Pip leaped lightly across the stream and settled beside Kalen. Up close, Kalen could see that Pip's fur was matted, and that he held one paw carefully against his chest. "You're hurt," Kalen observed. "It is nothing," Pip said, though his eyes said otherwise. Remembering the ember, Kalen drew it from his pocket. The glow intensified, wrapping them both in a circle of golden light. Pip's eyes widened, and he stretched his injured paw toward the warmth. Slowly the swelling began to ease, and the pain seemed to melt away like frost in morning sun. "Thank you," Pip whispered, his voice full of wonder. "The ember of Athuria, I thought it was only a legend." "Athuria?" Kalen asked. "A hidden world," Pip explained. "A place of eternal twilight and soft lights, where memories glow like fireflies and kindness is the only currency. But it has grown cold of late. The heart of Athuria is fading, and without it our world will dim into silence." Kalen looked at the ember in his hand. "And this is a piece of that heart," Pip finished. "It must be returned before the last light vanishes, but the path is perilous and the way is forgotten by most." Without hesitation, Kalen said, "I'll help you." And so the boy and the creature set off together, following the gentle pull of the ember. It guided them along hidden trails and through groves of ancient trees, their bark etched with patterns that told stories older than time. As they walked, Pip spoke of Athuria, of crystalline rivers that sang, of meadows where flowers chimed in the breeze, and of libraries where books were written in light. But he also spoke of the growing cold, a stillness that had crept in, causing the lights to flicker and the songs to falter. "Something is wrong," Pip said softly. "And I fear it is because we have forgotten how to care for one another." As the day wore on, the forest began to change. The air grew colder, and the light filtering through the canopy turned thin and blue. Strange, shadowy shapes flitted at the edge of Kalen's vision, and a faint, mournful whispering filled the silence. Pip pressed closer to Kalen's side. "We are near the veil," he murmured. "The boundary between your world and mine, but the cold has twisted it. It is no longer a door, it is a maze of fear and doubt." Sure enough, they soon arrived at a wall of tangled thorns and shifting mist. The ember's light strained against the gloom, its glow flickering uncertainly. "We must go through," Pip said, though he trembled. Kalen took a deep breath. He thought of the cold spot in his own heart, the emptiness he had carried for so long. And he realized, with sudden clarity, that it was not so different from the cold that threatened Athuria. Perhaps that was why the ember had come to him, He held the ember aloft, and as he did, he poured into it all the warmth he wished to feel, the memory of his mother's laughter, the comfort of his hearth, the kindness of a shared moment. The light blazed brighter, pushing back the shadows. Step by step, they entered the thorny maze. The whispers grew louder, taunting and cold. "You are not enough," they hissed. "You will fail. You are alone." For a moment, Kalen faltered. The doubts echoed his own fears too well. But then he felt Pip's small paw in his hand, and he heard the creature's voice, steady and sure. "Do not listen. You are not alone." Together they pressed on. Kalen focused on the ember, feeding it with hope and courage. And as they went, the thorns began to recede, the mist to thin, until at last they stepped through into a world of breathtaking beauty. Athuria lay before them, a realm of soft, eternal twilight. Trees with silver leaves rustled in a gentle breeze, and fields of luminescent flowers swayed like waves of light. But indeed, a pall had fallen over the land. The colors were muted, the lights dimmed, and a profound silence hung in the air, broken only by the occasional sigh of the wind. "We must reach the Heartstone," Pip said, pointing toward a distant hill where a great tree stood, its branches bare and brittle. They journeyed through the fading world, and as they went, they encountered other creatures, beings of light and shadow, all moving slowly, as if carrying a great weight. They looked at Kalen and the ember with eyes full of longing. One of them, an elderly being with moth-like wings, approached. "You bring the light back," she said, her voice like chimes. "But it will not last unless the Heartstone is healed." "What must we do?" Kalen asked. "The Heartstone feeds on connection," she explained, "on shared joy and comfort. But we have grown distant. Each of us has retreated into our own sorrow. You must remind us." So instead of rushing to the Heartstone, Kalen and Pip began to wander through Athuria, stopping to talk with its inhabitants. They sat with a lonely creature who had forgotten how to sing, and Kalen hummed a tune his grandmother had taught him. Slowly the creature joined in, its voice hesitant at first, then growing stronger. They met a group of young lights who were afraid of the dark, and Pip told them stories of courage and friendship, while Kalen held the ember high to show them that light always finds a way. With each encounter, the ember glowed brighter. And with each act of kindness, a little more warmth returned to Athuria. Colors deepened, lights brightened. The world was waking up. At last, they reached the great tree on the hill. At its base lay the Heartstone, a large, crystalline orb that should have been blazing with light but now pulsed weakly, like a weary heart. Kalen approached and placed the ember against the stone. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a soft crackle filled the air, and a network of light spread through the orb, branching out like veins of gold. The light grew, spreading through the roots of the tree and into the land, until all of Athuria was bathed in a warm, gentle radiance. A sigh of relief seemed to pass through the world. The trees straightened, the flowers chimed, the creatures emerged from their hiding places, their faces turned toward the light. The elderly being with moth-like wings approached Kalen once more. "You have not only brought back the light," she said, "you have reminded us how to keep it burning. Thank you." Kalen felt the cold spot in his own heart fill with warmth, not from the ember, but from the joy of having helped, of having connected, of having been a friend. It was time to return home. Pip walked with him to the vale, which was now no longer a maze of thorns, but a shimmering curtain of light. "Will I see you again?" Kalen asked. Pip smiled. "Whenever you sit by your fire and remember this journey, I will be there in the warmth you feel." And with that he handed Kalen a small, smooth stone that glowed with a soft, inner light. "So you never forget." Kalen stepped back through the veil and found himself once more in the familiar pine forest, just as the first stars were beginning to pepper the sky. He walked home in the deepening twilight, the glowing stone warm in his palm. When he arrived, he lit a fire in the hearth and sat before it, not feeling empty anymore, but full. The flames crackled companionably, and in their dance he thought he saw Pip's smiling face. He placed the stone on the mantelpiece where it glowed steadily, a reminder that light is not just to be found but to be shared, that warmth grows when given away, and that the most important journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves and to one another. And as the fire burned low and the night settled softly around the cottage, Kalen climbed into bed, his heart peaceful, his dreams sweet and deep, guided by the gentle light that now lived within him, and on his mantle, always. Story 16. Story 16. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Lyra with eyes the color of twilight and a curiosity as deep as the forest itself. Each evening, as the silver moon climbed over the treetops, the villagers would gather around their hearths while the old clock tower chimed 9 times, a sound as familiar as their own heartbeats. But one autumn evening, something peculiar happened. The clock tower chimed 10 times instead of 9, though the moon hung no higher in the sky than usual. The next morning, the village awoke to whispers. Old maps seemed to shift overnight, showing streams where none had flowed before. The star-shaped flowers in Mistress Alara's garden, which normally glowed silver under moonlight, now shimmered with hues of gold and violet. Most puzzling of all, the villagers noticed that the stars above Willowbrook seemed fewer each night, as if someone were plucking them from the sky like ripe berries. Lyra, who spent her evenings tracing constellations from her window, was the first to notice the missing stars. She mentioned it to the kindly clockmaker, whose workshop was filled with the gentle ticking of 100 timepieces. Perhaps the stars are simply hiding behind the autumn mists, he suggested, polishing a cogwheel with a soft cloth. But Lyra noticed his sundial, which normally cast a sharp shadow at noon, now showed a blurry, wavering line. That afternoon, while the wind chimes outside the bakery tinkled a melancholy tune, Lyra visited the village elder, a woman named Juniper whose hair flowed like silver thread and whose knowledge of old rhymes was deeper than the village well. "Grandmother," Lyra asked, "do you remember any stories about missing stars or confused time?" Juniper smiled, her wrinkles folding like a well-loved map. "There's an old rhyme my grandmother used to sing," she said, her voice like rustling parchment. "When clocks forget the hours beat, and stars retreat from silver skies, seek the path where timelines meet, beneath the wise owl's watchful eyes. Follow the stream that flows upstream, to where the dreaming moonflowers gleam, for what is lost is seldom gone, just waiting for the gentle dawn." Lyra repeated the rhyme, committing it to memory as the first gentle raindrops began to patter against the window pane. That night she lay awake listening to the rain's soothing rhythm, wondering about the path where timelines meet. The next day, Lyra decided to investigate. Her first thought was the clock tower, perhaps its gears had misfired. She climbed the spiraling staircase, each step echoing in the stone hollows, but found nothing amiss. The clockmaker had already oiled every mechanism until they gleamed. "Strange," he murmured, "but perhaps the baker's new cinnamon buns are so delicious they've distracted time itself." Lyra smiled, but knew this was a red herring, though the buns were indeed spectacular. Next, she visited the baker, whose shop always smelled of warm yeast and honey. "Could your baking be affecting the stars?" Lyra asked politely. The baker laughed, flour dusting his apron like first snow. "My dear, if my buns could reach the stars, I'd have opened a bakery on the moon by now." But he did mention that his grandmother used to say certain flowers bloomed differently when time was unsettled. Remembering the rhyme, Lyra wandered to the edge of the village where the brook flowed. To her astonishment, she saw that near the old willow tree, The water indeed seemed to flow backward, carrying autumn leaves upstream instead of down. The air hummed with magic, and the moonflowers growing along the bank, which normally only bloomed at night, were wide open, their pearlescent petals glowing in the afternoon light. As twilight deepened, Lyra noticed a pattern in the remaining stars. They formed shapes that mirrored the flowers below. Suddenly she understood. The missing stars weren't gone. They were reflecting in the moonflowers, which had absorbed their light when time slipped out of balance. But why was time confused? Following the backward-flowing stream, Lyra ventured deeper into the forest than she ever had before. Fireflies blinked around her like fallen stars, and the distant hoot of an owl guided her way. Beneath the ancient oak tree, the one the villagers called the wise owl's perch, she found a sight that made her catch her breath. A baby starling, its feathers dusted with starlight, was trapped in a thicket of thorn vines. With each struggle the vines tightened, and the stars above flickered anxiously. Lyra approached slowly, her voice soft as dandelion fluff. "Don't be afraid," she whispered. "I'm here to help." She saw that the thorns weren't malicious. They were merely clinging to the starling out of loneliness, for they too shimmered with trapped starlight. Remembering the rhyme's wisdom about what is lost being seldom gone, she realized the thorns simply needed to feel useful rather than feared. Instead of pulling the vines away, Lyra gently wove them into a small nest around the starling, humming an old lullaby her mother used to sing. As she worked, the thorns relaxed their grip, and the starling nestled comfortably into its new bed. One by one the stars reappeared in the sky above, shining brighter than ever. When Lyra returned to the village, the clock tower chimed 9 perfect times. The next morning the maps showed true paths again, and the moonflowers returned to their silver glow. The villagers gathered in the square, where Lyra explained how the lonely thorns had unintentionally captured starlight, confusing time itself until shown kindness. From that day on, the villagers made a new tradition. Each full moon they would leave woven gifts of twine and dried flowers near the wise owl's perch, so no creature, thorn or feather, would ever feel lonely again. And whenever the clock tower chimed or the wind chimes sang, Lyra would smile, knowing that some mysteries aren't meant to frighten, but to bring hearts closer together under a sky now full of kindly, watching stars. As the fire crackles and embers dance like earthbound constellations, remember that even when paths seem confusing or stars appear to fade, they are merely waiting for a gentle heart to find them, and that in every ending there is the soft, sure promise of a new beginning. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Deep within the whispering woods, where sunlight dripped like melted gold through ancient canopies, lived creatures unseen by human eyes. Here moss grew thick as velvet pillows, and the air hummed with the scent of pine resin and damp earth. At the forest's heart stood the grandmother oak, her bark etched with centuries of stories, roots weaving deep into the world's magic. She was the keeper of seasons, her branches holding the delicate balance between spring's blush, summer's hum, autumn's sigh, and winter's hush. Among her roots dwelled Thistle, a silver-furred badger whose paws knew every hidden pathway. His den smelled of dried lavender and warm soil, where fireflies nested in jars like living constellations. High in the oak's branches lived Pip, a quick-pawed squirrel with fur the color of autumn acorns. Her nest was lined with thistle down and moonbeam silk, and she spent dawns watching dew transform spiderwebs into necklaces of light. Nearby, in a burrow fringed with bluebells, lived the hedgehog family, Bramble, Moss, and their 3 prickly youngsters, who tended the glowcap mushrooms that pulsed softly at twilight, recycling fallen leaves into starlight. The forest thrived on rituals. Every first frost, Thistle would lead the creatures to the crystal stream, where they'd place river-smoothed stones in spirals to thank the water for its songs. In spring, Pip organized the blossom dance, where butterflies scattered pollen that made the air taste like honey. The hedgehogs sang nightly lullabies to the grandmother oak, their voices harmonizing with the wind so her roots drank melodies instead of rain. All things breathed together. Elder Fern, the oldest turtle, would murmur from her sun-warmed rock. Upset one thread and the whole tapestry trembles. But one sultry summer evening, as fireflies painted the dusk, an unnatural chill crept in. Frost feathered over ferns that should have been lush, silencing crickets mid-chirp. Pip shivered on her branch, watching her breath mist in the air. Thistle emerged from his den, whiskers stiff with ice crystals. "The seasons are knotted," he rumbled, nose pressed to the trembling earth. The grandmother oak's roots feel cold. They gathered beneath the oak, where moonlight usually pooled like liquid silver. Now the clearing was eerily still. Bramble nudged a frostbitten glowcap, its light guttered weakly. The balanced stone, whispered Moss, her spines drooping. Deep in the oak's roots lay a geode older than the forest, a stone that pulsed with the forest's heartbeat, warming the earth in winter and cooling it in summer. Thistle's grandfather had shown it to him as a cub, warning, harm it, and the seasons unravel. A frantic woodmouse brought news. Near the stone, the earth had cracked. Young foxes, new to the forest, had chased a rabbit into the roots, clawing at the soil where the stone lay hidden. Their playful digging had exposed it to the night air, freezing its magic. Pip scampered down, her tiny paws tracing the fissure. Cold seeped from it, withering nearby flowers. "They didn't know," she said softly. "The stone's song is fading." Thistle nodded. Ignorance is a wound only wisdom can heal. He sought Elder Fern, who sunned herself on a mossy log, her shell patterned with lichen like ancient maps. "Ah," she sighed, her voice a dry rustle. "The stone remembers warmth. It needs summer's breath to thaw." She described the sun petals, golden flowers that bloomed only on the highest sunbeam, storing sunlight in their velvet cores. "But they wilt by twilight. You must move as one." Hope flickered. Pip scrambled up the grandmother oak, leaping across branches toward the canopy's sunlit crown. Thistle dug tunnels through frosted soil, creating safe passage. The hedgehogs rolled glowcaps into the cracks, their faint light guiding the way. When Pip reached the sun-drenched treetops, she found the sun petals, a cluster of golden blooms, warm as baked bread. But as she gathered them, a gust shook the branches. One precious petal tumbled downward. Below, the young foxes watched, ears flat with shame. The smallest, her fur russet as fallen leaves, saw the falling petal. With a yip, she darted forward, catching it gently in her mouth. Pip froze, but the fox placed the petal in Thistle's paw, whimpering, "We didn't mean to still the seasons." "Come," said Thistle gently. "Help us reweave what was frayed." Together they hurried to the exposed balanced stone, now glazed with ice. The hedgehogs lined the fissure with glowing mushrooms. Pip laid the sun petals on the stone's frozen surface, their warmth seeping into the geode. Thistle and the foxes pushed rich, dark soil over the roots, their paws working side by side. As the last shovelful settled, Bramble and Moss began a low, humming song, joined by the fox's hesitant yips and Pip's chittering melody. The grandmother oak's leaves shimmered, absorbing their voices. Slowly, the frost retreated like a shy creature. Warmth radiated from the stone, melting ice into dewdrops that glittered on spiderwebs. Flowers straightened, crickets resumed their symphony, and the glowcaps brightened, casting buttery light over the smiling faces. Elder Fern crept close, nudging the young foxes. Remember this night, wisdom isn't knowing everything, it's listening to the world's whispers. The foxes bowed their heads. We'll protect the balanced stone, promised the russet one, and teach others its song. Seasons flowed smoothly once more. Autumn arrived in a cascade of amber and crimson, leaves pirouetting to the hedgehog's harvest hymns. Winter wrapped the forest in snowy silence, the foxes now guarding the oak's roots while Thistle told tales of stars by the hearth. When spring returned, painting the woods in wildflower confetti, the creatures gathered beneath the grandmother oak. Pip strung dewdrop necklaces for the fox kits, while bramble and moss served nectar-sweetened hazelnuts on birch bark plates. As twilight deepened, fireflies rose like embers in a gentle wind, their light blending with the glowcaps and the oak's soft luminescence. Thistle watched them, his old bones warmed by contentment. The forest breathed, a sigh of soil, rustle of leaves, ripple of stream, each note a thread in an eternal harmony. High above, the first star winked, casting silver over creatures curled in drowsy heaps, their dreams woven from the safety of roots and the promise of tomorrow's sun. And deep in the earth, the balanced stone pulsed steadily, a warm, silent lullaby for the sleeping woods. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore clouds like woolen caps, there lived a girl named Leela with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the sparkle of creek water catching sunlight. Each evening she'd sit at her bedroom window watching fireflies trace secret messages above the meadow, little knowing how soon their flickering code would brush against her destiny. One crisp autumn afternoon, while hunting for crimson maple leaves to press in her grandmother's iron-bound book, Leela stumbled upon a curious sight beneath an ancient oak. A tarnished silver chain peeked through mossy stones, its pendant shaped like a teardrop moon, cradling a milky stone that pulsed faintly as her shadow fell upon it. When her fingers closed around the cool metal, the world rippled like a pond disturbed by a falling acorn. The forest breathed differently now, richer, deeper, as if the air had turned to honey. A red fox emerged from the ferns, its coat gleaming like polished copper. What startled Leela wasn't its sudden appearance, but the fact that when it opened its mouth, words emerged in a voice like wind through barley fields. "Took you long enough," it said, flicking a ear adorned with 3 silver rings. Thus began Leela's tutelage under Ember, the fox who revealed that the whispering pendant allowed its bearer to cross the veil, the shimmering boundary between ordinary reality and the old wood where sentient creatures kept ancient rhythms. But all was not well in this hidden realm. The Everpool, source of the forest's magic, was silting over. Seasons tangled like mismatched yarn snowdrops blooming in autumn, maple keys sprouting mid-flight. Their quest to restore balance led them first to the Moonlit market, where hedgehog vendors sold dewdrop elixirs in acorn cups and badgers in embroidered waistcoats debated philosophy over clover tea. There a silver-whiskered owl named Thurea gifted them a vial of starlight with instructions to follow the sorrow where roots drink deep. The clue guided them to the caves of echoing moss, where underground rivers sang forgotten ballads and luminous fungi mapped constellations on cavern ceilings. In those dripping chambers, they discovered the source of decay, a wounded earth spirit, its rocky hide cracked where greedy hands had tried to mine its crystalline heart. Leela's pendant glowed as she pressed it against the fracture, pouring forth memories of children's laughter, morning birdsong, and the quiet strength of oaks enduring storms. The spirit rumbled to life, quartz veins knitting together as it bowed its great head. "Your compassion mends what force could not," it intoned, gifting them a seed wrapped in bioluminescent moss. Their journey wove onward across rivers where water nymphs wove liquid melodies, through valleys where willows played harpist with their trailing branches, and up slopes where mountain spirits rolled thunder like children bowling stone hoops. Each challenge demanded not strength but attentive kindness, untangling a wood sprite's knotted hair, mediating a dispute between quarrelsome sparrows, composing lullabies for a restless wind. The final test came at the Everpool itself, now choked with ghostly pale weeds. As Leela lowered the glowing seed into murky waters, the pendant grew warm against her chest. Visions flooded her mind not just of the forest's past glory, but of its fragile connections to the human world. She understood then that the magic wasn't dying but waiting for hearts willing to listen rather than take. When the seed took root, shooting forth a tree that bloomed summer blossoms and winter berries simultaneously, Leela felt the change ripple through both worlds. Back in her village, elders marveled at suddenly abundant orchards, while children giggled at unusually bold deer nibbling apple cores from open palms. On the last night of her adventure, Ember walked her to the boundary stone. "The pendant chooses keepers who feel the threads between all living things," he said, nuzzling her hand. Though the silver chain dissolved into moonlight as she crossed back, Leela knew the true magic remained in the fox tracks beside her garden wall, the owl feather on her windowsill, and the quiet understanding that wonder walks softly where respect blooms. Years later, when a wide-eyed child showed Leela a peculiar stone found by the brook, she simply smiled and said, "Let me tell you about a fox who speaks in riddles." The fire crackled its accompaniment as snow fell gently beyond the frosted window panes, wrapping the world in hushed anticipation of stories yet to unfold. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. The distant star system of Lyra 7 held worlds as different as snowflakes in a nebulous storm. On the frozen, crystalline plains of Xylos, where auroras sang in silent ribbons of blue and silver, lived Vel. Vel was a Xylosian, tall and slender, their bodies seemingly carved from living ice that shimmered with internal light. Their thoughts were precise, logical, and flowed like glacial rivers, slow, deep, and immensely powerful. Communication for Vel was a series of intricate light patterns emitted from their core, a language of pure information. On the opposite side of the system, bathed in the perpetual golden hour glow of twin suns, orbited Florin. It was a world of immense, whispering forests, bioluminescent flowers, and warm, humid air thick with the scent of alien pollen. Here lived Kip, a Florinite no taller than Vel's knee, covered in soft, moss-green fur with large, luminous eyes the color of amethysts. Kip communicated in chirps, whistles, and expressive vibrations that resonated through their fur, conveying a kaleidoscope of feelings instantly. Fate, or perhaps a bureaucratic error in the Interstellar Exploration Guild, threw them together. Both were junior researchers assigned to survey the uncharted moon, Elysium Drift, a place of serene meadows, floating islands, and ancient, silent ruins. Their transport pod malfunctioned upon entry, crash-landing them gently but decisively in a field of giant, soft-glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle lavender light. Vel emerged first, their crystalline form clicking softly as they scanned the unfamiliar, warm environment. The air felt thick and damp, uncomfortable against their normally frigid skin. Kip tumbled out next, chirping excitedly, immediately captivated by the glowing fungi and the sweet, honey-like scent on the breeze. Kip vibrated with pure delight, a low hum filling the air. Vel emitted a sharp, staccato burst of light, equals query, status. Damage assessment protocol initiated. Kip, mistaking the bright flashes for a friendly greeting, bounced closer, emitting a cheerful series of high-pitched whistles, equals friend. New place. Beautiful. Safe. Vel took a step back, their internal light flickering with confusion. The Florinite's proximity radiated uncomfortable warmth, and their chaotic sounds lacked any discernible data structure. Equals alert, unidentified organism, exhibiting erratic behavior. Maintain distance. Kip, sensing the retreat, tilted their head, their large eyes dimming slightly. Their vibrations shifted to a questioning, hesitant thrum. Equals cold one, scared. Sad. They cautiously held out a tiny, three-fingered hand, offering a piece of glowing blue lichen they'd scooped from a mushroom stalk. Vel analyzed the offering. Organic matter. Non-toxic. Illogical gesture. Equals negative, offering unnecessary. Priority, repair communication array. They turned their back, focusing on the damaged pod, emitting frustrated pulses of orange light as their delicate tools sparked against unfamiliar components. The silence felt heavy, punctuated only by the soft hum of the mushrooms and Kip's quiet, confused chirps. The misunderstanding deepened as they tried to work. Kip, eager to help, tried to hand Vel tools based on what felt right: a smooth, warm stone when Vel needed a cold conductor, a fragrant flower when they needed insulation. Vel's light patterns grew sharper, colder. Equals inefficiency. Disruption. Cease interference. Kip retreated to a large mushroom cap, their fur drooping, emitting soft, mournful vibrations like the sigh of a distant wind. They didn't understand the cold one's anger. They only wanted to be friends in this strange, beautiful place. Night fell on Elysium Drift, bringing not darkness, but a breathtaking transformation. The floating islands above began to glow with soft internal light, casting shifting patterns on the meadow below. The air cooled slightly, carrying the scent of night-blooming crystal vines. Then, a low rumble echoed through the valley. Not thunder, but something deeper, more resonant. The ground vibrated. Vel's sensors spiked. Equals warning, seismic activity detected. Origin, subterranean geothermal vent instability. Probability of surface rupture, 87.4%. As if on cue, the ground nearby cracked open with a sound like shattering glass. Steam hissed out, superheated and dangerous. Glowing orange fissures snaked across the meadow towards their pod. Panic, a cold, sharp sensation Vel rarely experienced, flared within them. Their logical mind calculated escape routes, all too slow. A frantic chirping erupted. Kip. The small florinite was dashing towards the largest cluster of glowing mushrooms near the encroaching fissure. Equals foolishness. Vel pulsed, believing Kip was panicking blindly. Equals evade. Evade. But Kip wasn't fleeing. They skidded to a halt beside a particularly large, pulsing mushroom with thick, fibrous roots sunk deep into the soil. With surprising strength, Kip began to push against the massive stalk, vibrating intensely. Equals help. Push. Strong roots hold. Safe ground. Understanding dawned on Vel, cutting through the panic like a laser. Kip wasn't acting erratically. They were sensing the stability of the ground through the interconnected root systems of the giant fungi, something Vel's sensors couldn't perceive. The florinite wasn't offering random gifts. They were trying to communicate comfort and help in their own way. The lichen, it had been a peace offering. Shame, warm and unfamiliar, washed over Vel. They abandoned the pod and surged forward, their crystalline body surprisingly strong. Together, Vel pushing with glacial strength and Kip vibrating with focused energy, they shifted the massive mushroom just enough to reveal a solid shelf of bedrock beneath its roots, untouched by the fissures snaking around it. They scrambled onto the safe ground just as the area where the pod sat cracked open, swallowing it with a hiss of steam. Safe but stranded, they huddled on the small rocky island, surrounded by glowing steam vents and pulsing lavender light. Their initial silence was heavy. Vel's internal light flickered erratically, processing the near disaster and their own misjudgment. Kip shivered slightly, the adrenaline fading, leaving exhaustion and residual fear vibrating through their small frame. Slowly, hesitantly, Vel extended one crystalline hand. Not a tool, not a demand. Just an open gesture. They emitted a soft, steady pulse of pale blue light. Equals gratitude. Assistance acknowledged. Error, misinterpretation. Kip looked up, their large amethyst eyes wide. They cautiously reached out a small, furry hand and placed it gently on Vel's cool, smooth surface. A wave of warmth, not physical, but emotional relief, forgiveness, and tentative understanding flowed through Kip's vibrations into Vel's perception. Equals friend. Kip chirped softly. Equals affirmative, equals Vel pulsed, the light warming to a gentle gold. Equals friend. The shared challenge had shattered the walls of misunderstanding. In the days that followed, working to salvage what they could and signal for rescue, their communication transformed. Vel learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Kip's vibrations, the quick trill of discovery, the low hum of concentration, the soft purr of contentment. Kip learned to recognize the meaning in Vel's light patterns, the steady blue of focus, the soft green of approval, the warm gold of reassurance. Vel used their logical mind to devise solutions. Kip used their innate connection to the moon's vibrant life to find edible glowing berries that replenished energy and soothing sap from the crystal vines that healed minor scrapes from salvaging. One chilly evening, as they huddled under a makeshift shelter woven from giant, flexible fern fronds, Kip's design, Vel's structural reinforcement, Kip shivered violently. The florinite body, built for Florin's warmth, struggled with Elysium Drift's cooler nights. Vel observed, their core light dimming with concern. Logic dictated preserving their own energy. But something else, a new, warm current flowing beside the glacial rivers of thought, prompted action. Vel carefully positioned themselves beside Kip. Then, with a deep, resonant hum, they focused their internal energy. Slowly, the air immediately around Vel warmed, radiating gentle, dry heat like sun-warmed stone. Kip's shivering subsided. They looked up, their eyes glowing softly, and emitted a deep, resonant vibration of pure, profound gratitude and comfort. Equals warm, safe, a thank you, friend. They leaned gently against Vel's side. Vel pulsed a soft, steady gold. Equals preservation of vital unit, friend. Priority. When the rescue ship finally descended, drawn by the homing beacon they'd painstakingly repaired together, the guild officers found them sitting side by side on a sun-warmed rock. Vel was patiently holding components steady while Kip, vibrating with focused intensity, used their natural resonance to fuse microscopic fractures in a salvaged communicator circuit, a technique Vel had calculated and Kip instinctively executed. Back on the guild station, they became something of a legend, the ice and the moss. Where Vel went, Kip was often perched on their shoulder or tucked into a specially woven pouch, radiating warmth. Where Kip explored vibrant hydroponics gardens, Vel was a steady, watchful presence nearby, their cool light a comfort in the artificial heat. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship not in their similarities, but in the beautiful, challenging space between their differences. It was the warmth offered in the face of cold logic, the steady light provided in moments of chaotic fear, the patience to learn a new language of the heart, and the profound understanding that sometimes the strongest bonds are forged not in ease, but in the shared warmth of a campfire on a strange, glowing moon, where an open hand and a soft pulse of light said more than any shared language ever could. Their friendship, like the singing auroras of Xylos and the honey light of Florin, became a beacon, a quiet testament to the universe that understanding, kindness, and warmth could bridge any distance, melt any ice, and make even the vast, starry unknown feel like a place called home. And as they sat together in the station's observation deck, watching the swirling colors of the Lyra Nebula, Vel's core pulsed a serene gold, and Kip snuggled closer, purring a soft, contented vibration that echoed the peaceful hum of the stars themselves. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Misty Wood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in, a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared. Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation. Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail? She murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid. Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Isla often visited her dear friend Aiden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aiden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Isla awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived Fern, a young rabbit with fur the color of twilight shadows. This forest wasn't just trees and earth. It was alive with quiet magic, a place where the boundaries between creature and spirit, reality and dream, shimmered like heat haze on a summer's day. Fern knew the hidden pathways, the taste of dew-kissed clover at dawn, and the comforting scent of damp earth after a gentle rain. He knew, too, the secret lives that pulsed beneath the surface. The whispering woods thrived on a delicate, ancient harmony. The Badger clan, deep in their set, carefully turned the soil, ensuring seeds slept well. The Squirrel Council, high in the canopy, managed the dispersal of nuts and berries, their bushy tails flicking with purpose. Glimmerflies, tiny creatures woven from starlight and pollen, tended the night-blooming flowers, their soft hum a lullaby for the woods. And old grandfather Mossback, a turtle whose shell was etched with centuries of growth rings, was the keeper of the tides, sensing the subtle shifts in the forest's deep magic tied to the seasons and the weather itself. Fern's favorite time was the amber season, when autumn painted the leaves in fiery hues. The air grew crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke from unseen hearths and the sweet decay of fallen apples. One evening, as the setting sun stained the sky lavender and peach, Fern noticed something amiss. The gentle giggle of Crystal Brook, usually a constant companion near his burrow, had faded to a troubled gurgle. The glimmerflies, usually flitting like scattered embers near the water's edge, hovered anxiously, their light dimmer than usual. Even the leaves seemed to whisper with a note of worry, rustling secrets Fern couldn't quite grasp. Seeking wisdom, Fern hopped along the familiar, root-ribboned path to the mossy stone, where Grandfather Mossback basked in the last warm rays. The ancient turtle's eyes, deep pools of moss-green wisdom, opened slowly as Fern approached. Grandfather Mossback, Fern began, his nose twitching with concern. Crystal Brook sounds sick, the glimmerflies are sad, the air feels heavy, like before a storm that never comes. Mossback took a slow, deliberate breath, the scent of damp earth and ancient stone clinging to him. He extended his neck, tasting the air. Ah, young Fern, your senses are keen. The balance shifts. The amber season's magic is waning, but this is different. A blockage, a knot in the forest's flow. He tapped his claw thoughtfully on the stone. The rains were heavy last moon. Perhaps the great roots of the sentinel oak shifted, or stones tumbled where they shouldn't. Crystal Brook cannot sing if her throat is choked. Fern's heart fluttered. What can we do? The forest feels wrong. Patience, little one, Mossback rumbled, his voice like stones grinding softly together. Harmony isn't a stillness, but a constant dance. The forest remembers its steps. We must find the source gently, wisely. Go to Willow at the bend where the ferns grow thick. She listens to the water's song like no other. Following the troubled brook upstream, Fern felt the unease deepen. The usual comforting scent of wet stone and watercress was tinged with stagnation. The playful sparkle on the water's surface was dulled. He found Willow, a water vole with fur like polished river pebbles, her small paws resting on a smooth stone, her eyes closed as she listened intently to the troubled water. Willow, Fern whispered, not wanting to startle her. Her eyes opened, large and dark with worry. Fern, the song it's choked. A great sadness sits upstream, near the sentinel's roots. Stones and mud have fallen, trapping the water. It cannot flow freely to nourish the lower pools or carry the moon's reflection to the sleeping fish. Just then a flurry of wings announced Pip, a sparrow as quick and bright as a sunbeam. I saw it from above, he chirped, landing on a swaying reed. A whole tumble of rocks and earth, it's huge. The waters backed up, making a muddy pool where the forget-me-nots bloomed. Fern felt a pang of sorrow for the drowned flowers. Grandfather Mossback said we need to help, but how? It looks too big. Willow patted the water gently. Strength comes not from size alone, Fern, but from working together, like the roots beneath our feet. She looked at Pip. Can you summon the Badger clan? Their strong paws are needed for moving the largest stones. Pip bobbed his head. On my way. He shot into the air, a brown dart against the deepening twilight. And Fern, Willow continued, find the Squirrel Council. Their clever paws and strong teeth can weave roots and vines to hold the bank steady once the blockage is cleared. Fern raced through the gathering dusk, the scent of pine needles sharp in the cooling air. He found the Squirrel Council holding a hushed conference in the hollow of a venerable beech tree. Their leader, a gray squirrel named Acorn with a tail like a silvery plume, listened intently. A blockage at the sentinel, that explains the restless whispers in the roots, Acorn mused, tapping a claw. The waters feed the deep magic. If it stagnates, the amber season's gentle release into frost's embrace will falter. The glimmerfly's light dims already. We will come. Our young ones are swift. They will gather the strongest vines. By the time Fern returned to the blocked stream, guided by the worried hum of the gathered glimmerflies casting a soft, ethereal light, the Badger clan had arrived. Bracken, the largest, with powerful shoulders and claws like polished ebony, was already testing the largest boulder. His low grunts mingled with the gurgle of trapped water. Smaller badgers worked alongside, shifting smaller rocks and clumps of earth. Careful now, rumbled Bracken, his voice thick with effort. Don't let the mudslide downstream, steady. The Squirrel Council arrived in a rustle of leaves and chattering instructions. Young squirrels scampered, their teeth working swiftly on tough, flexible vines. They wove them into strong nets and mats, directed by Acorn's sharp commands. Anchor it there, yes, against that root. We must shore up the bank before the water rushes free. Fern felt small amidst the bustling activity. He saw a cluster of smooth, fist-sized stones near the water's edge, part of the blockage but accessible. He began to push them, one by one, rolling them away with his nose and paws. The mud was cool and slick between his toes, smelling deeply of the forest's hidden depths. Nearby, Willow used her strong teeth to gnaw through a stubborn tangle of water roots trapping smaller debris. The glimmerflies hovered close, their soft light illuminating the work, their gentle hum a constant, encouraging presence. The night deepened, painting the sky indigo and scattering diamond-bright stars. The air grew colder, carrying the promise of frost, but the work warmed them. Grandfather Mossback arrived, moving with slow, deliberate purpose. He settled near the growing pile of cleared debris, his presence radiating calm strength. He didn't lift stones, but his deep, resonant voice offered guidance. Ease that one to the left, Bracken. Let the water find its own path, don't force it. Willow, clear that channel for the flow. Good, the forest breathes easier already. Hours passed, measured by the slow wheel of stars above and the steady rhythm of working creatures. Muscles ached, paws were muddy, fur was damp, but a shared sense of purpose warmed them. Finally, with a concerted heave from Bracken and two other badgers, the last large boulder shifted, groaning as it rolled aside. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, a trickle of water found the new gap. It grew, bubbling over the cleared stones, giggling with newfound freedom. It rushed past the carefully woven vine mats holding the banks firm, carrying away the murky pool. Crystal Brook sang again, clear and bright, reflecting the myriad lights of the hovering glimmerflies like liquid stars. A collective sigh, warm and relieved, rose from the gathered creatures. Bracken sank back on his haunches, wiping mud from his snout. Acorn chattered happily, her tail twitching with satisfaction. The young squirrels bounced with glee. Willow dipped her paws into the flowing water, a smile spreading across her face. She sings true again. Grandfather Mossback nodded slowly, his ancient eyes reflecting the joyful light. Well done, children of the Whispering Woods, you have mended a tear in the great tapestry. Remember this night, the harmony we cherish is not a gift, but a responsibility shared by all who dwell here, great and small. When one part suffers, all feel the strain. When many work together with wisdom and kindness, the balance is restored. As if in response, a gentle breeze sighed through the trees, carrying the clean scent of flowing water and the sweet perfume of night-blooming flowers revived by the glimmerflies. The oppressive heaviness lifted, replaced by the forest's deep, peaceful hum. The leaves rustled a soft, contented melody. The creatures gathered on the banks, tired but content. Bracken produced a small clay jar of rich, dark earth honey. Acorn shared crisp autumn nuts. Willow offered tender waterroot stalks. Fern nibbled on a sweet clover leaf, the taste pure and clean. The glimmerflies danced above them, their light weaving patterns of gold and silver on the water and the faces of the friends. Grandfather Mossback spoke softly as they shared the simple feast under the watchful stars. See how the brook carries the fallen leaves. They are not lost, but become part of the earth downstream, nourishing new life. So it is with our actions. Tonight's work feeds the forest's future. The magic tied to the seasons flows strongest when the waters run free. The frost's embrace will come now, not with harshness, but as a gentle blanket, because the balance is kept. Fern snuggled into the soft moss beside Willow, watching the moonlight dance on the water. He felt the deep, steady thrum of the forest beneath him, the cool night air on his fur, the comforting warmth of friends nearby, and the sweet taste of honey on his tongue. The gentle wisdom of the ancient turtle, the strength of the badgers, the cleverness of the squirrels, the quiet dedication of the vole, the guiding light of the glimmerflies, it all wove together like the roots beneath the soil, holding the Whispering Woods in its timeless, harmonious embrace. The subtle magic of the place, the interconnected lives, the respect for the seasons and the elements, it wasn't a grand spectacle, but a quiet, enduring truth whispered on the wind and flowing in the water. As sleep began to pull at his eyelids, Fern understood. Caring for their shared home, listening to its needs, and acting together with kindness wasn't just a task. It was the very song the forest sang, a lullaby of belonging that would echo through generations, as enduring as the ancient oaks and as comforting as the moon's gentle light on a peaceful night. The forest breathed softly around him, whole and well, and Fern drifted into dreams cradled by its deep, harmonious peace. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the enchanted grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. The little village of Willowbrook nestled between misty hills and whispering rivers, where chimney smoke curled like gray ribbons against the evening sky. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows lived a quiet boy named Ben. While others rushed through their days, Ben noticed things, the way dew clung to spiderwebs, how sunlight turned dust motes into dancing stars, and the secret patterns in old wooden floorboards. Yet he often felt invisible, like a forgotten bookmark in a well-loved story. One rain-slicked afternoon, while helping his grandmother tidy the attic, Ben discovered a small brass chest beneath a pile of moth-eaten quilts. Inside lay an object that seemed utterly ordinary, a magnifying glass with a handle of worn oak and a lens as thick as a dragonfly's wing. But when Ben lifted it, the attic bloomed with warmth. The lens didn't just enlarge things, it revealed hidden layers. Faded ink on a dusty letter shimmered into glowing words, "Seek where shadows kiss the light, and answer what is kept from sight." Beneath the words, a map unfurled in delicate gold lines across the parchment, showing a path deep into the whispering woods. Ben's heart fluttered like a trapped bird. Here was magic, not the roaring, flashy kind from tales, but quiet and patient, waiting to be noticed. That night, as owls hooted outside, he packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and the magnifying glass. At dawn he slipped into the woods, the map glowing faintly in his mind. The journey began gently. Sunlight filtered through emerald leaves, painting dappled patterns on mossy stones. But soon the path vanished, swallowed by thorny vines as thick as Ben's wrist. He lifted the magnifying glass. Instantly the thorns shimmered, revealing tiny, glowing runes carved into their stems. Before he could decipher them, a soft voice rasped from below. "Patience, child, rushing scratches the story." Beneath a toadstool sat a tortoise with a shell patterned like aged parchment. His name was Thorn, and he moved with the slowness of melting honey. "Those runes," he wheezed, "ask a question. What grows without rain, shines without flame, and heals without touch? Answer wrong, and the thorns tighten." Ben frowned. He traced the runes with the magnifying glass, watching them shift like living ink. Kindness, he guessed. The thorns remained. starlight, still no change. Then he remembered his grandmother's voice, humming lullabies when he was ill. A smile, he whispered. The vines sighed and unraveled like loosened thread. Thorn blinked his milky eyes. Wisdom blooms in stillness, walk with me. For days, Thorn guided Ben, teaching him to read the language of lichen and the songs of streams. The woods deepened, shadows stretching long and cool. One evening, as dusk painted the sky lavender, a tiny light zipped past Ben's ear, a firefly named Pip, whose glow pulsed like a cheerful heartbeat. Lost your way. Pip chimed, her voice a tinkle of bell-like notes. I know every hidden glade, follow my light. With Pip darting ahead, casting pools of gold in the gathering dark, and Thorn offering slow, steady counsel, Ben felt less alone. The magnifying glass revealed wonders, flowers that hummed melodies only visible as swirling colors in the lens, stones etched with stories of ancient rains, and a brook whose current spelled out riddles in liquid silver. But the map led them to the cavern of echoing stone, where the air grew cold and still. Inside, the challenge wasn't a monster, it was a towering door of obsidian, seamless and silent. Carved into it was a single, enormous rune. When Ben raised the magnifying glass, the rune fractured into 1,000 shimmering fragments, each a different question. Why do stars fall? Where do forgotten dreams go? How do you mend a broken trust? Overwhelmed, Ben sank to the floor. Pip landed on his shoulder, her glow dimming. So many questions, but no answers fit, she fretted. Thorn nudged Ben's hand with his nose. The door isn't locked by knowledge alone. Look deeper. Ben closed his eyes, breathing in the scent of damp stone and earth. He thought of Willowbrook, the baker sharing warm rolls with the hungry, his grandmother stitching quilts for newborns, neighbors tending each other's gardens after storms. He lifted the magnifying glass not to the rune, but to his own heart. The lens warmed, projecting a soft, golden light onto the door. It wasn't an answer that flowed out, but a feeling, a tapestry of gratitude, hope, and the quiet courage of small daily kindnesses. The obsidian dissolved like mist, revealing not treasure, but a garden. Moonflowers glowed within her light, their petals etched with constellations. At its center stood a figure made of woven shadows and starlight, the guardian who had slept for centuries, waiting. You woke me not with force, it murmured, its voice like wind through reeds, but by showing that wonder lives in gentle hearts. My task is done. The guardian faded, leaving behind a simple clay pot filled with seeds that shimmered like captured twilight. Plant these where shadows kiss the light, whispered the fading voice. The journey back was a blur of joy. Pip lit their path with exuberant loops, Thorn shared tales of stars, and Ben carried the pot like a promise. In Willowbrook he planted the seeds in the village square, where the old oak's shadow met the setting sun. Overnight a garden sprang forth, flowers that sang soft lullabies at dusk, herbs that healed with a touch, and vines bearing fruit sweeter than honey. Ben wasn't invisible anymore. Villagers sought his quiet wisdom, his knack for seeing what others missed. But the greatest change was inside him, a deep, humming certainty that magic wasn't in distant mountains or flashing spells, but in noticing, in kindness, and in the extraordinary secrets hidden in ordinary things. Now, as fireflies dance outside your window and the moon climbs high, remember Ben's magnifying glass. Hold it in your heart tonight. Look closely at the world around you, the fold of your blanket, the shape of shadows on the wall, the rhythm of your breath. Wonder is waiting, patient and bright, in the quiet spaces between dreams. Sleep softly, little one. Tomorrow's ordinary moments hold their own gentle magic. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. In the quiet hamlet of Starlight Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there existed a peculiar phenomenon every autumn. The village was famous for its celestial clockwork. The stars above seemed to shine brighter here than anywhere else, and the townsfolk often said they could hear the constellations humming softly on clear nights. But this year, as the leaves began to blush crimson and gold, something was amiss. The stars were disappearing. Not all at once, mind you. It began subtly. Old Man Hemlock, who sat on his porch each evening with a cup of chamomile tea, noticed first that the tip of the archer's bow had winked out. Then the baker's daughter, while collecting moon-kissed apples, saw that the little dipper had lost its handle. Each night another star vanished from the sky, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the familiar tapestry above. The village was abuzz with whispers, but not of fear, rather a curious, gentle concern. The missing stars became the primary topic of conversation at the nightly gatherings in the town square, where the soft chime of the clock tower marked the hours, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke hung in the air. It was then that a young woman named Lyra, who mended clocks and listened to the heartbeat of the world, decided to investigate. Lyra had eyes the color of twilight and a way of noticing things others overlooked, the way the dew settled on a spiderweb, or how the wind carried secrets from distant hills. She believed that every mystery, no matter how strange, had a gentle explanation if one only listened closely enough. Her first clue came from an old nursery rhyme the village children sang while skipping rope beneath the sycamore trees. When autumn leaves begin to fall, and the silver moon feels rather small, seek the path where time runs deep, where the starry-eyed guardians sleep. Find the key in the constellations' sigh, beneath the rainbow's hidden eye. Lyra pondered these words as she walked through the cobblestone streets, the evening breeze carrying the distant melody of wind chimes from Mrs. Willow's garden. She wondered about the starry-eyed guardians and the constellations' sigh. That night she spread out an ancient map of Starlight Hollow on her oakwood table. The map was embroidered with silver thread that shimmered like starlight, and it showed not only the village but the surrounding woods, the meadows, and even the patterns of the constellations above. As she traced the lines, she noticed something peculiar. The pattern of the missing stars in the sky matched the arrangement of certain landmarks on the map: the old well, the quartz rock near the brook, the hollow tree where fireflies danced. It was as if the stars were mirroring the earth below. The next morning, Lyra decided to follow the map to the first location, the quartz rock by the babbling brook. As she approached, she heard a soft, melodic humming, the same sound the stars were said to make. There, sitting on the rock, was a little creature no larger than a hedgehog, with fur the color of midnight and eyes that sparkled like diamonds. It was weeping silver tears. "Why are you sad?" Lyra asked gently, kneeling so she wouldn't loom over the small being. The creature looked up, surprised. "I am a starlight nymph," it whispered. "We are the guardians of the stars, but our home, the celestial meadows, is growing dim because the humans have forgotten the old songs that keep the stars alight. We've been gathering the fading starlight to preserve it, but we don't know how to return it." Lyra's heart ached with understanding. This was no theft or mischief. It was an act of love and desperation. She remembered the nursery rhyme, "Find the key in the constellation's sigh." Perhaps the constellation's sigh was not a sound but a pattern, a clue hidden in the stars themselves. That evening, Lyra gathered the villagers in the town square. The clock tower chimed 7 times, and the air was filled with the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall, each drop glistening like liquid silver in the lantern light. She told them of the starlight nymphs and their dilemma. "We must sing the old songs," Lyra explained. "The songs our grandparents sang to the stars." But which songs? The villagers were puzzled. They knew many tunes, lullabies, harvest chants, melodies for the solstice, but which ones were the right ones? Here, the mystery deepened with a red herring. Old Man Hemlock recalled a song about the moon, and the baker's daughter remembered a rhyme about the sun. They sang them earnestly, their voices rising into the night, but the stars did not return. Instead, something delightful happened. The rain above them began to sparkle, and the flowers in misses. Willow's garden shimmered with newfound luminescence. The songs hadn't brought back the stars, but they had awakened magic in the earth itself. The roses now glowed softly, and the raindrops left tiny, starry reflections where they fell. Lyra smiled. "We're on the right path," she said, "but we need the song of the constellations." She looked again at the ancient map, now sprinkled with glowing raindrops. The pattern of the missing stars seemed to form a musical staff across the sky. And then she understood. The constellation's sigh was the pattern of the stars themselves, and the key was in their arrangement. She hurried to the clock tower, where the largest telescope in the village was kept. Peering through it, she studied the gaps in the sky. The absent stars formed notes, a melody waiting to be sung. With the help of the village musician, who played the flute like a breeze through reeds, they deciphered the tune. It was a soft, haunting melody, one that felt both foreign and familiar, like a dream half-remembered. That night, the entire village gathered once more. The rain had ceased, leaving the air fresh and clean. The clock tower chimed 9 times, and the wind chimes tinkled softly. Together, they sang the melody Lyra had discovered. Their voices wove through the night, gentle and heartfelt, rising to the heavens. And one by one the stars returned. They shimmered back into place, brighter than ever before, casting a silvery glow over Starlight Hollow. The starlight nymphs appeared at the edge of the woods, their eyes no longer tearful but radiant with joy. They bowed to the villagers in gratitude. "You have remembered," the late nymph said. "The stars thrive on kindness and memory. Thank you for singing us back to light." From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow made it a tradition to gather each week and sing the constellations to sleep. The nymphs, no longer lonely, often joined them, and the bond between earth and sky grew stronger than ever. The flowers that had gained luminescence from the misplaced songs continued to glow softly in the dark, guiding wanderers home with their gentle light. And Lyra, the clock-mender who listened with her heart, became the keeper of stories and songs, ensuring that the light above would never fade again. As the embers in the fireplace crackle and the wind whispers outside your window, remember that even the darkest night holds mysteries meant to be solved with curiosity and kindness. And somewhere in a village like Starlight Hollow, the stars are humming a lullaby just for you. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented sigh. Every chimney puffed cinnamon-scented smoke, and lanterns shaped like dandelion seeds cast buttery light on cobblestone paths. Young Milo, with eyes like polished acorns and a patchwork satchel always at his side, first noticed the strangeness one dewy morning. Overnight, every front gate in the village had sprouted identical clusters of moon-pale mushrooms not harmful, but perfectly circular, glowing faintly as if storing starlight. Like tiny fairy tables. Mrs. Gable whispered, brushing flour from her apron as villagers gathered, murmuring in puzzlement. 2 nights later, the mystery deepened. All the copper wind chimes hanging from porches played the same 3-note lullaby at dawn, though no breeze stirred. Old Man Hemlock's prize-winning sunflowers now faced west instead of east, their golden heads bowed as if sharing a secret. A gentle unease settled over Bramble Hollow. "It's not mischief," declared Milo, tracing a glowing mushroom cap with his fingertip. "It feels thoughtful, like someone's trying to say hello but forgot how." Milo decided to solve the riddle. That evening he packed his satchel with a honey cake wrapped in wax paper, a woolen blanket, and his most important tool, grandfather's magnifying glass, its brass rim warm with memory. He nestled beneath the ancient whispering willow by the duck pond, its leaves sighing advice only patient ears could hear. As moonlight silvered the pond, ripples formed without wind, swirling into intricate spirals. Suddenly, a small creature emerged no taller than Milo's hand with skin like river-smooth pebbles and hair of woven reeds. It carried a hollowed acorn cup, dipping it delicately into the water. Milo held his breath. A water nymph. Grandfather's stories were true. The nymph froze, eyes wide as dewdrops. Milo slowly unwrapped the honey cake, breaking off a crumb and placing it on a lily pad. The nymph tilted its head, then skated across the water to claim it. With gestures as fluid as the current, it pointed toward the northern woods, then mimed, dropping tiny seeds. "You're planting the mushrooms," Milo whispered. The nymph nodded, then vanished beneath the surface, leaving only a shimmer. The next clue came from Orla, the moss-bearded tortoise who napped by the library's warmth vents. "Saw shimmer dust near the wind chimes," she rumbled, blinking slowly. "Not pixies, too quiet." Following her advice, Milo sprinkled fine oat flour around Widow Peony's porch that night. At dawn, delicate, webbed footprints glowed in the flour, leading straight to the hollow oak near the sunflower patch. Inside the oak's knotted trunk, Milo found his mentor, Thistle, an ancient hedgehog whose spines held fragments of quartz that caught the light. "Ah, young observer," Thistle rasped, brewing pine needle tea over a glowworm lamp. "You seek the pattern weaver. She's shy, that one. Came from the crystal caves after the great rumbling shifted her home." Thistle explained the nymph was only helping a lonely friend who adored Bramble Hollow's cozy order, but didn't understand human ways. She rearranges things to make them more beautiful, by her lights. Armed with understanding, Milo prepared. He left gifts where the footprints appeared, a smooth blue marble by the wind chimes, a spool of silver thread near the sunflowers. That night, under a plum-colored sky, he saw her. Perched on a sunflower, a tiny figure with moth-wing sleeves hummed softly. As her fingers brushed a wind chime, it chimed the same 3 notes a melody Milo suddenly recognized as the village's bedtime bell. She was copying what she loved. "Hello," Milo whispered, holding out a mushroom-capped plate with a single blueberry. The sprite, her skin like opal, eyes like liquid amber, gasped but didn't flee. "Your patterns are lovely," Milo said gently. "But our gardens, they're like stories we've written ourselves." He sketched Bramble Hollow's map in the soil, showing how each garden was cherished just as it was. The sprite, whom he learned was named Lumina, trembled. "I only wanted to help the pretty sounds and colors stay," she chimed in a voice like tinkling ice. The solution came at dawn's first blush. Milo gathered the villagers. "Lumina needs a place to weave her patterns," he announced. In the communal meadow, children offered smooth stones, gardeners donated seeds and misses, Gabe baked seed cakes. Together they built Lumina a glittering mosaic courtyard, stones arranged in spiraling constellations, wind chimes tuned to her lullaby, and soil where moon mushrooms could glow freely. Lumina wept shimmering tears that sprouted into tiny, glowing flowers. "You made me a story," she whispered to Milo. Now, Bramble Hollow's twilight hums with new magic. Lumina's mosaics shift daily, telling tales of starlight and deep earth. The wind chimes sometimes play her lullaby just for sweet dreams, and sunflowers turn to watch children's laughter dance across the meadow. And every night, as Milo drifts to sleep, he sees a tiny opal hand placing a perfect, glowing mushroom cap on his windowsill, a silent thank you glowing in the dark, a secret shared between friends under the watchful, kind stars. All is calm, all is understood, and Bramble Hollow dreams on, cozier than ever before. The first frost of the season had just begun painting silver lace across the window pane when young Cora discovered the acorn. Not an ordinary acorn, mind you, but one that glowed with a soft, buttery light from within its polished shell, nestled among fallen leaves in the crook of Grandmother Rowan's garden wall. When Cora cupped it in her mittened hands, warmth spread through her fingers like sipping hot cider, and a faint melody hummed against her palms, a song of rustling ferns and distant waterfalls. Forest's heartbeat, grandmother had murmured that evening, stirring honey into chamomile tea while firelight danced in her wise, crinkled eyes. Lost long ago when shadows grew jealous, the woods grow thin without it. Cora knew the stories, how the whispering woods bordering their village once shimmered with shared dreams between trees and townsfolk, how children used to follow foxfire lanterns to dance with mushroom-ring sprites. Now the forest stood silent and watchful, paths twisting into gloom. That night, as wind sighed through eaves like a lonely breath, the acorn pulsed against Cora's pillow. Not a demand, but an invitation. By dawn, with the acorn secured in a velvet drawstring pouch round her neck and grandmother's knitted scarf smelling of rosemary and courage, Cora slipped through the garden gate. Winter's breath hung crisp in the air, turning each footstep on frosted grass into a tiny crunching symphony. The deeper she wandered, the stranger the woods became, not menacing but deeply alive. Birch trunks gleamed like polished bone in slanting sunlight, while ice-encased spiderwebs glittered like chandeliers. Yet an ache lingered beneath the beauty, brittle branches, two silent clearings where no birds sang, and a scent like forgotten rain. After hours of following the acorn's gentle tug, a compass in her chest, Cora stumbled into a clearing veiled by weeping willow tendrils. There, grumbling fiercely as he wrestled a thorny vine ensnaring his burrow entrance, was a badger. Blasted brambles, he huffed, his charcoal-striped fur fluffed in indignation. Grew overnight, thick as thief's lies. His name, he grumpily admitted when Cora offered help with her little pruning shears, was Thorn. And no, I don't need a human clattering about, especially one wearing a... He froze, black nose twitching toward her glowing pouch. Is that? It can't be. Wonder smoothed his gruffness like a stone worn by a river. The heartseed, they said it was gone forever. Thorn became her unlikely guide. His knowledge of route paths and squirrel highways was unmatched, but more precious was his dry humor that turned fearful shadows into mere tricks of the light. That creaking, he'd sniff as ancient oaks groaned overhead. Just old Oakheart complaining about his rheumatism. Tell him he's looking splendid, and he'll quiet right down. When a sudden snow flurry blinded them near a ravine, Thorn unearthed a hidden badger tunnel smelling of damp earth and safety. Inside, bioluminescent moss coated the walls like emerald stardust, guiding their way. Forest remembers its own, Thorn murmured, his gruff voice softened. The acorn's light intensified as they journeyed, its song swelling into harmonies that made frozen streams sigh and icicles chime. It led them to a colossal hawthorn tree, its gnarled trunk split by a fissure veiled in cascading ivy. Impossible, breathed Thorn. The elders spoke of the veiled grove, but no one's found it in generations. As Cora pushed aside the ivy, warmth and the scent of sun-warmed apricots enveloped them. They stepped not into a hollow, but into a sunlit glade suspended in perpetual golden hour. Butterflies with stained glass wings drifted above flowers that chimed when touched. At the glade's heart stood a tree unlike any other, its bark shimmering like molten amber, roots cradling a hollow where a nest of woven moonlight pulsed with absence. Tiny figures emerged from blossoms and fern shadows, the verdant folk, no taller than Cora's hand, with skin like dappled sunlight and hair of spun moss. Their leader, Elder Mosshelm, stepped forward, his acorn cap hat trembling. The heartseed's return. Joy lit his leafy face, then dimmed. But see, it is wounded. He pointed a twiggy finger. A jagged piece was missing from the acorn's base, its light flickering unevenly. Stolen long ago by a creature of the deep shade, Mosshelm explained sadly. Envy turned its heart cold. It craved the seed's warmth, but only knew how to break. Without that missing shard, the seed cannot heal the whispering woods. Thorn's ears flattened. The deep shade, that's no place for sensible creatures. It was a realm of tangled, lightless roots where the forest's oldest sorrows festered. Yet Cora felt the acorn's plea resonate within her, not for itself, but for the lonely thief. "Everyone deserves a chance to return what they took," she said softly, meeting Thorn's worried eyes. "Even shadows." Their descent into the deep shade felt like sinking into cold ink. Bioluminescent fungi provided ghostly blue guideposts, but oppressive silence pressed down, thick as wool. Strange, mournful echoes skittered just beyond sight, whispers of lost things. Thorn pressed close, his warmth a steady anchor. "Remember Oakheart's rheumatism," he muttered, attempting levity though his fur bristled. "This place just needs better decorating." Deep within a cavern woven from thorny roots, they found it, a creature of shifting obsidian smoke, curled around a shard of light that burned its ephemeral hands. It hissed, coiling tighter, eyes like dying embers flaring defensively. Cora knelt slowly, ignoring Thorn's warning rumble. She didn't reach for the shard. Instead, she opened her pouch, letting the heartseed's gentle radiance spill out. "It misses its piece," she said, her voice steady despite her trembling hands. "And I think you miss not being alone in the dark." The creature recoiled, smoke swirling in agitation. Cora hummed the seed's melody, the song of rustling ferns and waterfalls. The creature stilled. Tentatively, Cora placed the glowing acorn on the cold earth between them. "Its warmth isn't meant to be hoarded, it's meant to be shared, like friendship." A long, silent moment stretched. Then a thin, smoky tendril extended, not toward the seed, but toward Cora's outstretched hand. It didn't touch, but hovered, trembling with a profound, aching loneliness that mirrored the brittle woods above. Slowly, achingly, the creature uncurled. It nudged the stolen shard of light toward the heartseed with its shadowy muzzle. As the shard clicked into place with a sound like a sigh of relief, the acorn blazed with pure, golden light. The creature flinched, but the light didn't burn. It washed over its smoky form, revealing not a monster, but a slender being with skin like twilight velvet and eyes, now holding the soft gleam of distant stars. Shade, they learned its name was. Not a creature of malice, but of forgotten corners, starved for connection. The return to the veiled grove was a procession of light. Shade walked hesitantly beside Cora, Thorn padding protectively close. As they emerged into the amber glow, the verdant folk gasped, then burst into joyous, tinkling laughter like wind chimes. At the heart tree, Cora placed the whole acorn back into its cradle of moonlight. Their effect was instantaneous. Light pulsed outward in a wave, up the amber trunk, through the branches, and out into the whispering woods beyond the veil. Snow melted from pine needles, revealing vibrant green. Frozen streams gurgled back to life. Birdsong, tentative at first, then triumphant, erupted from every tree. The forest breathed deep, shaking off its long slumber. In the days that followed, Cora walked familiar paths transformed. Sunlight dappled through a vibrant canopy, alive with chattering squirrels and flitting sprites. Foxfire lanterns winked invitations from mossy hollows. Thorn, now a frequent visitor to grandmother's garden, especially when berry tarts were cooling, regaled them with tales of shade, helping the verdant folk tend to the deep shade, coaxing shy glowworms and healing wounded roots. "Turns out," Thorn chuckled, crumbs on his whiskers, "a bit of kindness makes even the gloomiest places bloom." The night before the first true thaw, Cora stood at her window. The whispering woods shimmered under the moon, no longer a wall of secrets, but a friend breathing softly in the dark. In her hand, warmed by her touch, lay a single leaf gifted by the heart tree, its veins traced with permanent, gentle gold light. She pressed it to her cheek, breathing in the scent of damp earth and possibility. Outside, an owl hooted a lullaby, joined by the distant, contented purr of a badger settling into his burrow, and the soft, chiming laughter of tiny folk dancing in moonlit clearings. The forest's heartbeat, strong and steady, echoed her own. As she climbed into bed, the golden leaf glowing softly on her nightstand, Cora smiled. The greatest magic she knew as sleep gently pulled her under wasn't in glowing seeds or hidden groves. It was in the courage to offer warmth to shadows, the wisdom to listen to forgotten songs, and the boundless, quiet strength found in an unexpected friend's steadfast presence beside you on the path home. The woods whispered their ancient lullaby, a promise carried on the warm spring wind rustling the newly green leaves, a promise of belonging forever renewed. The attic smelled of dust and forgotten summers, a scent like dried roses and old paper. Moonlight filtered through the small, grimy window, painting silver stripes across stacked trunks and shrouded furniture. Sam, bundled in a thick, cable-knit sweater against the chill, wasn't looking for anything specific. Granddad had mentioned an old box of holiday decorations, and with Christmas approaching, curiosity had drawn Sam upwards into the quiet, shadowed space. Behind a leaning stack of hatboxes, Sam found it. Not a box of baubles, but a single object wrapped in faded blue velvet. Unfolding the soft fabric revealed a snow globe unlike any other. The base was dark, polished wood, cool to the touch. Inside, resting on a bed of impossibly fine, glittering white sand, stood a miniature forest of frosted silver birch trees. At its center, catching the moonlight in its glass curve, stood a tiny, perfect ice palace, its spires delicate as spun sugar. But the most astonishing thing was the snow itself. It wasn't still. Tiny flakes swirled in a perpetual, gentle dance within the glass sphere, catching the light like miniature diamonds. It felt alive. Sam cradled it carefully, the glass cool against their palms. Peering closer, breath fogging the surface, Sam gasped. Deep within the miniature forest, a flicker of movement. A small, impossibly white creature with ears like snowdrifts darted between the trees. A snow hare. But it seemed more. Its eyes, when it paused for a fleeting second, glowed with a soft, intelligent light. As Sam watched, mesmerized, the swirling snow seemed to coalesce, forming a path leading deeper into the tiny woods towards the distant ice palace. A strange sense of invitation, a silent whisper on the edge of hearing, filled the quiet attic. Come see. That night, Sam placed the globe on the bedside table. Sleep was elusive. The swirling snow seemed to beckon, its motion hypnotic. When sleep finally came, it wasn't restful. Sam dreamed of vast, silent forests blanketed in deep snow, of biting cold that somehow didn't feel harsh, and of a feeling of profound loss, like a beautiful song fading away. And always watching from the edges of the dream, the luminous eyes of the snow hare. Morning dawned gray and frosty. Sam couldn't stop thinking about the globe. Throughout breakfast, homework, and helping Granddad in the garden, the image of the tiny, dancing snow and the watchful hare filled Sam's thoughts. That afternoon, back in the quiet sanctuary of their room, Sam picked up the globe again. Holding it close, Sam focused on the swirling snow, on the tiny palace, on the feeling of the dream. The world seemed to narrow, the sounds of the house fading. The glass felt colder, vibrating faintly. The swirling snow intensified, becoming a blizzard within the globe, obscuring the trees, the palace, everything except that feeling of invitation, now urgent, pulsing like a heartbeat against Sam's palms. Then, with a sound like a sigh and a chime of breaking ice, the room dissolved. Sam wasn't in the bedroom anymore. Sam stood knee-deep in snow so pure and white, it seemed to glow from within. Towering silver birch trees, their bark smooth and pale, stretched endlessly in every direction, their bare branches laced with frost that glittered like crushed diamonds under a sky the color of twilight lavender. The air was crisp and sharp, carrying the scent of pine and cold stone. It was breathtakingly beautiful and utterly silent. The snow globe lay nestled in the snow at Sam's feet, inert now, its snow still. Panic fluttered in Sam's chest. Where was this? How to get back? The silence pressed in, heavy and expectant. Then a soft crunch. Sam whirled around. There, perched on a snow-dusted log, was the snow hare. It was larger than any hare Sam had ever seen, almost the size of a small dog. Its fur wasn't just white, it shimmered with a subtle inner light, like moonlight on snow. Its eyes, large and dark-lashed, held that same intelligent glow Sam had glimpsed in the globe. They regarded Sam calmly, without fear. "Hello," Sam whispered, the sound startlingly loud in the stillness. The hare tilted its head. It didn't speak, but Sam felt a wave of understanding. A feeling of curiosity mixed with a deep, underlying sadness washed over Sam. The hare hopped down from the log and nudged something half-buried in the snow near Sam's boot. It was a small, perfectly carved wooden acorn. Sam picked it up. It felt warm and strangely comforting. "Follow," the feeling seemed to whisper, emanating from the hare. It turned and began hopping through the trees, pausing occasionally to look back, its luminous eyes urging Sam on. Trusting the strange intuition and the gentle presence of the hare, Sam tucked the warm acorn into a pocket and followed. They walked for what felt like hours, though the lavender twilight sky never changed. The forest was a wonderland. Frost flowers bloomed on frozen streams, their petals crystalline and intricate. Strange, glowing mosses clung to rocks, casting soft pools of blue and green light. Snowflakes, each one a unique masterpiece, drifted down, landing silently. Yet beneath the beauty, Sam began to sense what the hare carried, a deep melancholy. Patches of the forest looked faded. Trees seemed less substantial, their frost duller. The air felt thinner in places, the silence more profound, less peaceful, more like emptiness. The vibrant glow of the mosses dimmed in certain clearings. Something was wrong. The magic was draining away. The hare led Sam to a clearing dominated by a colossal, ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and blackened, stark against the white. Unlike the silver birches, it radiated a sense of immense age and profound sorrow. At its base, partially covered by snow, lay scattered fragments of what looked like carved ice, a broken archway, a shattered column. This, Sam understood with a pang, was once a gateway, a place of power. Now it was ruined. The hare sat beside the fragments, its head bowed, radiating grief. Images flickered in Sam's mind, vibrant gatherings under the twilight sky, music like wind chimes, laughter like falling snow, creatures of frost and starlight dancing where now only emptiness reigned. This was the heart of the fading. Why? Sam projected the thought, focusing on the hare. The hare lifted its head. An image formed in Sam's mind, a magnificent stag, its antlers like branches of ice, crowned with starlight. The stag of solstice, the guardian spirit whose presence anchored the magic of this hidden world, the winter sanctum. Another image, the stag growing weary, its light dimming, seeking solitude deep within the ice palace, the very heart of the sanctum. And then a final chilling image, a creeping shadow, formless and cold, seeping from the cracks in the ruined gateway, drawn to the stag's fading light, feeding on it, accelerating the decay. The shadow wasn't malicious, the hare conveyed, but a consequence of the broken gateway and the guardian's withdrawal of void-seeking energy. Without the stag's light to sustain the magic and repel their encroaching emptiness, the winter sanctum was dying. The hare nudged the snow globe which Sam still carried. An image of the tiny ice palace within it shimmered. Help. Heart. Light. The plea was clear. The stag needed to be reminded, reconnected to the world it guarded. Its light needed to shine again, to push back the shadow and mend the broken flows of magic. But the path to the ice palace, once open and vibrant, was now treacherous, choked with the draining shadow and places where the very fabric of the sanctum was thinning. Sam looked at the hare, then at the broken gateway, feeling a surge of determination mixed with fear. "We have to go to the palace. We have to find the stag." The hare met Sam's gaze, its luminous eyes filled with a fragile hope. It dipped its head in agreement. Their unlikely friendship, forged in silence and shared sorrow, was the key. Their journey towards the distant spires of the ice palace, visible now above the treetops, became a trial. They crossed a frozen lake where the ice groaned ominously, thin cracks spiderwebbing underfoot. The shadow thickened here, a palpable chill that seeped into Sam's bones, whispering doubts. "You don't belong. You're too small. You'll fail." Sam clutched the warm wooden acorn in their pocket, focusing on the hare's steady presence ahead, its fur a beacon in the gloom. The hare seemed to know the safest paths, guiding Sam around patches of unnerving translucence, where the snowy ground seemed to fade into starless void. They navigated a ravine filled with singing icicles that chimed a mournful, discordant tune as the shadow passed near. The hare showed Sam how to step softly, how the vibration of heavy footsteps made the icicles shriek and shatter like glass. Sam learned to move with the quiet grace the forest demanded. In return, when they encountered a patch of the glowing blue moss needed to illuminate a particularly dark tunnel, Sam's smaller hands could carefully gather it without crushing its delicate light, something the hare couldn't manage. They worked together, each compensating for the other's limitations, their bond strengthening with each obstacle overcome. One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow beneath giant, snow-laden ferns, the shadow pressed close. It felt like despair made tangible. Sam shivered violently, the cold biting deeper than ever before. The hare pressed close, its warmth surprisingly potent. It nudged the snow globe Sam held. Hesitantly, Sam held it up. The swirling snow within, dormant since their arrival, began to move again, sluggishly at first, then faster. As it swirled, a soft, pure light emanated from the globe, pushing back the immediate darkness, creating a small circle of warmth and clarity. The shadow recoiled, hissing like steam on ice. The globe wasn't just a key, it was a shield powered by hope. Sam felt the acorn pulse warmly in their pocket, a steady counterpoint to the globe's light. Finally, after what felt like days within the timeless twilight, they stood before the ice palace. It was breathtaking, soaring spires carved from glacial blue ice, intricate bridges spanning crystalline chasms, windows like frozen starlight. But it was also silent and felt empty. A sense of profound isolation radiated from it. The grand entrance gates, made of interlocking ice crystals, stood slightly ajar. The shadow seemed thicker here, clinging to the palace walls like frost, dimming its inherent luminescence. Inside, the palace was a marvel of frozen architecture. Halls glittered with icy chandeliers, frozen waterfalls cascaded down walls, and rooms held sculptures of ice so lifelike they seemed ready to move. Yet an oppressive silence hung heavy. They found the stag in the highest chamber, a vast observatory with a ceiling open to the twilight sky. He stood by a great frozen window, looking out not at the dying forest, but into the infinite, cold stars. His form was magnificent, powerful shoulders, antlers that seemed to hold constellations, but his light was dim, flickering weakly. The magnificent silver-blue fur looked dull, almost gray. A deep weariness, a sadness that had settled into his bones, radiated from him. The draining shadow coiled lazily around the base of his dais, pulsing faintly as it siphoned the remnants of his energy. The stag didn't turn as they entered. A wave of such profound loneliness and resignation washed over Sam that tears stung their eyes. The hare bounded forward, stopping a respectful distance away, radiating urgency and concern. It sent waves of feeling, images of the fading birches, the dimming mosses, the silent clearings where laughter once rang. The stag slowly turned his great head. His eyes, deep pools of ancient sky, held infinite sorrow. Why come? The thought echoed in the chamber, heavy with grief. The gateway is broken. The connection severed. My light fades. The sanctum fades. It is the way of things. He spoke of the ruined gateway, a place of communion not just with other hidden realms, but with the joy of the season it represented. Its destruction had cut him off from the source of renewal, the shared spirit of wonder and warmth that sustained him. He had retreated, believing his purpose lost, his light no longer needed, consumed by grief for what was broken. Sam stepped forward, heart pounding. Holding up the snow globe, Sam focused all their will, all the warmth of the wooden acorn, all the hope kindled by the journey and the hare's friendship. The snow inside swirled violently, blazing with a pure white light that filled the chamber, pushing the shadow back into the corners with a hiss. Sam projected feelings, not words, the crunch of snow underfoot, the scent of pine, the laughter-like chime of falling icicles before they became mournful. Sam showed the stag the hare's luminous eyes filled with hope, the delicate frost flowers, the determined glow of the moss they had gathered. Sam showed him the memory of the vibrant gatherings under the twilight sky, the music, the joy, the life of his world that was still clinging on, fighting to exist, waiting for him. See. Sam thought with all their might, pouring the warmth of the acorn and the light of the globe into the projection. It's still beautiful. It still needs you. It still lives. The broken gateway took the old connection, but you are the heart. Your light is the magic. Don't let the shadow win because of sorrow. We found you. We believe. The stag stared at the glowing globe, then at Sam's earnest face, then at the snow hare, radiating unwavering loyalty. A tremor went through his massive frame. The dim light within him flickered, then steadied. It grew slowly at first, pushing back the gloom in the chamber. The sorrow in his eyes didn't vanish, but it was joined by something else, a dawning recognition, a spark of the old purpose, rekindled. He lowered his great head, his breath a plume of frost that shimmered with tiny rainbows in the light from the globe. You see, the stag's thought resonated, quieter now, filled with wonder. You crossed the thinning veil for us. The snow hare bounded closer, nuzzling the stag's massive foreleg. Hope, it radiated simply. Friendship. The stag closed his eyes. When he opened them, the deep pools of sky blazed with renewed light, a brilliant silver blue that banished the last clinging tendrils of shadow from the chamber. He threw back his magnificent head and let out a sound that was neither a roar nor a bellow, but a deep, resonant chime that echoed through the frozen palace like 100 crystal bells. The sound vibrated through the ice, through the air, through Sam's very bones. Outside the palace, visible through the great window, their effect was immediate. The fading patches of forest seemed to solidify, their colors deepening. The frost on the birches glittered fiercely. The dim mosses flared back into vibrant life. The oppressive silence shattered, replaced by the distant, joyful chime of icicles harmonizing, the whisper of wind through revitalized branches, the soft crunch of snow as unseen creatures began to stir. The winter sanctum breathed a sigh of profound relief, the magic flowing back, strong and vital. The journey back through the forest felt like walking through a dream reborn. The air hummed with renewed energy, vibrant and crisp. Creatures Sam hadn't seen before emerged, tiny ice sprites skating on frozen ponds, owl-like beings with feathers of frost watching curiously from branches, even a lumbering, friendly creature made of packed snow who offered them a ride partway. The hare bounded alongside, its fur shimmering with pure joy, its luminous eyes reflecting the revitalized world. They reached the ruined gateway clearing. The ancient oak still stood, but the air around it crackled with potential. The stag was already there, his presence immense and calming, his light bathing the broken fragments of ice. He lowered his head towards Sam and the hare. The gateway is broken, he thought, but the connection you forged, it is a new kind of bridge. Stronger, perhaps. Built on courage, kindness, and shared hope. The sanctum is healed. The shadow is banished for now. He looked at Sam. You carry a piece of this world within you now, and it carries a piece of you. He touched his great muzzle to the snow globe Sam held. A pulse of pure, silver light flowed from him into the glass sphere. The miniature ice palace within glowed with an inner radiance. The swirling snow sparkled with renewed intensity. This is your key and your reminder. The sanctum sleeps now, healing fully. But it will always be there, just beyond the veil of frost on your window pane, in the heart of a snowflake, in the quiet magic of winter's hush. Guard its memory. The stag turned his gaze to the hare. A deep understanding passed between them, a bond reforged. The hare dipped its head, then looked at Sam. It hopped forward and gently nudged Sam's hand, holding the globe. Time to go home. Sam understood. The adventure was over, but the magic wasn't lost. With a final look at the stag, majestic and radiant beneath the twilight sky, and at the snow hare, a friend found in the heart of winter, Sam tightened their grip on the glowing snow globe. Focusing on the swirling snow, on the warmth of the wooden acorn, on the feeling of their own cozy bed, Sam closed their eyes. There was a sensation of gentle falling, a chime like distant bells, and the crisp scent of pine was replaced by the familiar smell of home-warm bread and wood smoke. Sam opened their eyes. They were back in their own room, moonlight streaming through the window. They sat on their bed, still bundled in the cable-knit sweater. The snow globe rested on the bedside table, its snow swirling peacefully once more. The tiny ice palace glowed faintly from within. In Sam's hand, the wooden acorn was warm. Sam smiled, a deep sense of peace and quiet wonder settling over them like a cozy blanket. The world outside the window was just an ordinary winter night. But Sam knew differently. They had seen the hidden heart of winter, fought shadows with friendship and hope, and helped mend a broken magic. They carefully placed the warm acorn beside the glowing snow globe. As they snuggled down under the thick quilts, the gentle swirl of snow within the glass sphere was the last thing Sam saw before sleep claimed them, a silent promise of hidden wonders, of courage found in unlikely places, and of the enduring magic that exists just beyond the edge of sight, guarded by kindness and remembered in the quiet hush of falling snow. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle glow of the ice palace within the glass, and the memory of a luminous friend would forever light the way to peaceful dreams. The first snowflake kissed Leo's cheek as he trudged home from the village woodpile, his breath puffing white in the twilight. Winter had descended like a silent owl over the valley, frosting rooftops and stiffening the brook's song into glassy whispers. Inside his cottage, the hearth lay dark and empty, the last embers swallowed by the morning's haste. Shivering, Leo dropped his armful of logs beside the cold stones, his fingers numb as twigs. That's when he saw it, nestled among the birch bark like a fallen star. A stone no larger than a sparrow's egg, pulsed with a gentle, russet glow. Warmth radiated from it, not the fierce heat of flame, but the soft comfort of sun-warmed sand. As he cupped it in his palms, the chill seeped from his bones, replaced by a honeyed drowsiness that smelled faintly of cinnamon and pine resin. That night Leo dreamed not of snow, but of a hidden valley where trees wore leaves of liquid gold, and a river sang in voices clearer than icicles. The stone became his secret. He carried it in his pocket, a tiny sun against winter's bite. Yet, as days passed, the dreams deepened. He'd wake with the phantom scent of damp earth and unseen blossoms, and the stone's glow would flicker urgently, casting dancing shadows that pointed, westward toward the whispering woods, a place villagers spoke of in hushed tones, where paths shifted and moonlight got lost. One brittle afternoon, the stone flared so brightly it cast Leo's shadow sharp against the wall, humming like a drowsy bee. A compulsion, soft but undeniable, tugged at his heart. Gathering his thickest woolens and a pouch of dried apples, Leo slipped into the gathering dusk, the stone a beacon in his mittened hand, its light painting the snow in hues of apricot and amber. The whispering woods lived up to their name. Ancient oaks, bearded with frost-strimed moss, groaned like old floorboards. Wind sighed through bare branches, carrying fragments of sound, a child's distant laughter, the chime of far-off bells, the mournful creak of wood straining under ice. Leo's boots crunched through the crusted snow, the stone's warmth a steady heartbeat against his ribs. Deeper in, the trees pressed closer, their trunks nodded into faces that seemed to watch him pass. Shadows pooled thickly, and the stone's light shrank, dimming to a worried ember. Panic, cold and sharp, prickled Leo's skin. He was hopelessly turned around, the familiar silhouettes of home swallowed by the forest's brooding silence. He stumbled, catching himself on a frost-slick boulder, his breath ragged. The stone flickered weakly, almost apologetic. A soft chittering like pebbles tumbling in a stream broke the stillness. From behind a curtain of frozen ivy, two eyes blinked, large, luminous, and the color of molten copper. A creature no taller than Leo's knee emerged. It resembled a pine marten, but its fur shimmered like spun moonlight dusted with embers, and delicate, fern-like fronds grew along its spine, glowing with the same inner warmth as Leo's stone. It tilted its head, whiskers twitching, then cautiously approached, sniffing the air near Leo's mittened hand where the stone pulsed. A low, melodic trill vibrated in its throat, a sound like a lullaby hummed over a kettle. The creature nudged Leo's boot with its nose, then looked pointedly westward, its fronds brightening. "Follow," the gesture seemed to say. Hope, warm and fragile, blossomed in Leo's chest. He named his guide Imberleaf. Their journey became a tapestry woven with quiet companionship and shared warmth. Imberleaf led with uncanny surety, navigating hidden deer trails and frozen streams where the ice sang thin, crystalline notes underfoot. They rested in hollows carpeted with dry, fragrant needles, sharing Leo's apples. Imberleaf would curl beside him, its fur radiating a gentle heat, its fronds casting a soft, dappled light that kept the biting cold at bay. Leo learned to read the subtle language of his friend, a flick of a frond for caution, a soft purr for reassurance, a bright flare of light when joy bubbled up, like the time they discovered a frozen waterfall transformed into a cathedral of glittering blue ice. Leo told Imberleaf stories of his village, the grumpy baker, the friendly blacksmith's daughter, the way smoke curled from chimneys on still mornings. Imberleaf listened, its copper eyes attentive, responding with chirps and trills that held the cadence of understanding. The stone in Leo's pocket hummed contentedly throughout, its light growing steadier, warmer, as if fed by their growing bond. The woods gave way to a landscape Leo hadn't dreamed of. They climbed a ridge where the wind howled, scouring the rock bare. Below, veiled by swirling mist, lay a valley untouched by winter. Leo gasped. Sunlight, impossibly golden for the season, bathed rolling hills draped in velvety, moss the color of limes. Trees, unlike any he knew, bore leaves that shimmered like beaten gold and silver, rustling with a sound like distant wind chimes. A river, clear as crystal, wound through the heart of the valley, its banks fringed with luminous blue flowers that glowed like captured starlight. The air itself was warm and thick with the scent of honey, wild thyme, and damp, rich earth. This was the source of his dreams, the heart song his stone had echoed. Imberleaf trilled triumphantly, its fronds ablaze with light, dancing a little jig on the sun-warmed rock before scampering down the hidden path into the valley. But the valley held a quiet sorrow beneath its beauty. The golden light seemed thin in places, fraying at the edges like old cloth. Patches of moss were dull and brittle. Some of the luminous flowers drooped, their light dimmed. Near the valley's heart stood an ancient, gnarled tree, its bark etched with spirals that seemed to swirl if stared at too long. At its base lay a depression, shaped perfectly for Leo's stone, empty, cold, and radiating a palpable sense of absence. Imberleaf approached the tree, nudging the hollow with its nose, then looking back at Leo with eyes wide and pleading. The stone in Leo's pocket surged with heat, humming like a plucked harp string. He understood. This was where it belonged. This valley, this hidden heart of warmth, was fading because its heartstone was missing. Hesitation pricked Leo. The stone was his warmth, his secret comfort against the harsh world outside. Could he really let it go? He looked at Imberleaf, who had nestled against the cold hollow, a small whimper escaping it. He looked at the drooping flowers, the fraying light. The stone pulsed in his hand, not possessively, but with a patient, ancient knowing. It wasn't his warmth, it was the valley's, borrowed, perhaps even misplaced. Gently, reverently, Leo placed the glowing stone into the hollow at the base of the ancient tree. The change was instantaneous, yet profound. A deep, resonant thrum vibrated through the earth, up Leo's legs and into his bones. Light, pure and golden as liquid sunshine, erupted from the heartstone, washing over the ancient tree. The spirals on its bark flared with light, swirling faster, alive. The light pulsed outward in a visible wave, rippling across the valley. Where it touched, dull moss sprang back into vibrant, velvety life. Drooping flowers straightened, their blue light blazing bright and steady. The very air seemed to thicken, warmer, sweeter. The golden leaves on the trees shimmered with renewed intensity, their chime-like rustle swelling into a joyful chorus. Imberleaf leaped up, its fur shimmering brilliantly, its fronds radiating waves of pure, coppery light. It bounded around Leo, trilling ecstatically, then pressed its warm forehead against Leo's knee in a gesture of pure gratitude. The sense of absence was gone, replaced by a profound, deep-rooted peace that settled over the valley like a warm blanket. Leo felt it seep into his own heart, a calm certainty, a warmth that had nothing to do with borrowed stones. As dusk painted the hidden valley in shades of lavender and rose, Leo knew it was time. Imberleaf guided him back to the ridge, its steps slower now. At the edge of the whispering woods, the little creature stopped. It nuzzled Leo's hand one last time, its fur impossibly soft and warm. Then, with a soft chirp that held the echo of wind chimes and flowing water, it turned and bounded back into the golden light, disappearing into the valley's embrace. Leo watched until the last glimmer of its fronds vanished. His pocket felt empty, yet his heart felt full. He turned towards home. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The groans of the trees sounded less like warnings and more like sleepy murmurs. The shifting path seemed clearer, almost welcoming. Moonlight pure and silver filtered through the branches, guiding his steps without the need for a stone's glow. He wasn't cold. The warmth from the valley, the warmth of Imberleaf's friendship, the warmth of doing what felt deeply right, lingered inside him, a gentle furnace against the winter night. He arrived at his cottage door as the first true stars pricked the velvet sky. Inside, the hearth was still dark. But as Leo knelt to build a fire, his fingers brushed against something small and smooth in his pocket. He drew it out. It was a tiny pebble, smooth as river glass, glowing with a soft, steady golden light, a parting gift nestled there unseen. A smile touched Leo's lips. He placed the little glowing pebble carefully on the mantelpiece. Then, with practiced hands, he built his fire. Flames caught, crackling softly, painting the room in dancing orange light that mingled with the pebble's gentle gold. Leo sat by the rekindled hearth, the combined warmth of fire and friendship seeping into his bones. He thought of the hidden valley, now restored, cradled in its golden light. He thought of Emberleaf, a spark of kindness in the vast, whispering woods. He thought of the Heartstone, humming its ancient song where it belonged. Outside, the wind sighed against the window pane, a lullaby now, not a warning. The pebble on the mantel glowed steadily, a small, warm star in the quiet room. Leo's eyelids grew heavy, the crackle of the fire blending with the remembered chime of golden leaves. The chill of the world was still there, beyond the walls, but here within was a warmth built not just of flame, but of courage given, friendship found, and a small stone returned to its heart. He pulled his blanket closer, the scent of wood smoke and distant pine resin wrapping around him. As sleep finally claimed him, Leo drifted not into dreams of snow, but into a deep, golden peace, as steady and true as the glow on his mantle, as endless as the warmth now blooming in his own quiet heart. The fire whispered, the pebble hummed its low, contented note, and the long winter night held no fear, only the promise of gentle dreams. Deep in the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient canopies like liquid gold and the air hummed with the secrets of 1,000 years, lived a community seldom seen by human eyes. This was Moss Grove, a hidden village nestled amongst colossal roots and sheltered beneath a cathedral of emerald leaves. Its inhabitants were the Verdantkin, small, gentle folk with skin the color of sun-dappled bark, hair like trailing ivy, and eyes that held the shifting greens of the forest itself. Among them was a young one named Fern, whose curiosity was as boundless as the starlit sky above their home. Fern loved nothing more than listening to Elder Hemlock, whose voice was as soft and deep as rustling leaves in autumn. Hemlock spoke of the great balance, the intricate dance woven by every creature, every root, every drop of dew. The forest breathes, little sprout, Hemlock would murmur, his gnarled fingers tracing patterns in the soft moss. Spring brings the green sigh, summer the golden hum, autumn the copper whisper, and winter the silent, crystalline breath. Each is vital, each holds a piece of the heartwood's magic. The heartwood. Fern had heard tales of it, a colossal, ancient tree deep within the forest's core, older than time itself. It was said to be the source of the seasonal magic, its roots drinking deep from the earth's dreams, its branches cradling the essence of each turning moon and shifting sun. The Verdantkin were its caretakers, guided by generations of wisdom passed down through stories told by firefly light and the gentle murmur of streams. One day a subtle wrongness began to creep into Moss Grove. The air, usually thick with the sweet perfume of honeysuckle and damp earth in late spring, grew strangely still and scentless. The fireflies, whose nightly dances painted the twilight with constellations of soft green light, flickered weakly. Most unsettling was the behavior of the brook sprite, a shimmering, playful creature of living water who usually chattered and splashed merrily near the village. Now it flowed sluggishly, its surface unnervingly calm, reflecting the worried faces of the Verdantkin with a dull, gray sheen. Fern noticed first. The usual vibrant hum of insect wings was muted. The leaves, usually plump with spring's vigor, seemed thinner, their edges tinged with a faint, worrying yellow. The scent of pine resin, usually sharp and clean, was replaced by a faint, sour tang like forgotten mushrooms. Elder Hemlock, Fern whispered, finding the old one sitting by the sluggish brook, his face etched with concern. The balance, it feels, thin, like spun sugar ready to break. Hemlock sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. I, little sprout, the brook sprite whispers of chill deep in the earth, the heartwood, it struggles. The essence of spring is not flowing as it should. Winter's icy grip lingers where it should have melted, and summer's warmth hesitates to rise. He pointed a trembling finger towards the deepest part of the forest, where the shadows gathered thickest beneath the oldest trees. We must journey to Heartwood Hollow. The wisdom of the roots must guide us. The journey was unlike any Fern had taken. The familiar, comforting paths felt muted. Sunlight struggled to pierce the denser canopy, casting long, cold shadows. The vibrant moss underfoot felt brittle, and the air held a lingering damp chill that seeped into their bones, despite it being late spring. They passed a family of badgers whose usually bustling set was quiet, the adults looking weary, their kits listless. A chorus of frogs by a pond croaked a slow, mournful song instead of their usual jubilant chorus. Fern felt the forest's unease like a physical weight, a prickling sensation against their skin. After a day and a night guided by the faint, troubled whispers carried on the wind through the leaves, they reached Heartwood Hollow. It was a vast, open glade bathed in an ethereal, shifting light. At its center stood the Heartwood. Fern gasped. It wasn't just a tree, it was a living cathedral of wood and magic. Its trunk, wider than 20 Verdantkin houses, pulsed with a soft, internal luminescence. But the light was wrong. Instead of the vibrant, swirling greens and golds of spring fern had expected, it flickered erratically. Patches of weak green fought against stubborn veins of icy blue, and a dull, muddy brown where warm amber should have glowed. Around the base of the Heartwood, figures moved with quiet urgency. Not just Verdantkin, but creatures Fern had only heard of in hemlock stories. Lumina moths with wings like stained glass, their light dimmed. Earth gnomes with skin like polished river stones, their faces etched with worry. Even a great ancient stag, his majestic antlers seeming to droop, his breath misting unnaturally in the cool air. The harmony was fractured. The hidden lives of the forest were laid bare in their shared distress. The chill persists, rumbled the stag, his voice like stones grinding deep underground. It festers in the deep roots fed by neglect. He lowered his massive head towards a section of the forest floor near the Heartwood's base. Fern saw it then, a patch of ground choked with thorny, unnatural vines, dark, oily things that seemed to suck the very color from the air. They wrapped around smaller roots protruding from the earth, their grip tight and cruel. Nearby, the earth looked scarred and barren, as if something vital had been ripped away. "It is the strangling creeper," Hemlock said, his voice heavy with sorrow. "It takes hold where the forest's voice is silenced, where the small connections are broken. It feeds on imbalance, on forgotten duties." He explained how generations past had spoken of such blights, born not from malice, but from subtle neglect, a stream diverted carelessly by a landslide no one repaired, a clearing where too many saplings were lost, weakening the earth's song. The wisdom passed down was clear. Every creature, from the tiniest beetle turning the soil to the great trees breathing the air, played a part. Neglect one, and the thread of the tapestry unravels. "The Heartwood draws strength from the harmony of all," murmured a Lumina moth, its voice a soft chime. "When the small songs are silenced, its great song falters." Hope felt fragile. But looking around at the gathered creatures, the worried earth gnomes, the anxious Verdantkin, the sorrowful stag, the dimmed moth's Fern felt a spark ignite. "We are the small songs," Fern whispered, then spoke louder, their voice surprisingly steady in the hollow. "The wisdom says all must play their part. We are the harmony. Can we sing it back?" A ripple went through the assembly. The stag raised his head, a glimmer returning to his deep brown eyes. The earth gnomes nodded, their stony faces softening. The Lumina moths fluttered their wings, shedding faint motes of light. The restoration began, a testament to the interconnected life Hemlock had always spoken of. Earth gnomes, strong and patient, began carefully digging around the base of the strangling creeper, loosening its grip on the precious roots without harming the Heartwood itself. Their small hands worked with incredible precision, unearthing the dark tendrils. Lumina moths fluttered above, their dimmed light concentrating on the exposed vines. Where their soft glow touched the oily darkness, the creepers seemed to recoil, shriveling slightly, their malevolent energy disrupted. Fern and the other Verdantkin gathered nearby. They didn't fight the blight directly, their strength lay in connection. They knelt on the cold, troubled earth, placing their small hands on the moss, on the exposed, shivering roots of the Heartwood, even on the cool flank of the patient stag. They closed their eyes and listened. Fern felt the deep, slow thrum of the heartwood, weak but persistent. They felt the stag's steady heartbeat, the quiet strength of the gnomes, the fragile hope of the moths. And they began to hum. It wasn't a complex song, but a simple, deep vibration, resonating from their chests into the earth. It was the sound of roots seeking water, of leaves unfurling towards the sun, of dewdrops gathering on spiderwebs at dawn. They hummed the memory of warm spring rains, the promise of summer berries, the crispness of autumn air, the deep peace of winter snow. They hummed the song of Moss Grove, of the busy badgers, the croaking frogs, the whispering brook. They hummed the great balance. As they hummed, focusing their simple, collective will, a subtle warmth began to spread from their hands. It wasn't fire, but the gentle, life-giving warmth of the returning sun after a long frost. The moss beneath their fingers seemed to plump up, regaining its vibrant green. The exposed heartwood roots Fern touched pulsed once, faintly, with a warmer light. The earth gnomes, feeling the shift, redoubled their efforts. The lumina moths glowed brighter, their light now a soft, cleansing gold. The stag lowered his mighty head and breathed a warm, misty breath over the struggling patch of earth where the creepers writhed. The combined effort, the gnome's strength, the moth's light, the stag's breath, and the verdantkin's resonant song of connection became a tangible force. With a final, almost audible sigh, the strangling creeper lost its grip. The dark vines shriveled completely, turning to brittle black dust that scattered on a sudden warm breeze that hadn't been there moments before. Where they had choked the earth, tiny, vibrant green shoots immediately pushed through the soil, unfurling delicate leaves that glistened with fresh dew. The effect on the heartwood was immediate and profound. The flickering, conflicted light within its massive trunk steadied. The stubborn veins of icy blue dissolved like mist under a strong sun. The muddy brown warmed, transforming into a deep, rich amber. The vibrant green swelled, pure and strong, pulsing outwards in waves. The light filled the hollow, washing over everyone warm, comforting, and alive. It touched the stag, who straightened, his antlers seeming to catch the light and hold it. It touched the lumina moths, whose wings blazed with renewed, joyful colors. It touched the earth gnomes, whose stony skin gleamed with inner warmth. It flowed over Fern and the verdantkin, filling them with a profound sense of peace and belonging. The magic wasn't a sudden explosion, but a deep, resonant sigh of relief that echoed through the entire forest. Fern felt it travel along the roots, through the streams, up the trunks of trees, and into the very air. Back in Moss Grove, the brook sprite suddenly bubbled and leapt with renewed energy, its water sparkling clear and cold. The scent of honeysuckle and damp earth returned, rich and heady. Fireflies erupted from the ferns, painting the twilight with their joyful, emerald constellations. The badger kits tumbled playfully from their set, and the frogs resumed their boisterous chorus. Fern stood with elder hemlock near the now glorious heartwood, bathed in its gentle, multi-hued light. The stag nudged Fern gently with his velvety nose. "You remembered the wisdom, little one," he said, his voice warm and strong again. The smallest voice, raised in true understanding of the whole, can mend the greatest tear in the tapestry. Hemlock placed a hand on Fern's shoulder. "The balance is not a distant thing, little sprout. It lives in every connection, every act of care, every song sung for the whole, not just the self. The heartwood holds the magic, but we all of us, great and small, seen and unseen, we are the magic that feeds it. Remember this." The journey back to Moss Grove was a celebration of senses. The air was warm and fragrant. Moonlight silvered the path, dappling through leaves that rustled with a contented sound. The hum of insects was a soothing lullaby. Fern felt the cool, soft moss underfoot, heard the distant, joyful splash of the brook sprite, tasted the sweet nectar of a night-blooming flower offered by a grateful lumina moth. The forest was alive, vibrant, and deeply, peacefully in harmony once more. That night, curled in their cozy nest woven from soft grasses and fragrant pine needles, Fern gazed out at the firefly-lit glade. The gentle murmur of the brook and the rustling leaves were a soothing melody. They thought of the heartwood pulsing with balanced light deep in the forest, and of the stag, the gnomes, the moths, the badgers, the frogs, and all the unseen threads that bound them together. The wisdom felt warm and solid inside them, as old as oak roots, as deep as the starry sky. It was the quiet understanding that true magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in the countless small acts of belonging, of care, of singing your part in the forest's eternal, beautiful song. And with that comforting thought, cradled by the restored harmony of their ancient, magical home, Fern drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the heart of the whispering woods itself. In the velvet-hued valley, where twilight lingered a little longer than anywhere else, there nestled a village called Willowbrook. Its cobblestone streets curved like a contented cat's tail, lined with cottages whose thatched roofs wore caps of moss, and gardens where sunflowers turned their faces to greet passers-by. Yet that autumn an oddness settled over the village, soft as cobweb, persistent as the tick of a clock. Teapots brewed chamomile without fire, quilts rearranged themselves into peculiar patterns overnight, and the village's single clock tower began chiming 13 times at midnight. "It's the work of the willow wind," declared old Mrs. Nettle, stirring her lavender honey tea with a cinnamon stick. "The same breeze that carries dandelion wishes. It's gotten curious about our doings." But 12-year-old Finn, whose freckles seemed to multiply when he was puzzled, noticed something the adults hadn't: tiny silver footprints, no larger than buttonholes, glimmering on windowsills. His best friend Mira, whose braids were forever coming undone, found strands of thread-thin moonlight caught in the branches of the ancient oak near the square. Together, they resolved to unravel the mystery. Their first clue came from the reclusive clockmaker, Mr. Thimble, who lived in a crooked tower at the village edge. His workshop smelled of oiled gears and gingerbread, and his spectacles magnified his eyes to owl-like proportions. 13 chimes, you say? He adjusted a pocket watch that ticked backward. "Time isn't broken, it's being borrowed. Look for what's between the ticks." Guided by Mr. Thimble's riddle, Finn and Mira spent moonlit hours tracing the silvery footprints. They led to the whispering woods, where trees hummed lullabies and fireflies pulsed in code. There, beneath a toadstool umbrella, they found a creature no taller than a teacup, a sprite with moth-wing ears and a cloak woven from starlight. She'd been quietly borrowing village items to fix a problem of her own. Her colony's moonstone, source of their magic, had cracked, scattering shards across Willowbrook. The teapots brewed alone to soothe the anxious earth. The quilt's patterns were maps to lost shards. The extra chime was a plea for help. But why not just ask? Mira whispered, offering the sprite a thimbleful of blackberry syrup. The sprite, whose name was Lumina, fluttered her wings in shame. "Moonstone cracks bring silence to our kind. We forgot how to speak your words." Finn, recalling Mr. Thimble's advice about between the ticks, realized the solution. They must listen not with ears, but with patience. For 3 days, the children and villagers followed the strange occurrences like breadcrumbs. A quilt's embroidered rabbit led to a moonstone shard buried in the carrot patch. A spontaneously knitted scarf pointed to a fragment lodged in a magpie's nest. As each shard returned to Lumina, her voice grew clearer, and the odd happenings gently ceased, except the clock tower, which now chimed 14 times, adding a note that sounded like laughter. On the final night, the village gathered under the clock tower as Lumina's colony emerged from the woods, riding on hedgehogs and crickets. With the restored moonstone, they spun a new kind of magic, a bridge of glowing cobweb between their world and Willowbrook. Now sprites help find lost mittens in exchange for sugar dust. The clock tower tells jokes at noon, and every 13th cookie baked vanishes, only to reappear as crumbs spelling thank you. Years later, when Mira's little brother worries about strange rustlings in the attic, she smiles. "Listen closely," she says, tucking him under a quilt stitched with constellations. "Sometimes mysteries are just friends waiting to be found." And as the clock chimes 14, they both swear they hear a tiny, sugar-sweet giggle riding the willow wind. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched moss-draped branches toward a sky often veiled in mist, magic hummed just beneath the surface of reality. Here the seasons didn't merely change, they danced. Spring arrived on the breath of warm zephyrs, carrying pollen-gold promises. Summer unfurled in emerald canopies that shimmered with firefly constellations. Autumn descended in a cascade of amber and crimson, each leaf a whispered secret. Winter wrapped the forest in a crystalline hush, where frost painted stories on frozen ponds. And in this realm the creatures lived not as mere inhabitants, but as guardians of an intricate, singing balance. Young Bramble, a hedgehog with spines like dewdrop-tipped thistles, lived in a cozy burrow lined with dried lavender and owl feathers. His grandmother, a badger named Sorrel with fur like storm-cloud silver, often spoke of the forest's hidden pulse. "Listen beyond the rustle," she'd murmur, her voice as comforting as the crackle of their hearth-moss fire. "Hear the wind's lullaby, that's the breath of seasons, carrying dreams from the roots to the stars." Bramble would nestle into Sorrel's warmth, inhaling the scent of rain-soaked earth and wood smoke, feeling the forest's heartbeat thrum through the soil beneath them. One late summer evening, as crickets wove melodies into the twilight, an unnatural stillness settled. The breath of seasons faltered. No cooling breeze carried the scent of ripening blackberries or the distant promise of autumn's spice. Instead, the air grew thick and heavy, clinging like damp wool. Flowers drooped, their petals losing luster. Even the creek's usual chuckle faded to a listless sigh. Bramble watched a weary bluebird, feathers dulled, struggle to lift itself onto a wilting elderberry branch. "Grandmother," he whispered, his nose twitching at the stale air, "why does the forest hold its breath?" Sorrel's eyes, deep as mossy pools, grew solemn. She led Bramble to the Heartstone glade, a clearing where moonlight pooled like liquid silver on a flat, moss-cushioned rock etched with spirals. "Long ago," Sorrel began, her paw tracing the carvings, "when the seasons tangled, the first guardians sang to the whispering winds. They reminded the winds of their purpose, to weave change, not stagnation." She described how generations past had faced such silences, always restoring harmony by understanding the connections. How the squirrel's buried nuts fed the soil, how the beaver's dam nurtured reeds where dragonflies hatched, how even the tiniest spider's web caught morning due to quench thirsty ferns. The imbalance deepened. Without the wind's guidance, autumn's vibrant palette refused to awaken. Leaves remained stubbornly green yet brittle, and the air tasted of dust. Bramble noticed the forest's distress in every detail, the frantic scrabble of mice searching for water, the drooping caps of mushrooms that usually glowed with bioluminescent hope at dusk. A family of foxes, their coats patchy and thin, huddled miserably in their den. "We must help," Bramble declared, his small voice trembling but resolute. Sorrel nuzzled him. "Wisdom is the compass, little one. We listen, then act." They journeyed to the elder tree, a colossal oak where hollows glowed with the soft light of glowworms. There they convened with Fern, an ancient owl whose feathers held the patterns of frost and starlight, and Pip, a quick-witted dormouse who knew every root path in the forest. "The winds are lost," Fern hooted softly, her amber eyes reflecting the dimming moon. "Trapped in the high peaks where echoes confuse their song." Pip twitched his whiskers. "But why? The peaks have always sung back." Sorrel nodded. "Something silences the echo, something unnatural." Bramble remembered Sorrel's stories, how balance required every voice. He crept to the forest's edge where human artifacts sometimes drifted, a tattered kite, a smooth glass bottle. There, half buried in ferns, lay a shard of mirrored metal, reflecting the stagnant sky. It wasn't part of the forest song. When sunlight hit it, the glare shot upward, blinding and harsh. This, Bramble gasped. It steals the mountain's echo. The mirrored shard had fallen from a passing hot air balloon, its unnatural reflection scattering the peak's harmonic response, leaving the winds directionless. With Pip's guidance, they rallied the forest. Badgers dug trenches to tilt the shard. Squirrels wove vines into a net. Fireflies lit their path as night deepened, their glow a constellation of determination. Bramble, heart pounding like a woodpecker's drum, climbed onto Sorrel's back as she nudged the shard into the net. Together they hauled it away from the peaks, burying it deep in clay where its reflection could harm no one. As the last clod of earth settled, a sigh rippled through the trees. Then a whisper. A gentle, cool caress brushed Bramble's spines. It carried the scent of wood smoke and fallen apples. The breath of seasons returned. It swirled through the whisperwood, rustling leaves into bursts of gold and scarlet. Rain followed, soft and sweet, pattering on the canopy like 1,000 tiny drums. The creek laughed again, and flowers raised their faces to drink. In the heartstone glade, Fern spread her wings as Pip danced in circles. "You listened," Sorrel murmured to Bramble, her eyes crinkling with pride. "Not just with your ears, but with your heart. Balance isn't kept by force, but by tending every thread in the web." That night, as Bramble curled in his burrow, the forest sang him to sleep. Outside, autumn's first frost painted silver lace on spiderwebs, and the wind hummed the ancient lullaby of change and renewal. He dreamed of roots deep in the dark earth, of stars winking through the canopy, and of Sorrel's voice, warm and sure, "When harmony flows, all things grow." And in that knowing, wrapped in the scent of lavender and the forest's restored breath, Bramble drifted into peaceful slumber, cradled by the eternal dance of the whisperwood. Leo had always been curious about the old oak tree at the very edge of his grandmother's garden. Its gnarled branches seemed to reach out like welcoming arms, and its leaves whispered secrets on even the stillest days. His grandmother called it the listening tree, but she always cautioned him against venturing too close to the hollow nestled within its massive trunk. "Some doors," she'd say with a twinkle in her eye, "are best opened when you're ready for the journey beyond." One crisp autumn afternoon, the scent of wood smoke and fallen apples heavy in the air, Leo felt ready. A gentle breeze, carrying the scent of damp earth, and something sweet and unfamiliar, tugged at him. He approached the hollow. Instead of the dark space he expected, shimmering light, like trapped sunshine filtered through honey, spilled out. Taking a deep breath of the cool, sweet air, Leo stepped inside. The light enveloped him, warm and soft as spun gold against his skin. When it cleared, he found himself not in darkness, but standing on a path of smooth, moon-pale stones, winding through a forest unlike any he'd ever seen. This was the Whisperwood. The trees weren't merely tall, they soared like cathedral pillars, their bark a mosaic of silver and deep violet. Their leaves weren't green, but shimmering shades of sapphire and emerald, casting dappled light that danced on the path like living jewels. Bioluminescent flowers, shaped like tiny bells and glowing with soft blues, pinks, and golds, carpeted the forest floor, pulsing gently as if breathing. The air hummed with a low, melodic thrum, like a giant, contented cat purring, and carried the scent of crushed mint, vanilla orchids, and warm stone after rain. Overhead, creatures that looked like floating dandelion seeds, but glowing with soft internal light, drifted lazily on unseen currents. Leo felt a thrill of pure wonder tingle from his scalp down to his toes. He hadn't walked far when a soft chime sounded beside him. A cluster of tiny winged creatures, no bigger than his thumb, hovered near a large, glowing mushroom. They looked like they were spun from spun glass and starlight, with delicate, iridescent wings that hummed faintly. Their large, luminous eyes blinked at him with gentle curiosity. These were the glow sprites. One darted forward, leaving a trail of shimmering dust that smelled faintly of cinnamon, and chimed again, a sound like tiny crystal bells. It seemed to be pointing towards a fork in the path where a large, moss-covered stone partially blocked the way. Leo understood. "Thank you," he whispered, bowing slightly. The sprites chimed happily, swirling around his head for a moment in a shower of sparkling dust before flitting back to their mushroom. Approaching the mossy stone, Leo saw the problem. The path forked, but the right-hand way was almost completely obscured by thick, velvety moss cascading from the stone and hanging vines heavy with luminous purple berries. He needed to clear it gently. As he reached out to push aside the moss, it shifted. A pair of large, sleepy eyes blinked open from within the moss itself. A creature resembling a small, incredibly fluffy bear entirely covered in the softest, deepest green moss, yawned, revealing a tiny pink tongue. It stretched, mossy limbs extending, and regarded Leo with calm, ancient eyes. This was a moss bear, Leo instinctively knew. He remembered his grandmother's advice about respecting the quiet places. Instead of pushing, he bowed again. "Excuse me, please," he said softly. "I don't mean to disturb your rest, but I'm trying to pass this way." The moss bear studied him for a long moment, then slowly, deliberately, shifted its bulk just enough to clear the path. It gave a soft, rumbling purr that vibrated through the ground and settled back down, its eyes closing peacefully. Leo carefully stepped past, brushing a gentle hand over the cool, soft moss on the creature's back. "Thank you," he murmured. The path led downwards now, towards the source of the melodic thrumming he'd heard earlier. It opened into a breathtaking clearing. A wide, shallow river flowed here, its water crystal clear and shimmering with every color imaginable like liquid rainbow catching the light. But the most astonishing sight was the riverbed itself. It was covered in smooth, polished stones, but these stones weren't inert. They glowed softly, each radiating its own unique hue: deep amethyst, fiery topaz, serene aquamarine. And they were singing. Not with voices, but with pure, resonant tones that vibrated through the air and water, creating the forest's harmonic hum. Leo knelt at the water's edge, dipping his fingers in. The water felt cool and silky, tingling slightly. The stones beneath shimmered brighter at his touch. He saw that the stones closest to the bank seemed dimmer, their songs fainter, almost sad. Gently, carefully, he began picking up the dimmer stones from the shallows and placing them back into the deeper, faster-flowing current in the center of the river. As each stone touched the stronger flow, it flared brightly, its song swelling back to full strength, joining the glorious chorus. He didn't know why they'd become displaced, perhaps by playful water creatures or gentle floods, but helping them felt right. As he worked, the entire clearing seemed to brighten, the hum becoming richer, sweeter, vibrating warmly in his chest. He felt a profound sense of peace and connection. Leaving the singing river behind, the path began to climb again, winding between enormous tree roots that formed natural arches. The light shifted, becoming softer, duskier. Ahead, nestled in the cradle of three colossal roots, stood a structure that took Leo's breath away. It was a cottage, but not made of wood or stone. It seemed woven from living vines heavy with night-blooming flowers that glowed with soft, white light. The roof was a canopy of enormous, luminous leaves. Warm, inviting light spilled from a round window. As Leo approached, the door, made of intertwined willow branches, creaked open silently. Inside, the air was warm and fragrant with the scent of baking bread and lavender. An old woman sat by a hearth where a fire of cool, blue and green flames crackled merrily, casting dancing shadows. Her hair was like spun moonlight, and her eyes held the depth and kindness of the forest itself. She wore a robe that seemed woven from shifting shadows and starlight. "Welcome, Leo," she said, her voice like wind through leaves and chimes on a breeze. "The whisperwood speaks of your gentle heart." She gestured to a plump cushion woven from glowing reeds. "Rest your feet, the listening tree sent word you might find your way here today." Over cups of steaming, sweet-smelling tea that tasted of wild honey and summer berries, the weaver, for that was her name, she who tended the stories of the whisperwood, listened as Leo shared his journey, the glow sprites, the moss bear, the singing stones. She smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening like the rings of an ancient tree. "You listened," she said softly. "To the sprite's chime, to the moss bear's quiet, to the stone's fading song. You met the unknown not with fear, but with respect and kindness. That is true courage, young explorer. It is not the absence of fear, but the choice to act gently despite it." Leo felt a warmth spread through him that had nothing to do with the tea. He hadn't thought of himself as brave, he'd just been curious and careful. The weaver nodded as if hearing his thoughts. "Curiosity guided you, kindness was your compass, and quiet courage cleared your path. Remember this feeling." She handed him a small, smooth stone from a bowl on her table. It was warm to the touch and pulsed with a soft, golden light, humming a single, pure note. "A stone from the river, singing its thanks. Keep it close. It will remind you that even the smallest light can brighten the dark, and even the quietest step can lead to wonders." As the weaver's hearth fire burned low, casting long, comforting shadows, Leo felt a gentle tug, a sense of completion. He thanked the weaver, who simply smiled and gestured towards the door. "The path home is always open to those who walk it with a light heart." Stepping outside, he saw the moon-pale path glowing softly before him, leading back the way he came. The whisperwood seemed to sigh contentedly around him. The moss bear was still peacefully asleep, a soft green mound by the path. The glow sprites chimed a gentle farewell as he passed. The singing river's chorus swelled in a harmonious wave as he crossed a natural arch of glowing roots above it. Soon he stood before the shimmering light spilling from the listening tree's hollow. He stepped through the warm honey-gold radiance and found himself back in his grandmother's garden, the familiar scent of wood smoke and autumn apples washing over him. The sun was just dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of orange and purple. He looked down at his hand. The warm, golden, softly humming stone was still there, pulsing gently against his palm, a tangible piece of magic and a reminder of his quiet bravery. He heard his grandmother call from the kitchen door, her voice warm and familiar. Leo ran to her, the stone safely tucked in his pocket, its gentle warmth a comforting secret against his leg. He flung his arms around her. "Grandmother," he whispered, his heart full of the whisperwood's song, "I found a door, and I walked through it." She hugged him back tightly, her own eyes twinkling with understanding deeper than words. She smoothed his hair, breathing in the lingering scent of mint, vanilla, and starlight that clung to him. "Ah, my little explorer," she murmured, her voice thick with love. "I thought you might be ready. The best journeys always begin with a single step, taken with a brave and gentle heart. Come inside now. The fire's crackling, and there's warm milk with honey." She led him towards the cozy glow of the cottage windows, the stone in his pocket humming its soft, reassuring song, a lullaby of courage found, wonders witnessed, and the comforting certainty that the world held more magic than he could ever imagine, waiting patiently for those willing to listen and step gently into the unknown. The scent of baking bread mingled with the wood smoke, wrapping around him like a warm blanket, and the gentle purr of the cat by the hearth seemed to echo the whisperwood's own contented thrum, lulling him into a deep, peaceful sense of belonging, both here and in the memory of that enchanted place. The adventure was over for now, but the warmth, the light, and the quiet courage it had kindled within him would remain, a glowing ember in his heart forever. The soft hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was the only sound in the vastness of Sector Nebula 7. Aboard the small scout vessel, Tick, a small, furry mammal from the lush forests of Felnar, adjusted her navigation console with nervous paws. Her large, dark eyes scanned the unfamiliar star patterns. She was on a simple botanical survey mission, collecting samples of resilient space moss, when an unexpected gravity surge sent the Weaver careening off course, its systems flickering. Emergency protocols kicked in, jettisoning her towards the nearest habitable zone, the uncharted moon, Lyra's Tear. Her landing was rough, the pod skidding through silvery blue grass that shimmered like liquid metal under the twin moons. Tick stumbled out, her thick brown fur ruffled, clutching her precious sample case. The air was cool and crisp, smelling faintly of ozone and something sweet, like crushed mint. Towering crystalline formations, glowing with internal light, dotted the landscape. It was eerily beautiful and utterly silent. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A massive figure emerged from behind a cluster of glowing spires. Tick froze, heart pounding against her ribs. It stood easily 3 times her height, its body composed of smooth, interlocking plates of what looked like polished obsidian and amber crystal. 4 long, multi-jointed limbs ended in delicate, claw-tipped appendages. Where a face might be, a cluster of deep blue crystals pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light. This was Kor, a mineralogist from the molten core world of Xylos, whose own survey craft had been damaged by the same gravity anomaly. Stranded and scanning for usable mineral deposits, Kor had detected Tick's landing. To Tick, Kor was a terrifying, silent monolith. The way the crystals pulsed felt like a threatening glare. She chittered a warning, baring small teeth, and scrambled backwards, hiding behind her overturned escape pod. Her fear was a sharp, acrid scent in the air. To Kor, Tick was a chaotic, vibrating bundle of unpredictable energy. The high-pitched chittering sounded like aggressive static, and the sudden movements were jarring against the moon's natural harmonic resonance. Kor emitted a low, subsonic rumble, a sound of confusion and caution that vibrated through Tick's bones, amplifying her fear. Kor took a step closer, a long limb reaching out slowly. "Stay back." Tick squeaked, throwing a small pebble. It harmlessly bounced off Kor's crystalline chest. The pebble's strike registered to Kor not as pain, but as a sharp, discordant note disrupting the ambient harmony. Kor recoiled, the blue crystals flaring brighter for a moment. Aggression, Kor thought, interpreting the vibration. A profound misunderstanding settled between them, thick as the moon's strange fog. Night fell swiftly on Lyra's Tear, bringing a deep chill and a howling wind that swept across the plains. Tick shivered violently in the meager shelter of her pod's wreckage. Her fur was good for Felnar's humidity, not this biting cold. Across the clearing, Kor stood motionless near a large crystal formation, seemingly unaffected. Tick watched, teeth chattering, as the wind whipped around the giant being. Then she noticed something. Kor's crystal plates were subtly realigning, channeling the wind into a low, resonant hum that generated warmth. The air directly around Kor shimmered slightly with heat haze. Desperation overcoming fear, Tick inched closer, drawn by the promise of warmth. Kor, sensing the small creature's approach and its intense shivering, understood its distress cold. Kor shifted slightly, angling a large, flat crystal plate towards Tick. Instantly, a wave of gentle, radiant heat washed over her. It was blissful. Tick cautiously sank down near Kor's massive foot, the warmth seeping into her bones. She looked up at the pulsing blue crystals. The light seemed softer now. She tentatively reached out a paw, not to touch, but to feel the heat radiating from the crystal surface. Kor remained perfectly still, observing. The next day brought a shared challenge. A violent ionic storm, common on Lyra's Tear, rolled in with terrifying speed. Jagged forks of purple lightning split the sky, and the howling wind turned ferocious, threatening to sweep Tick away. Rain, cold and stinging, lashed down. Tick huddled against Core's warm leg, terrified. Core, however, perceived the storm differently. The intense electromagnetic bursts were painfully loud, a cacophony of screeching frequencies that vibrated Core's very core, threatening to shatter delicate internal structures. The wind's roar was physically jarring. Core needed shelter from the sound. Tick needed shelter from the elements. Core scanned the terrain with senses attuned to mineral densities and spotted a cave entrance partially hidden behind a curtain of glowing vines, nestled within a large crystal mountain. Core pointed a long limb towards it, emitting a series of low, pulsed rumbles that Tick felt as vibrations in the ground. This time, Tick didn't interpret it as a threat, but as communication. She saw the cave. Shelter. Go. Tick squeaked, pointing frantically at the cave as a particularly fierce gust nearly lifted her off her feet. Core understood the gesture. Moving with surprising swiftness despite the buffeting wind, Core scooped Tick up gently in one large, clawed hand, shielding her from the worst of the rain and wind with the other. Tick gasped but didn't struggle, feeling the secure enclosure. Core lumbered towards the cave, the chaotic storm frequencies causing visible distress, small cracks appearing on some of Core's outer plates. Tick felt the vibrations of pain through Core's hand. Inside the cave, it was blessedly quiet and dry. Bioluminescent moss coated the walls, casting a soft green glow. Core carefully set Tick down, then retreated deeper into the cave, pressing large crystal hands against the walls. A deep, resonant hum filled the space as Core tried to ground the painful frequencies, small fractures spreading further on Core's limbs. Tick watched, understanding dawning. Core wasn't immune, Core was hurting. Tick remembered her sample case. Among the space moss was a rare Felnarian plant, the whisper root. When chewed, it emitted a powerful, localized field of harmonic dampening, used to calm agitated flora. Tick hurriedly dug it out, a gnarly brown tuber. She broke off a piece and cautiously approached Core, who was shuddering with the residual vibrations. She held up the root, making chewing motions with her mouth. Core's blue crystals pulsed slowly, observing. Tick took a small bite herself, then offered the larger piece. Trusting the small creature who shared warmth, Core took the root. As Core's crystalline mandibles ground the fibrous material, a wave of profound silence washed over the cave. The painful resonance of the storm faded to a distant murmur. Core straightened, the cracks on the plates stopping their spread. The blue crystals pulsed with a warm, steady light relief, gratitude. Core looked down at Tick and emitted a soft, harmonious chime, like glass bells underwater. It was the first sound Core had made that wasn't a rumble or a vibration felt through the ground. It was beautiful. In the quiet sanctuary of the cave, warmed by Core's presence and the soft moss light, the barriers dissolved. Tick, emboldened, pointed to herself. Tick, she said clearly. She then pointed at her furry arm, then at the cave wall, mimicking digging. Felnar plants. Core watched intently. Then Core pointed a claw tip at Tick. A soft, complex harmonic resonated, like two notes played simultaneously. Tick. Core then touched a large crystal plate on its chest, producing a deeper, richer chord core. Core gestured towards the ground, then upwards, mimicking flight, followed by a low, grinding sound. Xylos. Minerals. They spent hours like this, sheltered from the storm. Tick showed Core samples of Felnarian moss, explaining through gestures and simple sounds how it stored starlight. Core showed Tick how to tap certain crystals to make them glow brighter or resonate with different pitches, demonstrating the musical geology of Xylos. Tick learned that Core's glare was often just focused observation, and the rumbles were attempts at communication or expressions of emotion Core couldn't vocalize like Tick. Core learned that Tick's quick movements weren't aggression, but curiosity or anxiety, and her chittering could mean many things depending on the pitch. They laughed, Tick with a series of high-pitched giggles, Core with a cascade of shimmering chimes that vibrated pleasantly in Tick's chest. When the storm finally passed, revealing Lyra's tier bathed in serene moonlight, they emerged together. They worked as a team to gather materials. Tick, with her small size and dexterity, collected edible glowing berries from high vines and soft, insulating moss for bedding. Core, with immense strength and mineral senses, broke off specific resonant crystals to repair critical components on Tick's escape pod beacon, and located rare minerals needed for Core's own craft's power core. One afternoon, while searching for a specific conductive ore, Core's massive foot dislodged a rock slide near a precarious cliff edge where Tick was foraging. Tick shrieked as the ground gave way. Without hesitation, Core lunged, a long limb snapping out faster than thought. The powerful claws closed gently but firmly around Tick, lifting her to safety just as the rocks tumbled into the abyss. Tick clung to Core's claw, her heart hammering, not with fear of Core, but with gratitude. Core set her down carefully, the blue crystals pulsing rapidly with concern. Tick patted the cool crystal surface reassuringly. Safe, Core safe, Tick. Later, when a territorial, six-legged reptilian creature, attracted by the glow of Core's crystals, lunged from the undergrowth, Tick didn't freeze. She remembered Core's sensitivity to sound. She let out a piercing, sustained shriek, a sound specifically designed on Felnar to startle predators. The frequency was agonizingly high for the reptile, which screeched and retreated. Core, protected by the dampening effect still lingering from the whisper root, watched in astonishment as the tiny creature defended the giant. Core chimed a melody of profound thanks. The day came when both their crafts were repaired enough to send signals. A Felnarian recovery ship and a Xylosian mineral barge responded, homing in on their beacons. As the ships descended through the lavender sky, casting long shadows on the shimmering grass, Tick and Core stood side by side near the cave entrance. Tick felt a pang of sadness sharper than the moon's chill. She looked up at Core, her large eyes glistening. She reached into her sample pouch and pulled out her last, perfectly preserved whisper root, the one that had eased Core's pain. She held it up. Core understood. The giant crystalline being knelt, bringing its cluster of blue crystals level with Tick. Core carefully pried off a small, perfect shard from an inner plate not damaged, but deliberately chosen. It pulsed with a warm, steady blue light. Core offered it to Tick with infinite gentleness. Tick placed the whisper root into Core's large claw. Core placed the glowing blue crystal shard into Tick's small paws. It was warm to the touch, radiating a soft, comforting hum that resonated deep within her. It wasn't just a crystal, it was a piece of Core's harmony, a tangible memory of shared warmth in a cold cave, of protection, and of understanding forged in silence and storms. The recovery teams found them like that, the small, furry botanist from the green world, holding a pulsing blue crystal, and the towering crystalline geologist from the molten core, cradling a gnarled brown root. They exchanged no words their rescuers could understand, only a look that spoke volumes. Tick's eyes soft with affection, Core's crystal light pulsing with a gentle, steady warmth. As Tick's pod lifted off, she pressed the blue crystal shard against the viewport. Far below, Core stood, a dark silhouette against the glowing landscape, holding the whisper root. Core raised a limb in farewell, a single, pure harmonic note rising through the air, reaching Tick even through the pod's hull, a sound of friendship, clear and true. Tick settled back in her seat, the crystal's soft hum a constant, soothing presence against her chest. It was a reminder that across the vast, silent gulf of space, under different suns and moons, friendship could bloom in the most unexpected soil. It wasn't about understanding every word, but about listening with the heart, sharing warmth in the cold, and offering shelter from the storm. The universe felt less lonely, filled not just with stars, but with the quiet, resonant echo of an unlikely, precious bond. And as the stars blurred past, Tick knew the true treasure she brought back wasn't moss or samples, but the warm, humming memory of Core, a friend written not in words, but in light and harmony, forever held close. The attic above young Ben's house smelled of dust and forgotten summers. Cobwebs draped like lace across beams thick with the memory of old trees, and sunlight, thick and golden as honey, streamed through the single round window, illuminating galaxies of swirling dust motes. Ben wasn't supposed to be up there, the ladder was rickety, his mother said, but the pull of hidden treasures was too strong. That's where he found the button box. It wasn't fancy. Just an old, slightly dented biscuit tin, its floral pattern faded. Inside, however, wasn't a jumble of ordinary buttons. These buttons shimmered. They weren't made of plastic or bone, but of smooth, cool river stones, polished wood, and something that looked suspiciously like solidified moonlight. Each one felt different beneath Ben's fingers, one warm as sun-baked earth, another cool and humming faintly, a third smooth and silent like deep water. Ben, a quiet boy who noticed things others missed, the way dandelion seeds caught the breeze, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, felt a strange pull from a particular button. It was small, oval, carved from a piece of dark wood, and in its center was a tiny, perfect knot that seemed to swirl if you looked at it just right. He picked it up. Instantly a warmth spread through his palm, and a quiet, insistent tug pulled gently at his thoughts. It wasn't a sound, more like a feeling pointing out, beyond the attic window, towards the whispering woods at the edge of town. The woods lived up to their name. As Ben stepped under the ancient canopy, leaving the familiar cobblestone street behind, the sounds changed. The rustle of leaves wasn't just wind, it was soft sighs and murmured secrets. Sunlight dappled the mossy ground like scattered coins, and the air smelled richly of damp earth, pine resin, and something sweet and wild. The wooden button in his pocket pulsed warmly, its tug growing stronger, leading him off the worn path and deeper into the green embrace. He hadn't walked far when a voice, sharp but not unkind, piped up from a tangle of ferns. "Oi, watch where you're tromping, lad, nearly squashed my best nap spot." A plump, grumpy-looking badger with a distinctive white stripe across his snout glared up at him. This was Thistle. Ben apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Badger, I was just following this feeling." He hesitantly showed Thistle the wooden button. Thistle sniffed it cautiously, his beady eyes widening. "HMPH knotwood, rare stuff. That's no ordinary trinket, boy, that's a finder's button. Points you to what needs finding, not what you think you want. Tricky business." Thistle's grumpiness seemed to soften with curiosity. "Well, since you've disturbed my nap, the least I can do is make sure you don't blunder into a snagglethorn patch. Nasty things, snagglethorns. Lead on, button boy, but mind the roots." Thistle proved invaluable. He knew every hidden animal trail, every patch of treacherous bog disguised as solid ground, and every berry bush worth stopping at for a quick snack, though he complained bitterly about the lack of earthworms. As they walked, the tug of the button led them steadily uphill, towards the rumored sleeping mountain. The path grew steeper, the air cooler. The gentle whispers of the woods gave way to the rush of water. Soon they reached the Silver Thread River, cascading over smooth rocks in a sparkling torrent. The button tugged insistently towards the other side. Ben looked worriedly at the rushing water. Thistle grumbled about wet fur. Then a giggle like tinkling bells echoed from a swirling eddy. A head crowned with water lilies and hair the color of river foam popped up. "Lost your way, landwalkers?" asked the river spirit, her eyes shifting like sunlight on water. Her name was Rill, and she was perpetually forgetful. "We need to cross, Lady Rill," Ben said politely, holding up the button. "The finder's button leads us across." Rill drifted closer, peering at the knotwood. "Ooh, shiny and warm. Makes me think of something important." Oh dear, what was it? She tapped her chin, sending ripples across the water. "Something lost, something cold," she sighed dramatically. "Crossing. Yes. Hop on the stepping stones, but only where the water laughs. Step on the grumpy stones and splash." She pointed to stones barely visible beneath the churning surface. "Listen." Ben took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, letting the roar of the river fill his ears. Thistle nudged him impatiently, but Ben focused. Beneath the main roar, he heard it faint, musical chuckles coming from certain rocks. He stepped onto the first chuckling stone. It felt firm. Step by careful step, listening intently to the water's hidden laughter, Ben crossed. Thistle followed, surprisingly nimble, muttering about soggy badgers and ridiculous spirits. Rill waved cheerfully, already forgetting them, humming a watery tune. On the other side, the slope grew even steeper, leading towards the mist-shrouded peak of the sleeping mountain. The air grew thin and crisp. The button's tug was strong now, almost vibrating in Ben's pocket. As they climbed above the tree line, the world opened up. Vast valleys spread below, painted in shades of green and purple shadow. But the path ahead vanished into a wall of shifting, gray mist. The mountain seemed to breathe, the mist swirling and thickening, obscuring any trail. Thistle sniffed the air. Mist maze, mountain's way of guarding its secrets. Get lost in there and you might wander forever, or step off a ledge you never saw coming. Nasty business. Ben felt a flutter of fear. How could they navigate this? He pulled out the finder's button. It glowed softly in his palm, the knot swirling faster, but the tug felt confused, pulled in several directions at once by the shifting mist. Force wouldn't work. Shouting wouldn't help. He remembered Rill's lesson listening. He sat down on a cool, smooth rock. "We need to be still," he said softly to Thistle. "We need to listen beyond the mountain's breath." Thistle, surprisingly, didn't argue. He curled up beside Ben, his warm bulk a comfort. Ben closed his eyes, tuning out the sigh of the wind in the mist. He listened deeper. He heard the faint, high chime of ice crystals forming. He heard the slow, patient grind of stone deep within the mountain. And then faint but clear, a melodic chirping, a familiar sound from home. A small, bright-eyed starling landed on a rock nearby, cocking its head. Lost, it chirped. The mountain's shy, doesn't like loud noises or rushing feet. "We need to find something," Ben whispered, holding the button low so the starling could see. "It's important. The button led us here." The starling hopped closer. "Finder's button points to what needs finding. Clever thing. The mountain it hides because it aches. Something is cold inside where it should be warm. Makes it grumpy, like old Thistle here before breakfast." The badger harumphed. "The path through the mist isn't a path you see," the starling continued. "It's a path you feel. Follow the warmth. The mountain hides the warmth it misses, deep in its heart." Ben understood. The button wasn't confused by the mist. It was reacting to the mountain's need. He closed his eyes again, the button warm in his hand. This time, instead of a tug, he sought a thread of warmth emanating from the mountain itself, a fragile pulse beneath the cold mist. He felt it, a faint, golden thread of warmth, like a hidden heartbeat, leading into the swirling gray. "Follow me," Ben said with newfound certainty. Follow the warmth. Step by careful step, Ben led the way, his hand outstretched, feeling for the subtle warmth radiating from the mountain's hidden heart. Thistle followed his footsteps precisely, and the starling flitted overhead, calling out encouragement. The mist swirled and billowed, sometimes thinning to reveal dizzying drops, sometimes thickening into an impenetrable wall, but the thread of warmth remained constant, an invisible guide. It led them not upwards towards the peak, but sideways along a narrow ledge, finally dipping down into a hidden crevice. Inside was a small cave, surprisingly dry and sheltered. And there, nestled in a bed of soft, glowing moss, lay the source of the warmth, not a treasure of gold or gems, but a large, perfectly smooth river stone. But this stone pulsed with a gentle internal light, radiating a soothing, deep warmth. It was beautiful, but it looked cold. Frost patterns etched its surface, and its light flickered weakly. "This is it," Ben breathed. "This is what needed finding." He remembered Rill's words, something lost, something cold. This was the mountain's heartstone, lost and growing cold. But how to warm it? They had no fire. Ben looked at the finder's button in his hand, still warm. He looked at Thistle, radiating his own cozy body heat. He looked at the starling, fluffing its feathers. Wisdom, not force. "Friendship is warm," Ben said softly. He placed the wooden finder's button gently against the cold heartstone. Then he sat beside it, leaning close. Thistle, understanding without words, curled his warm, furry body around the stone on one side. The starling nestled into the moss on the other, spreading its wings like a tiny blanket. Together they sat in the quiet cave. Ben placed his hands gently on the stone, sharing his own warmth. They didn't speak, they simply were together, a circle of quiet companionship and shared heat. Slowly, slowly, the frost on the heartstone began to melt. The flickering light within grew steadier, brighter, bathing the cave in a soft, golden glow. The warmth radiating from it grew stronger, pulsing outwards like a gentle sigh of relief. Outside the cave, the mist began to thin, not vanishing entirely, but parting like a curtain, revealing clear, safe paths winding up and down the mountainside. The mountain itself seemed to sigh, a deep, contented rumble that vibrated gently through the rock beneath them. The air felt lighter, crisper, filled with the scent of sun-warmed stone and alpine flowers. Their job was done. The journey back was easier. The starling guided them down the now clear paths. Rill, remembering them just long enough, helped them cross the laughing stones again. Thistle grumbled good-naturedly all the way back to the edge of the whispering woods, though Ben noticed he walked a little taller. At the wood's edge, Thistle nudged Ben's hand. "Keep that button safe, button boy. It found more than a stone today." The badger disappeared into the ferns with a final grunt. Ben returned to the attic as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He placed the wooden finder's button back in the biscuit tin, its surface cool now, its task complete. But as he closed the lid, he noticed something. The other buttons seemed to shimmer just a little brighter, as if reflecting the warmth of the heartstone far away. He climbed down the ladder, the scent of dust replaced by the comforting aroma of soup from the kitchen below. He didn't tell his mother about the badger, the river spirit, the starling, or the mountain's heart. Some discoveries were treasures meant to be held quietly in the heart. But as he lay in bed that night, listening to the familiar creaks of the house, he felt different. He felt the quiet courage of the journey, the warmth of unexpected friendship, and the profound understanding that the greatest magic often lies not in seeking power, but in answering a call for warmth with an open heart and helping hands. The gentle thrum of the mountain's contentment, miles away, seemed to echo in his own peaceful heartbeat, a lullaby of wonder and quiet strength, carrying him into a deep and dreamless sleep. And the biscuit tin, high in the shadowed attic, held its secrets close, ready for the next whisper of need, the next quiet tug of discovery. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green, and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf, and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with a soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. "And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood." As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient Elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that grace this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. In the velvet hush of twilight, when the last honey-colored rays of sun cling to the horizon like shy children reluctant to bed, there exists a cobblestone path behind old Mrs. Willowby's rhododendron bushes that wasn't there yesterday. This is where we find our protagonist, a girl with a lantern of curiosity always lit behind her eyes, standing at the edge of what sensible folk called the ordinary woods. But the stones beneath her boots shimmered like dragonfly wings, and the air carried the faintest whisper of a melody no earthly instrument could play. The girl, let's call her Mira, stepped onto the path. At once, the world softened around the edges. Trees stretched taller, their bark patterned with silvery spirals that pulsed gently, as if breathing. The ground became springy with moss the color of limes dipped in moonlight, and fireflies the size of apricots bobbed lazily, their light shifting between gold and violet. It was the glimmerwood, though Mira didn't know its name yet. All she knew was the scent of cinnamon and rain, and the feeling that the very air was welcoming her. Her first companion appeared as she crossed a bridge made of interwoven roots, arching over a stream where the water sang in glassy notes. A creature no taller than her knee perched on the rail, its fur a cascade of autumn leaves, crimson maple, amber oak, russet elm, all rustling softly even without wind. It had eyes like twin hearth fires, and a tail that flickered like a candle flame. "You're the leaf ox," Mira breathed, recalling a half-forgotten tale her grandmother once told. The creature inclined its head, leaves chiming like distant bells. "And you're the girl who's forgotten her mittens," it replied, voice crackling pleasantly. Mira looked down at her hands, suddenly aware of the evening chill. Before she could speak, the leaf ox shook itself, sending a single golden leaf spinning into her palms. It grew warm, soft as rabbit fur, and shaped itself into perfect mittens. "Every wanderer needs protection," said the leaf ox. "Even from small discomforts, follow the singing stones when the path forks, and mind the ink-bloom flowers, their dreadful gossips." With that, it dissolved into a swirl of leaves, scattering into the darkening wood. Mira walked on, the mittens humming with gentle warmth. Soon the path split around a hillock crowned with flowers whose petals were deepest indigo, their centers glowing like bottled starlight. As she approached, they began to quiver. "She's wearing fox gifts," one bloom trilled. "No hat, though," sighed another. "Her ears must be chilly." "Do you think she knows about the thistle key?" piped a third. Mira knelt. "What's a thistle key?" The flowers stilled. Then in unison they turned toward a nearby oak, where a single silver thistle hung from a low branch, its surface etched with tiny, swirling symbols. "Opens the chamber of whispers," the largest flower confided. "But it's ever so tricky to reach. The ivy argues with strangers." True enough, the oak's trunk was wrapped in thick ivy, each leaf edged in copper. As Mira reached for the thistle, the vines shifted like a nest of snakes, hissing, "No admittance, no bare ears." Remembering the flower's chatter, Mira untied her scarf, patterned with embroidered owls, and fashioned it into a makeshift hat. The ivy rustled approvingly and parted. The thistle key fit snugly in her palm. At the hill's peak, she found a door carved into the side of an ancient stump, no taller than her shoulder. The key slid into a knot-hole, and with a sound like a sighing cello, the door opened. Inside, the chamber of whispers was neither large nor small, but exactly the size of a held breath. Floating orbs of light drifted like dandelion seeds, each containing a voice, some laughing, some murmuring, one reciting a recipe for mushroom pie. In the center sat a stone basin filled with liquid moonlight. "Look inward," the chamber seemed to whisper. Mira gazed into the basin. The moonlight rippled, showing not her reflection, but a winding path through a valley of crystalline trees, their branches chiming in an unfelt breeze. At the valley's heart stood a tower woven from living vines where something glimmered, a figurine of a fox, a thistle, and a flower, all forged in gleaming silver. The vision faded, leaving the taste of peppermint on her tongue. A map, she realized. The basin's moonlight had imprinted the route onto her mind, crisp as ink on parchment. The journey through the crystal valley tested her in gentle ways. Narrow bridges of frozen mist required careful steps. A river of liquid amber demanded she trade a story. She told of the time she'd helped a baby crow learn to fly for passage on a lily-pad boat. She met a hedgehog knitting socks from spider silk, who gifted her a pair for the stones ahead, they're fond of ticklish toes, and a family of moths who mended a tear in her coat with threads pulled from dawn's first light. At the vine tower, Mira found the figurine, but also a surprise. The leaf ox waited beside it, along with the ink bloom flowers, now tucked into tiny flower pots carried by chipmunks and the moth family. Every guardian of the Glimmerwood comes to greet those who pass the valley, the leaf ox explained. The silver totem is yours, but it asks a question first. Will you keep our secrets? Mira hesitated. I'll share the wonder, but not the paths. Some magic needs quiet to grow. The totem glowed, warm in her hands. As it did, the Glimmerwood itself seemed to hum in approval. The leaf ox nudged her elbow. Come, dawn's approaching, time for wanderers to return. They walked back together, the creatures sharing tales of the wood, how the stars dip down to drink from the singing stream, how the northern lights are actually the ghosts of forgotten songs. At the cobblestone path's end, the leaf ox pressed a paw to Mira's chest. Carry the glimmer here, and when the world feels too heavy. It plucked a maple seed from its tail, now a perfect, tiny whirligig. Plant this where shadows gather. It'll remember the light. Mira stepped back into her world as the first birds began their morning chorus. In her pocket, the silver totem nestled close, and in her heart, the certainty that wonder never truly leaves us. It waits in the corners of our gaze, patient as moonlight. That night, she planted the seed by her window box. It grew into a sapling with leaves that glowed softly when she hummed, and though no one else ever found the cobblestone path again, Mira knew it was there. And sometimes, on the edge of sleep, she'd hear a familiar crackle of autumn leaves, and know her friends in the Glimmerwood were wishing her sweet dreams. In the sleepy valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into plum-colored sunsets and cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. It started with old Mrs. Thimblewick's prize-winning roses. Overnight, their vibrant petals turned as clear as raindrops, though they still smelled sweeter than honeycake. Then came the floating teacups in Mr. Bramble's bakery, drifting lazily above the scone trays without spilling a drop of chamomile brew. Finally, the village children discovered their knitted mittens humming soft lullabies whenever worn. Whispers fluttered through the maple groves like autumn leaves. What magic is this? Young Clara, with eyes like moss agates and a curiosity as deep as the wishing well, decided to unravel the riddle. She tucked her notebook into her apron pocket, filled her pockets with sugar-dusted biscuits, and set out beneath a sky streaked with dove-gray clouds. Her first clue came near the brook, where she found dewdrops hovering midair like tiny crystal bells. Something's dancing where it shouldn't, she murmured, sketching the phenomenon with a charcoal pencil. Seeking wisdom, Clara climbed the hill to the cottage of Elder Rowan, whose beard held more stories than the village library. His home smelled of dried lavender and slow-brewed wisdom tea. Ah, he chuckled, sporting his silver beard as Clara described the floating dewdrops. Nature's shyest children are stirring, but mischief without malice needs gentle eyes to see it. He gifted her a spyglass carved from moonstone, a lens that revealed invisible footprints glittering like crushed starlight on the mossy banks. Following the trail, Clara wandered into the Whisperwood, where ancient trees murmured secrets to the wind. There she met Flicker, a squirrel with fur like spun copper and a tail that shimmered when excited. Troubles brewing by the Glimmer Pond, he chattered, nibbling Clara's offered biscuit. The pond sprites are restless, their queen's crown has gone missing. Flicker led her through fern-choked paths to the pond, where water lilies glowed like submerged lanterns. Sure enough, tiny, translucent sprites darted frantically beneath the surface, their usual joyful bubbles replaced by worried sighs. Clara observed quietly. The sprite's magic, usually confined to polishing pebbles and guiding tadpoles, was spilling into Willowbrook, unintended ripples of their distress. Using Elder Rowan's spyglass, she spotted faint scorch marks near a hawthorn bush. Fireflies don't burn leaves, she mused. Flicker scampered up the tree, returning with a clue, a single thread of iridescent silk, finer than spider web. Moon moth silk, he declared. Only night gardeners weave it. Under a buttermilk moon, Clara and Flicker crept to the night garden, a hidden meadow where lunar moths tended blossoms that bloomed only in starlight. There, perched on a foxglove trumpet, sat Seraphina, a moth woman with wings like stained glass. Her antennae drooped guiltily. "I borrowed the crown," she confessed, voice like rustling petals. "The queen's crown holds starlight to help our midnight blooms, but when I returned it, it vanished from the pond's edge." Her wings fluttered anxiously, scattering prism dust. Clara pieced it together. The scorch marks were from Seraphina's hurried flight, the silk thread a snag from the crown. But who took it? Back at Glimmer Pond, Clara studied the muddy shore. Among the sprite footprints, she spotted larger, webbed impressions. "Frogs don't wear crowns," giggled Flicker. Then, a glint beneath a willow root. There lay the crown, tangled in fishing line beside a dented tin pail. Old Finn, the nearsighted fisherman, often mended nets here at dawn. At daybreak, Clara found Finn by his boat. "I," he admitted, scratching his head, "thought it were a fancy bobber. Took it home for me tackle box." Finn's cottage overflowed with useful finds, bottle cap medals, button brooches, and there, gleaming among fish hooks, the Sprite Queen's crown, a delicate circle of water reeds and captive starlight. The resolution bloomed like dawn. Clara returned the crown to the tearful queen, who rewarded Willowbrook with a promise. Henceforth, sprites would borrow magic openly. Each morning they'd weave dewdrop chimes in Mrs. Thimblewick's garden, float teacups as Bramble's bakery alarms, and stitch humming tunes into mittens to warm small fingers. Seraphina gifted Finn firefly lanterns for night fishing, while Elder Rowan displayed the moonstone spyglass in the village hall, a reminder that mysteries unravel sweetest with kindness and watchful eyes. That evening, as Clara curled by her hearth, the mittens on her hands hummed a soft, contented melody. Outside, the clear roses caught the moonlight like living stained glass, and the air shimmered with the gentle magic of secrets understood. In Willowbrook, even the quietest puzzles nestled into place, cradled by friendship and the soft, sure rhythm of a world where every mystery ended with a lullaby. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky veined with starlight, lived a world unseen by human eyes. Here the mossy earth breathed secrets, and the boundary between earth and enchantment shimmered like heat haze. Young Pip, a hedgehog whose quills still held the softness of youth, burrowed beneath the frost-kissed roots of Grandmother Willow. Her trunk, wide as a cottage, pulsed with the slow heartbeat of the forest. "Listen, little thorn," murmured Fern, an elderly badger whose silver-streaked fur mirrored moonlit snow. Her claws traced patterns in the loam, a map of seasons. When winter overstays its welcome, the heartstone slumbers too deeply. She pointed toward the glimmering glade, where the first crocuses should have pierced the snow weeks ago. Instead, an unnatural chill clung, silencing brooks and frosting spiderwebs into crystal lace. The seasonal dance was faltering. Pip shivered, not from cold, but from the forest's unease. He felt it in his paws, the stifled hum of roots craving thaw, the drowsy frustration of squirrels whose nut caches dwindled. But why, Fern? The frostfire moths always wake the heartstone. Each winter's end, these iridescent insects emerged, their wings shedding ember-bright dust to melt the glacial seal guarding the forest's magical core. This year their cocoons remained frozen in ice-locked birches. Fern's nose twitched, catching the metallic tang of lingering frost. The balance is askew, old tales whisper of this. When snow drowns spring's song, courage must thaw what magic cannot. She nudged a withered acorn toward Pip. Seek Thistle the hare, her ears hear the wind's oldest stories. Thus began Pip's pilgrimage beneath a sky bruised purple with unseasonable cold. Crunching through snow like shattered quartz, he passed ice-encased ferns that tinkled like wind chimes. He inhaled the crisp scent of pine sap bleeding from frozen bark and touched hoarfrost that melted into dew on his paw pads. Near Mistfall Creek, now a ribbon of black ice, he found Thistle, her fur puffed against the chill. "The north wind gossips," she whispered, ears pivoting toward distant mountains. A rock slide buried the sunstone caves. No dawn warmth reaches the frostfire cocoons. Her eyes, liquid amber in the gloom, held generations of weather wisdom. Only warmth born within the woods can rouse them now. Pip's heart sank. How could tiny creatures stir such cold? Yet Thistle nudged him onward. Find Bramble the bear. His den holds the emberblooms. In a honeycomb cave veiled by icicles, Bramble snored amidst dried herbs. Pip hesitated before the mountain of fur, then sneezed from the dust of crushed petals, imbursant, smelling of cinnamon and sunlight. Bramble's rumble shook the earth. Emberblooms. He yawned, revealing teeth like ancient standing stones. Aye, they store summer's fire, but their glow fades without. He lumbered to a clay pot brimming with luminous orange petals. Song the frostfires hatch to cricket choruses, silence starves them. Threefold wisdom now braided in Pip's mind. Thaw the cocoons with inner warmth, revive them with song, guide them with emberbloom light. But who could sing in this frozen hush? Pip remembered the fireflies, minstrels of the midsummer nights, dormant in their root-cellar haven. Digging through snowdrifts with Bramble's help, Pip reached the firefly grotto. Inside, 1,000 tiny bodies glittered like captive stars. "Wake," Pip pleaded, placing emberblooms among them. The petals pulsed, casting coppery light on translucent wings. One firefly, Zelda, flickered awake. "The long dark," she buzzed weakly. Pip explained, his breath fogging the air. "Sing spring back, for the crickets sleep too deeply." Zelda rallied her kin. Soon the cavern shimmered with bioluminescent music, a chorus of clicks and hums that vibrated through stone, up roots into the frozen birches. Pip led them out, carrying emberbloom bouquets in Bramble's woven grass satchel. Their combined light painted the snow in molten gold. At the cocoon grove, Pip pressed his small body against the ice-clad trunks. He thought of fern stories, sun-dappled ferns, the kiss of rain on petals. Warmth bloomed in his chest, radiating through his quills. Ice wept. Cocoons split like ripe fruit. Frostfire moths struggled free, wings crumpled and damp. Zelda's choir swelled. The moths trembled, antennae lifting to the sound. Pip scattered emberbloom dust over them. It fused with their wings, igniting veins of liquid topaz. With a collective sigh, they took flight, a constellation ascending toward the Heartstone glade. Pip followed their comet trails. In the glade, the Heartstone, a monolith of mossy quartz, lay entombed in glacial blue ice. The moths circled it, shedding glowing dust that hissed where it touched frost. Pip joined them, pressing his paws to the ice, pouring every memory of warm earth and wildflower perfume into the stone. Cracks spiderwebbed. Light erupted, not blinding, but a gentle effulgence like dawn breaking underwater. Ice melted into rivulets that sang as they flowed. Snowdrifts sighed into moss. Crocuses erupted like violet applause. Fern arrived with Thistle and Bramble, their eyes reflecting the rekindled Heartstone. "Well done, little thorn," Fern rumbled, nuzzling Pip's head. "You wove many threads into one tapestry." As spring unfurled, crickets chirping, brooks babbling, leaves unfurling like shy green hands, the creatures gathered beneath Grandmother Willow. Pip nestled against Fern's flank, watching fireflies paint the dusk. Balance isn't stillness, Fern murmured to all, but the courage to mend what's broken. Remember, the forest's song needs every voice, the moth's glow, the firefly's tune, the hedgehog's warmth, even an old badger's tales. Stars blossomed overhead, their light filtered through newborn leaves. Pip closed his eyes, lulled by the symphony of peepers and rustling ferns. The heartstone pulsed softly, its rhythm syncing with his breaths, a promise that in the whispering woods, harmony would always find its way home, season after season, as long as kindness kept watch beneath the ancient trees. And in that certainty, deeper than roots, sweeter than wild honey, every creature drifted into dreams woven with the quiet magic of renewal. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods.